Be late for your own funeral, mate, wouldn't
Don't. Don't. I've had a day. I've had a day. How are you?
you? All right. Yeah.
Good. How late am I?
Oh,
8 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. God's sake. Oh well. I apologise
That's right. I was sat here before.
to both you and our illustrious audience.
Oh dear.
So how you been? How good has your day been?
Day's been quiet today because a lot of my colleagues in America have, because it's Independence Day tomorrow, or Ungrateful Colonial Day.
And Trump's celebration thing.
Is it?
Yeah, because he's going to have he had such an awful birthday thing. He's going to have some sort of parade or some sort of firework display or something to celebrate the passing of that fucking bill that everybody in the States hates. Well,
anyway, yeah. So
you vote a 4-year-old with tantrums issues. What are you going to get?
Yeah. So most of my colleagues have taken sort of like an extended long weekend because they're all off tomorrow anyway. So some have like done the Thursday as well. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been pretty quiet. I've been doing some demos on this drum synth.
Oh yeah.
In preparation for their Kickstarter.
Well, I tried to start the show so quickly because of running late that I almost started tomorrow's PSN.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I was going, oh, hang on a minute, I'm in the PSN page. And the reason I was on the PSN page is because I used the test studio today with Andrew.
Okay.
On that little thing we're working on. And I nearly went, go live. And I went, oh, wait a minute, was it? Oh, no, wait, not this one. Otherwise, we'd be going, hello and welcome to PSN. Buy shit. Now.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, to an audience of no one going,
Yeah.
Looking at each other blankly going, it's Friday? It's not Friday. No, it's not Friday, is it?
Feels like it. Oh, I wish it was. Oh.
Well,
it will be.
It will be soon. You've not got long to wait now.
Yeah. I've been sat here like a fucking pregnant doodah.
A pregnant doodah?
A pregnant doodah. I'm waiting.
Painful.
I'm waiting to test drive my car.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because it arrived at the dealership on Tuesday.
And you still haven't had a crack at it yet?
No. So the thing was that it was at another dealer's. I think it was actually in Wrexham.
Right.
Because there's a VW dealership there that seems to have a lot of nearly new Arteons, particularly shooting brakes.
Right.
And I was looking through some of their pictures and I thought, I recognise that looks like the same. You know, there's some they have these like places they take pictures of cars and it's just a white background.
Right.
And there's usually a turntable in the floor.
Yeah.
And this was like that, and it looked just like the picture of mine. So I'm thinking it's probably come from there. Anyway, it arrived in Ipswich on Tuesday and went straight to the preparation team, which is based at their Audi dealership, just to
do the detailing and
detailing
anything, anything that might need touching, yeah.
And then I don't know whether they're supposed to do this multi-point check. It's 140 something individual checks where they check the brakes, they check the fluids, they check this, they check that, the hinges, everything's that. And then they also identify if it needs any remedial work before the sale.
Yeah.
So it got there on Tuesday. It was in the preparation department. So I guess that was yesterday. And so I was hoping like today I might just hear something and say it'll be ready on Friday or Saturday so that you can come and have a
look. 2 days.
Exactly. And I emailed the guy that I've been dealing with and didn't get a bloody response. Although this is the weird thing. He was working today and he didn't respond to my email. Yet the day before, it was on Tuesday, I think. I just dropped him an email just to confirm that it had arrived as he'd said it would. and I got an out of office saying that he was day off. So I thought, oh shit, okay, fine, I'll hear tomorrow. And then he replied to me on his day off. He said, oh yeah, I said, how are you dealing with the heat? He goes, oh, it's all right, I'm sat in the garden with a beer. I thought, oh, lucky you bastard.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, I'm just kind of like, I don't think I can watch any more videos on that car and people
don't.
talking about it and reviewing it and pointing this out and that out. And I've now, I think I've watched every single kind of like Arteon art video that there is.
Yeah.
I've now moved on to the Golf, and I'm actually sat here thinking, well, you know what? If this fell through, that Golf R is, because this is exactly the same engines, the 320 horsepower.
Yeah.
I think actually, if that falls through, maybe that's an option. But
Well,
certainly in 3 or
Arteon's
4 years'
nicer.
time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Arteon's much better. But
Well, the thing is, it sounds like maybe there was a part that it was borderline.
they could just be busy.
Yeah. I mean, although I don't think car sales are going that mental at the moment.
No. But I mean, if they've got a lot of work on in the garage, you know, like the MOTs and servicing and stuff, I don't know whether they have a dedicated team. I don't know how any of this works. I just want somebody to fucking phone me up and say, "Come and see it. It's here."
Yeah.
So.
Oh well.
But the funny thing was, I've got I've had bookmarked an open tab on that dealership or the dealership group, because they have a number of dealerships around the region, and I've had a tab open which has got all my saved, you know, cars from their fleet that they've got in.
Yeah.
And I noticed that my one got added to it yesterday. So I'm like, shit, it's on the web. But there's no pictures of it. It's just so I'm guessing it's just one of these automated things. They put it on the books, it goes on the web.
Yeah, just in case there's somebody else looking for one and the deal goes sour for some reason.
Exactly. So yeah.
Oh well.
But I need to get it sorted, because I've got my mum breathing down my neck because she's going in for a hip operation on the 1st of August. Right. So we need to clear. She wants me to go over and help my stepdad. Help my stepdad. My stepdad's at 80 odd. He's not going to do anything. I'm not going to let him. But she's got this massive dining room suite. Well, yeah, it's like a table and 6 chairs or something.
Yeah.
And I don't know why she has it, because it just takes up all this room in her front room. So she's now decided that that's going to go in the garage, because she's going to need a recliner, because she won't be able to go upstairs for however long after the operation. So she went off today to order her recliner. So I've got to go over there and move this big fucking table. It's solid wood, and I don't think it's ebony, but it's really fucking dark. Really, it's not black. It's really dark fucking brown. I don't know what sort of wood that is. But my mum and dad bought it in 78, something like that. They brought a whole dining room suite, tables, chairs, dressers, corner units, all that sort of thing. And that's what my mum insisted on taking when she got divorced from my dad. So
if I remember rightly, it was kind of a fashion.
Yeah.
To have wood done in this. It is. It's like almost black, but it's not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And the grain is. I mean, you have to look at it hard to see the grain.
I can't remember. Yeah.
I think.
But there were 2 chairs with arms.
Like
yew
or maple. I don't know.
Chairs.
Yew, something like that. It's something that it's a dark wood anyway. And then once they stain it, it's like fucking hell.
Oh
man.
yeah, it's like tar. It's
yeah.
Really. But yeah. So I've got to go move that. But I'm as soon as I get the phone call about the car, I'm going to be like, sorry, can't go. And
yeah, well, this is it. You're kind of like hanging on a hook here.
Yeah.
Wait, you don't want to commit to anything just in case the call comes in.
And the guy at the dealership said, I don't see why we can't have this all signed, sealed, and across the line by the end of the first week in July. And I don't know whether he meant this week or next week. Hopefully, one or the other. But because I then go on holiday in a couple of weeks.
The first 7 days into the 1st of July, from the 1st of July, this kind of thing.
Yeah. But I'm going on holiday in a few weeks, and so I want to get it done and sorted and parked up and everything. Yeah,
that's understandable. Yeah.
First world problems.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. But, well, I had Richard come over today, and he collected Juno 60.
Oh, Richard Lawson.
Richard Lawson, yeah.
I thought you meant Hilton.
Oh, no, beg your pardon. Richard Lawson, he came over today, he collected the Juno 60, the Moog vocoder,
Oh, yeah.
the MKS 70 with the PG200 controller. And sort of I checked them all out and went, oh, yeah, no, all that. I mean, this Juno, it's like somebody's gone back in time, got a Rod Argent's, and bought the first one off the shelf.
Wow.
And then wrapped it up and then jumped in the time machine and come back again. It sits in this flight case, and you open the flight case and you go, oh, my God. I mean, everything that's white is white.
Yeah.
Right? So the various, like the white buttons on it are white. The yellows are very yellow, and so forth, right? And the keys are, you know, like a brand new keyboard. There isn't even, when you hold up the keys to the light, you get these like marks, little minor scratches right on the surface, and it's just from rough skiing or whatever. Nothing. It's nothing. Like somebody has played it with gloves. Seriously.
It's funny you say that. I saw a demo the other day of a sound library that I'm going to feature in next week in my column, and the promotional video is a guy playing this thing with white, like cotton gloves on.
Yeah. Because I mean, the keys mark. I mean, my one, my Hydra, is actually not too bad. But once the keyboard gets to be about 40 years old, you know, it starts showing a little wear. Yeah. And I know we've had it where when we're selling some of the top end stuff, I have to dismantle all the keyboard and then cut and polish the keys individually. Yeah. So especially if they're a little off white, it takes that off, but then gives it this mirror finish kind of thing. Yeah. And gets rid of all the marks on the keys. Of course, you know, the customers buying this, I don't know, they don't care. It just looks fucking beautiful, and that's it. They're fine. They've got no idea how much hours go into it. But yeah, it's, you know, and this needed. It came to me, which said, "You guys, I'll give it what it needs," and I went right through it, and what it needed was the very top B. Was you had to hit it just slightly harder than the others to make it. I mean, just slightly harder. So I took the keyboard out, and it's just straight in the contact where they just eventually they start flapping. And checked all the others; they were all absolutely immaculate, all greased and everything like that. It's just like, this thing's never been fucking used. It really hasn't.
Maybe it was just used for one note.
It could have been, yeah.
Top B.
Somebody in a Vangelis tribute act.
Yeah.
Bing, 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 bing. Like this. So, yeah, and it was, so the guy that's buying it, I mean, he's like a dog with two dicks. You know, he's seen some of the close-up photos of it and everything, and he says, yeah, no, I've got to have it. And, you know, there's no marks on the case at all. No marks, no scratches. There's no marks of any description on the base either. You know, it's just absolutely perfect. And yeah, you could call it museum quality.
As a 60, yeah.
Yeah, as a 60, and it's absolutely faultless, this thing. And yeah, the guy that was selling it through Richard wanted a pretty penny. I mean, he was careful. He wasn't stupid, kind of thing, and he knew it was worth money because of its condition. And I mean, even though there was nothing wrong with it, I still spent 8 hours on it, just making it just even better than it was. And Richard put it up on the website. Gone.
Yeah.
Like that. Oh, 3, I think it was. 3.2, something like that. But I was telling Richard about the M8X and about the update and everything like that, and I think he went away thinking about calling in to his local music shop, because I was saying about it. I said, "Oh, this update, mate, you know, fucking hell," and all the rest of it. And I said, have you sold any other gear yet? He said, no. He said, still got the Moog 3C. So he's got an RA Mini of his that he's never going to sell it.
Right.
Its serial number is 010. I think it's 14.
Right.
So it's the 14th Mini ever built, kind of thing. And I restored it for him, and I love working on it because he used to use proper wood on the first 50 or so. Well, he did on a lot of the others, but then when the last 3 or 4 years started to use this cheap light wood.
Right.
I think that's when they were trying to turn them out as quickly as possible as well. And it doesn't stain well, it doesn't polish well. And so it's one of the early RAs. I mean, he reckons she's worth about 10 to 12k. And funnily enough, he's had people ask about it, even though he didn't have it up for sale. Mm-hmm. And then he's got the 3C Moog modular.
Oh yeah.
Which of course has that RA filter sound in it. It's fucking mate. Even when you put it up against a 55, it makes the 55 sound weak. It's such a powerful set. It's unbelievable machine. And they are fuckers. They're fuckers to count, They really are. And repair, come to think of it. And and he's got that PS 3300 original one and all that sort of stuff still knocking around. So I said, get yourself an M8X and get rid of one. Honestly, get rid of some of the all that shit vintage you got. Get a proper cable, mate. What's the fucking matter with you? So, because he's heard of PB12, and he went, I went, yeah, I know. It's the girl. So, but I'm going to do this video anyway. I suppose we can link it through PSN if you want and all the rest of it. But I'm comparing all of the available CS80 plugins with the real girl.
Yeah.
And this is where I started to discover, as I started to put the content of the video together, was the nuance that needed to be applied. It wasn't as straightforward as I thought it was going to be. It's not a question of like, you get the cherry one, you go, right, this is the cherry one, and and this is the real thing. And then go, bearing in mind this is 29, this is 54k, that kind of thing. It's more to it than that, because all of them, in one way or another, nail the sound of the CS80, but in different areas.
Yeah.
Yeah? And I need to focus on where they have nailed it, as opposed to where they haven't nailed it. And just to see how that and how they compare. So it'll be an interesting video to put together. And this is where I realised that all my video editing software and rendering software and like that is on fucking PC. Yes.
Well,
so like I said, when I asked you, I said, we were a cheapish one. There's so many of them on subscription, aren't they? I mean,
I know.
I don't really. I mean, I don't mind. It's just like, well, after I've done this video, I feel somehow obligated to do another video, but then go, but of what?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So.
Yeah.
It was fine. With StreamYard, all right, that's what, 850 quid a year, or whatever it is, right? And that's fine because I use it. Yeah. We're using it now.
Exactly.
Right? And there was no point in me having it. What was it, up to 3 people or something on the free one? So if more than 3 people want to come in, they can't. So I've got the one where it's up to 10, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, and we've been up to 10 on several occasions. So that's where the value for that comes in, and I use it all the time. So boom. Yep. Fair dues. Although Fiona said, she goes, well, why don't you monetize the channel? Then it pays for the software. I mean, no, that's not what this channel is about. No, it feels like it would dirty it somehow. Do you know what I mean?
You'd also
even though it's the most filthiest channel on YouTube.
The thing is, you would end up getting tripped up by
there'd be all
copyrights and stuff.
Yeah, there'd be all sorts of crap getting thrown at me, and I go, no. It's just let's not go there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, I mean, we were talking about the things. I mean, at work. The one we use the most at work is Camtasia, which has been around for years, but in the last few years has actually got really quite good. And the only reason we use it is that it's got a really good balance of capability and ease of use. So you can whack something out really pretty quickly.
Yeah.
With kind of minimal effort. You still have to, there's still lots to do, but it does it in the way the workflow is pretty good. And the reason we use that more than anything else is because it also has the ability to output the content in a file format that we use in our learning management system.
Right.
So it's basically called SCORM. And what that does is it attaches a little XML file to the video so that when somebody has watched the video, if there's a quiz in the video, because that's something else we use Camtasia, you can put a quiz in the video.
Yeah.
It will remember their answers, mark them out of whatever questions there are, and then give them a grade, and then communicate all of that data, how long it took, which questions they got right, which questions they got wrong, did they pass, did they fail, all of that stuff just gets put into the learning management system straight away, so that we can see, and the user can see how well they've done,
right,
or not. But it's a rapid tool, and they keep adding these little extra bits now. Yeah. And some of it's a bit pointless. But what they did last year was they introduced this subscription system. Now we already have, because we're a corporate user, we have what they call what I think they called it a maintenance agreement. They've changed it now. But we had this maintenance agreement so that if any one of us had any issues, we got priority support and assistance. Yeah. But it also came with 10 licenses. So each one of us had have a copy legitimately. And every time they update, we just get the updates. We don't have to worry about anything. It's just there. But they changed it last year to just this subscription service. And now you've got this 3-tier service where, tier 1 is just the Camtasia application. Tier 2 is Camtasia and another program called Audiate, which is this AI. It does avatars that you can record your audio or get AI generated audio and have your AI avatar speaking whatever you tell it to speak.
Yeah.
And then there's a further level. I think we're on the top one now, but they did for a while still have the perpetual license model. So if you didn't want to subscribe, you just wanted to buy the latest version of that product, just do it. Now it's all gone and it's all subscription. Yeah. And for people like you, that's just like, oh fuck, I don't want to subscribe. I just want an application. If it goes, if it gets superseded in a couple of years' time, then I'll think about buying.
I don't even mind like paying the money where you go sort of like, but if you want all of this, it's 300 quid, and you go, all right then, fuck it, and you buy it. But at least it's yours, and you can just amble along quite happily with it, right? Yeah. But this whole sort of like, it's X pounds, whatever it is, and I go, but you're tied to us now. And all that sort of thing. And then getting those emails where you go, oh, your subscription is due, or we have withdrawn your subscription for this year's. No, wait. All that sort of thing. I mean, it's not a huge, again, a first world problem. It's not huge, but it's kind of like, it just niggles sometimes.
I mean, it has a number of benefits for the developer, and also has a number of downsides for the user, because, you say you're tied into this subscription model. And we have another tool that we use and we subscribe to that. If we wanted to move to its competitor, for example, the Adobe competitor, which we decided to steer away from. But if, sometimes, one tool starts to, get a bit rubbish and the other one starts to improve, we might want to go to the Adobe alternative.
Yeah.
But we would still have to keep the original one and keep subscribing to that, because we've got so much content built in that old tool that we would need to keep the tool for maintenance purposes.
Yeah.
And it would take,
Yeah.
I don't know how many years to migrate everything from that one tool to the new tool. By the time you've retired some courses or you've updated them in the new tool and recreated them, by the time you've done all that, so there's nothing left that you need the old tool for, you might as well have just stayed with the old tool. It's bonkers.
Yeah. Well, because where Steve Elbows is saying about subscriptions are incompatible with Kent's bank balance oscillator, right? It's a good point. It's one of those things where, because I don't get a regular salary, it can. I mean, my shall we say, what's the word? The regularity of my money earnings during the course of the year are as flexible as a 94-year-old hooker, right? It's fucking all over the shop, right? So, and law of averages dictates that various subscriptions will become ready for payment when I've got the least amount of money in the bank.
Yeah.
As opposed to, I have X in the bank, I can afford to spend this much, I therefore able to buy that and not have to worry about it and use it as often or as little as I wish from there.
Yeah.
And I think that's what irks me. You're paying for it, but you don't own it, and they can pull the rug from under you at any time they want.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not supporting it on, this, or not. This is not supported anymore. We go, oh, thanks. So, but anyway, I said to Richard, I said, oh, have you been watching PSN? He said, yeah, I caught one or two actually. I said, oh, okay, good. I said, what about the pub? And he's gone, no, the pub. And so I explained it to him, and he went, oh, that sounds like a giggle. I said, well, come in. So he said he might try to come in tonight.
Okay.
Which should be love. He's very, he's one of the boys. He's one of us. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've told him he's not allowed to. I said, oh, we do have one rule. And he goes, oh, okay. What's the rule? And I said, you're not allowed to say cunt unless you emphasise the U or the T. Otherwise, no. It has to be cunt or cunt. Like that. He goes, oh, good. All right, I'll remember that. Well, good morning to you, sir.
Well, hello.
Good afternoon.
Oh, afternoon, yes.
Over here.
Afternoon there, yeah. And it's sort of like, bugger it, it's too late now over here.
Oh, okay.
So, how you doing?
All right. A bit busy, but, I'm hanging in there as best I can.
Well, busy's good, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep, got the version 3 update on this bad boy.
Yeah.
I like it. I like a lot of the GS1 sounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, surprisingly very, very good. I don't know how many of them I'm going to use, but there were a few of them that kind of perked my ear up, and I was like,
Yeah.
kind of like this. And the clav samples are really nice, too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lovely update.
Oh, yeah. A couple things I wish they would have added, and that's a glissando feature for Portamento.
Yes.
Yeah, number one.
Mind you, if they carry on with their, what appears to be sort of like a homage to previous products,
right?
We may see that still.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I did a video on version 3, and one guy's commenting with me back and forth, like, "Can't you just get a pedal to do that? Like, just leave the Portamento on and just use an auto-tune pedal?" Like, no, it's not the same thing.
No, that's not the same thing as glissando. Yeah.
And we're going back and forth. There's got to be like 8 or 9 comments, and I'm like, yeah, but what about poly mode? When you play a chord. How do you get a pedal to do that? You can't.
Yeah. Might be pushing the expectations a little bit too close to the edge there.
But I think like some Wurlitzer samples would be nice, and then having a glissando would be nice.
Yeah.
Um,
What is it? I mean, there's a ton of stuff on it. But like I said, I'm doing this thing with Andrew at the moment, where hopefully we'll be able to. Well, I'm doing it for two reasons simultaneously. I'm doing this project with Andrew, but also it gives me the perfect excuse to then really start to dig into the functions.
right.
And learn her and how to use and find get the muscle memory for adjusting various things within setting up a sound, So that'd be a good giggle. So,
Oh, yeah.
but I may have to move it. That's what I'm thinking. Because when it's
Yeah,
up there, it's a bit of a pain in the butt.
So you might have to swap that with the PB12.
The PB12, I'm enjoying a lot still. So I think what I'm thinking is, I might make it a square,
Okay.
but in such a way that there is enough room for me to get out.
Yeah, we could have that.
Which means moving the seaboard, and then I think there'll be enough room. But I got to be careful because Siri's little sleeping spot is just there, and nowhere else will do. It's got to be just there.
Well, if you had a stand big enough where you could put a sleeping spot underneath the PB12.
Well,
she'd
this is
have
it. If it was
here,
a table with legs,
yeah.
then she could lay under it and she'd be happy as Larry.
Oh yeah.
So I might. But I thought I might have a neck stand. You know what? I haven't. I thought I had a spare neck stand. I went, oh yeah. The last time the skip was here, I go, oh, I'm not using these neck stands. Boink. Twat.
I've got 4 of them in the back, and 3
Yeah.
of them are like double tiers. I
Yeah,
don't know why
yeah.
I'm
I had a double tier one as well, with the
Why it's-
angleable one.
I think the only reason I'm still holding on to them is when I do the move and actually have room to set them up, I won't
Yeah.
have to, I won't have to tear them back down because I've got the 2 ultimate Apex stands that I use to bring out.
Yeah,
So the only reason I've got the X stands is just to keep in the studio.
yeah.
Matter of fact, I
Well,
got this girl sitting on one right now.
There he is. His little fruit bat. Bonsoir, monsieur. À longtemps.
C'est moi.
C'est moi. Ouvrez le pot.
Le songe est la mue est sur la table.
Oui. Sur la table?
Sur la table.
Ah, mais oui. Le chocolat d'éclair.
I have no idea
Le
what they're
chocolat,
saying. It's
l'éclair chocolat
Nor have I. Nor have I.
est dans la table.
Indeed.
L'assiette.
Come on then, Robbie.
d'argent.
You're a bit of French, mate.
We.
Well, go now.
I need
Well, you
to
wait
brush
yourself.
up. I'm going to be there in a few weeks, so I need to brush up a little bit.
Oh, okay. So how good is your La Frange?
Not great.
Oh, okay.
Right. I did it at O level, but that was 40
Me
fucking
and
years
Andrew
ago.
give you lessons. You should be
Yeah, well-
deported within an hour.
You're fluent.
Yeah. My hovercraft is full of eels.
Drop your panties, Sir William. I cannot wait till lunchtime.
Time.
Oh,
yes.
dear.
The classics.
I'm so sorry. He's from Barcelona, and all the rest. What your gorgeousness is.
All good?
Yeah. But I've just got back from seeing my pal. Had some nosh,
Yeah.
and just working out. Just sort of working on some of the things we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. I've alluded to it slightly on here already.
Your allude has never been too, quite so too. There we go. I need.
Are
to
we
start
are
doing-
we NDAing this, or is it more it's an ongoing thing anyway? So,
It's something which we're going to ongo, as it were.
yeah, because
let's just
somebody in the
just-
chat has already walked made a comment saying what they'd like to see, and it's like exactly what we're doing. Put it that way.
Yeah, hi all. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. Exactly what we're doing.
So,
So,
my back is. How's your back doing?
oh man. Yeah, I've avoided a second cocodamol for the moment because it will just drive me nuts. And then I'll have one a bit later on so I can go to bed and sleep. And think of Justin and Robbie in a firm embrace.
Speaking French.
In Burgundy.
In Burgundy. Oh.
In Burgundy.
I often think of them in yellow.
Ah.
And blue.
And blue.
I see Robbie's embraced that bit of it.
Yeah. He's doing his Italian thing now. He's doing.
I'm reading.
He's reading and
Concentrate.
he's looking intently like Italians do. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was looking at a circuit diagram and not understanding a fucking thing on it. But
You may be the wrong person looking at it.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
What's it for?
This drum synth. It was explaining how the filter works on the cymbal modules.
Oh, okay.
It's got high band and low pass,
Yeah.
but only the resonance only works on the band pass, not the high and the low. And that's a deliberate thing. So.
Okay.
And does the cymbal have all three of those?
All three of what?
Those filters are high pass,
Yeah.
low pass, and band pass. When you played it the other day, it did sound. I have to say, it did sound rather good.
I did a demo video last night for the guy. Like 11 minutes long, so I'm just going through, sort of tweaking. I've got a pattern going, and I'm just tweaking it, and it's very versatile. Yeah, it's good. I like it.
The artist formerly known as Symbol.
Sorry?
The artist formerly known as Symbol.
Yeah.
Well, I've been going around the room, the cupboard and the attic, and drawing up a list of stuff that I really just don't need anymore. So,
No, hang on a minute. You do need Fiona.
yeah, but I need Fiona to draw up the list and then open the eBay shop, as it were.
Ah, right.
And then put, because she needs to, well, I need to replace her monies.
Yeah, I need to do some of that as well. I've got a load of gear I've got to, at some point, get rid of. But first of all, I've got to sell this bloody table so I can get rid of all this other... this Davenport, this naval table and other things, and Queen Anne chairs, so I can push everything back and put in things that actually have room underneath to put stuff in.
Yeah.
But, yeah, not today, I don't think. Ouch.
Well, like I was saying just before you came on about the M8X has got to come down now.
Yeah, this does. It's too high.
It's too far away.
Yeah.
It was giving me a pain in the back when we were working this afternoon. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't had that audio issue again. Thank God.
Well,
It was
that's
really
good to know.
weird. It's really weird because
That was... Yeah,
the
that was
CS80,
really-
right, Rob? The CS80, it's loud as you like. Every single other thing in the studio, no. Really, really quiet. And so I turned up the mic and stuff like that. And on the mixer, it's redlining. And I can hear me distorting in my headphones. And Andrew's there going, I can barely hear you, mate. And I looked at
was
different
really
things.
odd.
Yeah. And then I noticed that any reverbs I had faded out like they had the echo cancellation on. Do that, yeah.
Okay.
Like a gate. It was like a gate.
Yeah. So after fecking around and going, this is going nowhere. Old
Long prong.
Mr. Long Prong with his Range Rover dong said, just restart the computer. I went, okay, got nothing to lose. Restarted it, everything's perfect.
Yeah.
And I had to put everything back to where it was.
Yeah.
But it did it while it was on, because when I first fired it up, it was okay, and then it just suddenly was not right.
Very strange.
Weird.
You're all right, Robbie. You're looking a little
Long day.
buried and
Fine, yeah. It's relaxing.
the end of the week.
Not quite, but
Yeah. No, I need Zimmer to stay in here because he whispers in my ear and says, "Do a song that goes like that." Because apparently that's what he does.
You need to give him a tickle in the nether regions because he's going a bit limp there, isn't he?
Yeah, I might have to get a replacement.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah, he is, isn't he?
Getting a bit limp.
It's all that
with
drinking.
I tell you what, you should see the floor over here where Lily got herself locked in,
Oh,
and she's eaten all the acoustic tiles off the wall, and then torn them up into little pieces all over the place.
I'll teach you.
I could literally imagine her tearing them all up, going, "This'll fucking teach him." But she didn't scratch at the door like the others would go and go, "Hello," and doink,
Yeah.
doink, 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 like that. No, nothing. She just sat there and waited. Got bored and just go, "Oh, I'll fucking eat the tiles off the wall. That seems like a love."
Now, any other dog does that. I'm just gonna do this.
Yeah,
His attention.
yeah.
I'm
Well,
gonna be
I mean, it's like the photo for the pub of her chewing a butter knife. You see the picture for the pub,
No.
and you came straight in.
Oh
did
yes.
you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't.
Oh, no.
see
And
that.
yeah, that's typical. Sometimes it's a steak knife or something. She gets up on the side and just steals things, but she knows how to open the cutlery drawer. No cupboard in the kitchen is safe. I found saucepans in the garden before now, and she has destroyed 3 solar-powered water pumps for the water feature out in the back garden. And I mean destroyed. I mean completely chewed them to pieces. So now I've got another one now, which is USB powered, and it runs to an old iPad charger, and all the cable is hidden. And I've had to put a plate on the back of the water feature so she can't get into it. I had put a plate on the back, but it was perhaps a little bit too plasticky, and she just ate the plate off, and then ate the pump, and then ate the solar panel. There's just bits of wire and solar panel and pump. We were trying to figure out, yeah, but why does she do it? And what it is, because it's a solar powered one, I think this is what it is. First thing in the morning, as the sun's rising, what happens is the water feature does have a leak, and after a couple of days, the pump is sitting above the water level. And what it does is, when there's not quite enough power for it to pump anything, and there's no water in it, it goes me, 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 me. So she's digging in to get this thing because it's making a noise, like she was hunting down a rodent.
Did it occur to you, A, fix the leak, and B, you've got the world's first solar-powered dog?
I've gone round it with sealant twice now, and it still seems to find a way of leaking. But the water level, even when it's not leaking, goes down anyway because the dogs all drink out of it. There's a water bowl the size of a washing up bowl in the kitchen, full of water
Yeah, but
all
it's
the
not
time.
moving water.
But it's not moving
not the
water.
same.
This is more fun, right?
Yeah, it's
And
not
it
the
has
same.
that not from the tap flavour. And so they drink all the water out, and so the pump's now above the water.
I reckon Justin has a 5,000-mile straw directly into your pond.
It's right in this microphone. You have no idea.
Yeah. That's how it works. I share it with him sometimes.
It's quite nice.
See, even now, as we speak, because I saw her out in the garden
He is my favorite. So
just before I came up. She's on her back, right, with her 4 legs like this, up in the air, fast asleep on her back, in the middle of the lawn. They got beds? No. I'm going to lay out on the lawn, mate.
Yes.
See, I would have thought her excuse for eating everything is she saw a packet of silica gel, which on the outside of it says "do not eat."
Yeah.
So this is the only thing in this space that says "do not eat." So it's okay to eat everything else, but whatever you do,
Yeah.
don't eat the silica
All
gel.
right, just anything but this. Except she's eaten packets of them as well.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. All over the floor.
so she really is a rebel.
Would she manage to get hold of... Fiona's got one of these, these strap things that you put on your wrist
Yeah.
when your wrists are hurting. And she managed to open this sort of it's like a wire drawer system. And she's opened it. She goes, oh, I like this. And taking it out to the garden and eating it. And there's just a little metal bar thing left. And just lots of sort of like material around it. But other times she'll take things really delicate, takes it out in the garden. She's out there with it all night. Doesn't touch it. Not even a tooth mark in it. Just takes it, just likes to steal it.
Little rascal.
Rebel without a pause. Yeah. It kind of does work, Steve. Rebel without a pause.
She's a rechargeable dog. There you go.
She's the reincarnation of fucking Beelzebub, mate. That's it.
Well, yeah, there is that.
Because she's got these lovely blue eyes, but sometimes I think you're going to go, Lily, and she'll turn and they'll just go, flash red,
I know that
Fuck
feeling.
it all. She's a little moo. But like old Keating Watt was saying, he said they're normally puppies for about 2 years, so we've still got 12 months of this. She's getting better, but she just has her moments.
She does. Yeah. So rather than pitch, we're going to go to...
Is this the largest collection of motif MX, montage MX8s
I don't
in
know,
one
I could
place
get-
at any one time so far?
Probably.
There's another one up on the platform. I can
There you
grab
go.
that.
So we're up to 4. Cheese on bread. So what's that? 20k?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see. Actually, Andrew, I see a brand new Montage M8X is 4,000 and something now.
It was always 4,000. We paid just over £4,000. It's been the same price since the day it launched.
I thought it was 5,100 and something.
It's probably
No,
retail.
4,000.
Oh no, that's the interest. Idiot.
Yeah.
That's the interest. Yeah. It's a lot of money to spend on a keyboard, isn't it?
It is.
I really couldn't afford it, you know that?
Yeah, I couldn't either, but I did.
Same here.
But after hearing it, it was covering all the bases. But this thing, oh. But this PB12, mate. Oh.
So I see you got the Sound Mondo link that I sent.
Yeah. I've not checked it out. You did that with FM, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay.
This well, I sent it to Kent. He's been wanting it for a while.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, I love that sound.
Yeah. What's this one doing at the moment? Oh, yes. Oh. Yeah, might have to come back to that. Oops. That is not what I remember at all. I think that RAM might be turned up just a little bit too much, Senior. Yeah, it's a little bit on the hot side. Yeah, that's better. Right. There we go. What was it? Nice. Well, slap my monkey in a car door.
As if you wouldn't.
As if you wouldn't. It's nice to be able to have these sounds just bang on tap like that, bing, bing, bing. You know. Back in the old days. Completely different kettle of fish. Funny enough, I've just remembered the first reverb unit I ever had, and it was a little box, little wooden box, about say 6 inches, and it had a volume and an amount on it, and 3 little springs in it, and that was my reverb unit, right? And of course, it's the first time I've ever been able to hear reverb in the real world, as it were. And I thought it was the most delicious thing I'd ever heard. It might as well have been a 244, do you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
But for some reason it caught fire. I'm not quite sure where that was. No, seriously. Smoke poured out of it one day and that was it. Mind you, that was back when I didn't understand electronics or anything. Mind you, truth be known, I fucking still don't.
Have you seen the new factory bank for Polybrute 12?
I have not. Tell me more, good sir.
If you update your Polybrute Connect app through the Alturia Service Centre,
Yeah.
and then go open it up with your Polybrute on,
Yeah.
go to Sound Banks, and then you'll see Polybrute 12 Factory 2.0.
Oh, they're all at it.
They've added 40 more new sounds and rearranged them a little bit.
Oh, thank God for that.
So
Because I put
some of them are quite nice.
Scots. I think Scots went right up the far end, didn't they?
Hmm.
Oh, no.
They've been very good this time because they've also, with the update, you've got the new sound bank, but
Yeah.
they've also created the sound bank as a project file, so you can instantly just click on it and dump it into your into the 12,
Oh, cool.
which is very nice. But there's some of the new sounds are really really quite good.
Oh, good. Well, I wouldn't have
I was hoping
expected
for more than 40 new ones, but it's free, so
Yeah. Well, that's something else to do. Actually, I think tomorrow I must assign myself the morning to do things like take a photograph of the BeatStep Pro's arse
Yeah.
to send to Arturia, do that update. What else was there? There was something else came along a couple of days ago. Somebody mentioned something.
Dick pic.
No. I've written it
Okay.
down. I've written it down somewhere. And there was, I think I've got to go to, not 8DO, Fluffy Audio. This an update or something for one of my big expensive libraries. I've done an update on it. I think it's the first one in fucking years, apparently.
there's a new FM synth that you need to check out before tomorrow.
Oh right.
It's in the list.
Okay.
Called Pivot.
Okay.
It's a 3 operator
Okay.
FM synth
Mm-hmm.
with a variable 4-pole filter, or morphing 4-pole filter,
Yeah.
2 LFOs, 2 ADSRs, a couple of effects, 16-note polyphonic, €39.
Yeah. Wow.
And there's a free version as well, which just removes one of the operators and the mod matrix.
Right.
But it's actually really good, and it's very simple. It's like, if you think like Halogen FM, this is on a par with that. It's very simple, very visual.
Okay. I'll check that out.
£21.80.
There you go.
Half Gods hit it on the head. It was phone up and book in my Pro 3.
Pro 3, yeah.
Yeah, because Manny gave me the number. He spoke to Matey Boy at Sequential.
Cool.
What's his name? Taoi? Something?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. And the
I'm
message
checking it
back
now.
was, tell your tech to send it to here. This is the nearest one, or the best one, or the only one in the south of England or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's fair dues, because
Cool.
I'm known as a vintage synth tech.
Well, it's been that long. It almost is a vintage synth now, isn't it? Let's be
Yeah.
honest.
It was funny. It was like la 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 la, playing away happy as Larry, and then turn it on the next day. Display comes on, but nothing on it.
Lights are on, but nobody's home.
Lights on, nobody's home, kind of scenario. So if nothing came on, I'd go, power supply.
Yeah.
But it's not. All voltages are present. So I've gone, okay. But, so I'll see how that goes. Somebody showed me they gave me a tip anyway. You know the like fork-shaped battery terminals?
Mm-hmm.
Like that, it says, right, you take one of them, you take off the little plasticky bit where normally you would put the wire in and crush it, you know. Take off the plasticky bit. Then with a pair of side cutters, bend sort of like half of the one prong down and half of the other prong down the other side. And then you stick it in your soldering iron. And then what you do is you lay these prongs that are now curved downwards on the legs of a surface mount IC and go, add a bit of solder and go like that. Comes off.
Clever girl.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I thought, oh, I like
Okay.
that.
Necessity.
I must
being
try
the
that out.
mother of
But the thing is, I went down to today to the SMT system I bought, and I go, yeah. So I think I got one of these somewhere. I'll try this out. It looks pretty good. But when I opened the SMT thing to get the unit out, there's a pack of different kinds of heads for it, and it's one of these heads is exactly that.
Exactly that. Yeah.
So you go, so if you don't have one, okay. But still,
Useful nugget of information.
Useful nugget of information. It's like the doing this business, wasn't it? Who did I give that to? Oh, I told Matt about that. If you can't find your glasses and you need to see something really, really small, you do that. So you've just got a tiny hole and you look through it and you'll be able to see what it is perfectly.
I thought it was a bogey flicking thing or something.
Well, there's the oh dear, I've got jizz on the end of my fingers kind of thing. There's that.
Oh, no.
But there's... You go, oh, that was a messy wank.
Flinch it.
So you do that, and so you look through the tiny little hole, and you can focus on really, really, really small hole. Mind you, we all focus on the hole at one point or another, I suppose. He's gone.
Oh, dear.
You're making up your own ones now.
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
Definitely, mate.
Yeah, sorry, Mark, it's happened. We got there already. It's not even an hour yet. Where's Matt tonight?
He is in Exeter watching a certain Mr. Hilton, who's being
of course,
supported by a certain Mr.
tonight.
Rogers. And a certain Mr. Le Bon, Mr. Rhodes, Mr. Taylor, and Mr. Taylor.
Oh, he's not going to be able to walk from the fucking hold on.
He was wanking this morning. I sent him something. I said, "Have a look at this." He goes, "Sorry, mate. I'm off to Luke's and." Yeah.
Wow. Oh, good on him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he deserves a bloody good day out. Yeah.
That was an astonishing set at Glasgow. It was really funny. I was watching, because I kind of kept a watching brief on Glasgow throughout the weekend. It was just the most engaged and full, packed-in audience for the whole of Glasgow. It was just astonishing. Everyone was up there getting on with it. Yeah.
Well, I watched the Chic set at Glasgow. Be it recorded.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah. I think that's about the only one I've seen.
I saw that picture that Richard posted up of him on the walkway with Niles, and
Yeah.
I thought Niall, and I thought that's cool. And so when I watched the set back, I was waiting for that song because it's always "Lose Yourself to Dance" that Rich gets up and does the guitar bit with.
Yeah.
So I'm watching. He's on the main stage, and then obviously Niall goes off and does his thing. And I'm thinking, well, I know that Richard joins him at some point, and so I see Richard sort of like moving across, and then the camera sort of loses him. And I'm like, where's Richard? He's gone. And then a couple of minutes later, he appears, and then he's with Niall at the front of the doing his thing. And yesterday on Sonic Talk, Richard revealed that he had this walk, this precarious walk down the side of this stage, down some like half a dozen steps that he wasn't quite sure where they were going, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And all the time he's still having to keep playing this rhythm piece. So that's why the cameraman probably thought, look at that dodgy old bugger trying to get down the stairs. I'll cut him some slack. I won't focus on him.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've seen him live. I've seen him do that set live, and it is, for me, it's like I know what they are and I know what they bring and I know what people like them, but I've seen it before.
And I understand.
I'd like
I
to
understand.
do something. I know they're a legacy act, and they have a set list and they play all the stuff that everybody wants.
Yeah.
But it'd be nice if, I guess they do mix it up, and I'm sure Richard would put me straight. But I know he's on stage at the moment, so he can't fucking say.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's right.
I just think the production sound. I mean, we know they've done it for the last 12 years. The same sets. They move it around a bit.
That's what people want.
It kind of
Exactly,
doesn't matter. The sound was the best sound I heard at Glasgow, just about. It was astonishing for a live band. They've really got the sound together. The performances were great. The crowd wanted to be G'd up. And yeah, of course we know. I've seen them live. I've seen them perform this set, a few times on TV, etc. I don't care. It was freaking brilliant.
Yeah, it was good.
As was Gary Newman, and I still think that was one of the standouts, just because the crowd didn't get him for a moment. The crowd are there going,
I'm gonna
"What?"
listen
I
out
loved
for
it.
I'm gonna see him. I'm seeing him in November, and he's been accused of this in the past, and I've never been quite sure. But when he did, there was a couple of tracks he did early on in the set where it was obvious that the vocals were being flown in from somewhere else.
Right.
Because the quality of the vocal during the chorus was just fucking immaculate. And then he kind of does this ad lib, and it's different. So, I mean, look, I know everyone does it, and I'm not criticising for doing it, but
Sounds like you are.
no, I was merely pointing it out that. And then the thing is, what annoys me is, like, the year before, Billy No Mates gets up and does a set, an absolute banging set. Billy No Mates is one person, and she writes everything herself, and she has a laptop. And she goes on stage, and somebody off stage fires off the tracks on the laptop, and she just sings over that. And she got absolutely fucking murdered for that last year, and it was an absolute shocker.
But that's how she writes.
Exactly, it's how she writes, it's how she performs. She is her own person.
Yeah.
And it got to a point where she was saying that everyone keeps telling me I should get a band. They don't understand that I have to pay that band. I
Yeah.
don't make enough money to pay a band.
And
I
they
don't
have
make
to
any-
learn all the tracks.
Exactly. And she, there's virtually no artist that makes any money other than, potential future sales of recorded material based on, people seeing them at Glastonbury.
Well,
They
see, the
don't
thing
make
is,
any
that's the
money at
equivalent of somebody complaining that, well, how come Hans isn't playing any of the violins, or all of the violins, and the cellos, and the kettle drums?
And this is it's this multi-tier system where, a young woman who's a brilliant songwriter, a superb singer,
Yeah.
does her own thing with a laptop and her voice and gets slated for it. And
Yeah.
yet other acts, and I'm not picking anyone.
It'd be like
can do it
Adele
enjoyably.
giving this fantastic rendition of Skyfall, for instance, and the bloke in the audience shouting, "Go, why aren't you playing the piano?"
Exactly.
I think the other difference is with Billy No Mates, she does all the recording and production, all of it herself, all of it. Whereas the act this year, the headline act, didn't play a fucking thing on the record. It was karaoke with auto tune, and I was just kind of, why? That's the headline. I get that people want this, but that was the headline. Someone else's production, so, songs by all sorts of other people with auto tune. I was just kind of, that was disappointing. And then you see someone like Chic get up. We know it's the same set, but God, they play it well. They play it really well. And Gary, regardless of whether or not some vocals are flown in or not, it's his. Again, it's his material. It's his band.
But the thing is with Billy, or Tor, her name, she actually, for this album that she put out recently, she put a band together. So she's got a drummer and a bass player, and yes, she still flies things in off of pre-recorded whatever. But she's now touring with this band. Well, she will be touring with this band a little bit later this year, which is the first time she's ever properly toured with other musicians, and she's loving it and she's really enjoying it. And she's obviously in a place where that works for her financially, and it works for the others, of course. But she's had to close her merch store down. I think it's this week. I think it might actually be tomorrow. It's the last day you can buy anything off her merch store because it's costing her more money to run it than it is that she's making off selling things like t-shirts. And we all thought that live music and merchandise was where musicians earn their money. Now it seems like you can't fucking earn money off merch anymore, which is bonkers. So I've actually invited her to the show. I've not had a response But I thought, why not? So
Here's a curious thing. The mate I was seeing earlier, he's a really dear old friend, and he's a freaking phenomenal bass player. I mean, just astonishing. He now lives in Italy. He's back over here for a while. I won't go into details of why and where and what for, but we were talking about me that we used to be, he and I used to do this band project together called the Art of Mix. And it was just huge tunes with lots of samples and strings and synths and guitar, lots of real musicians. But we couldn't really afford to do it over here because we were taking 100, 200 grand's worth of kit on stage to do these shows. We had singers and percussionists. No one got paid. We got big band. It was good stuff. But if we got 30 quid or a beer each, that was it. And we were doing some festivals and such. So I was talking to him today and I just said, it'd be really good to do the band again, but can't afford to do it really. And he said, oh, fuck, come over to Italy. Everyone in Europe gets paid. Bands get paid. They get food, they get lodgings, they get paid for the gig, they get their drinks and all that stuff. It pays, you can earn a living being a musician in Europe. You can't do it over here.
Well, I
cannot do it.
I read something a couple of days ago. And this guy's
and
gone.
we shut off that market from ourselves.
Well, yeah, duh. And this guy said, he said, it's fucking really disappointed and everything like that. And he says, I was hanging around the fence at Glasgow, and it didn't look like anybody was looking, so I climbed over the fence, and as I got down off the fence the other side, security swarmed around me and made me climb back over the fence. And I had to continue watching fucking Rod Stewart's set.
It
was very good.
Yeah, it was very good, wasn't it?
Very, very good.
I read that and I did. I laughed out very loud. Because it caught me off guard. Because you think, yeah, breaking in. No, they're breaking out, mate.
Trying to break out. Yeah.
Give Farage a chance. Really? Rod? Fucking hell.
Wow. Don't get me going. Don't.
Yeah. It wouldn't be cake or death, it would be death or death.
Well, he seems to travel between here and the US all the time, so he's often known as a mid-Atlantic politician, and that's just about where he believes, at the bottom of the mid-Atlantic.
Yeah, that's roughly where he should go. Yeah,
flipping.
There's an iceberg somewhere not doing its job.
I didn't say that. I didn't mean we should. Obviously, I didn't mean. I'm not inciting anyone
Yeah, we do.
to violence.
Yeah, I do.
No, but
if it's that cunt, you can do the same with Trump as well.
Oh, you do know now. Now you've said that publicly, you're not going to be able to go to the United States.
Guess what?
That's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
shame.
Oh, I'll scratch that off my list then, along with all the other things that are not on the list.
Not only you and I won't be going to the States, neither are most of the major airlines anymore. At least they've cut back massively.
I think the best I can do is go to the steaks if they're in the fridge and they're in the kitchen.
He also wanked on about people saying he was out of touch because he was rich and how he deserved to be rich. Who did?
What, Rod?
Rod?
Or
Farage?
Farage. Or yeah,
sure Rod
well, it's hard to tell. There's so fucking many of them now. Oh, it was Rod. Oh, okay.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Oh well.
Huh?
Part of the Farage thing, yeah.
Well.
Well, okay.
We're living in odd time. We're living in bizarre times. We are, but there we go. We've got
Well,
synths.
I don't know. There's something very 30s about it as well.
Yeah.
Beep. Come, Rob, join in. I notice your PB12 isn't on very much lately.
Well, not when I'm on camera, no. Just wondering why Justin's sounds like it's coming through his microphone, not through the actual...
It does sound like it, doesn't it? And yet,
Let me check
it
something.
also sounds too clear to be coming through the microphone, if that makes sense. Like it has an environmental effect on it or something.
Let's try something here.
That was another thing I had. What the hell was that thing? It was a hi-fi unit. 2 big VU meters on it.
Was it a Macintosh?
Some sort of... I think it was called an... What it did is you played, say, a record through it and you put it on encode and record to cassette, and then you had to play that. When you played the cassette back, it had to go through this unit again under decode.
Well, that sounds like either Dolby or DBX.
No, it wasn't noise reduction. It made the sound wider.
Oh,
And
yeah,
the,
I know what you mean.
Oh, what was the fucking hell was it called?
It's like an MS stereo-y kind of...
It was literally like an oral exciter, I think it was actually called, which is, I've been out with her.
Yeah.
But, and I remember I spent this Sunday, it was this audio shop somewhere, and me and a guy called Michael Wood were in a queue. You know your record day you did that Friday once, where you're sitting on your little chair on the pavement, got your sandwiches and everything. You're going to be there pretty much all fucking night. It was one of them, but it was for this audio place was having this huge clearance sale, stroke whatever, and I bought this unit. I don't know what. I tell you why I bought it. It was exactly the same amount of money to buy it that I had. It was 50 quid, and I had 49 quid. And Michael lent me £1. And so I got, so I got 50 quid. What's in here for 50 quid? And I saw this thing and I went, yeah, okay. Seems like a giggle. It's got VU meters. I've never had anything with VU meters before. The reasons I buy shit sometimes, especially when I was younger, because this is a long, long time ago, immediately. And, yeah, I used it religiously. And it did. It made these, you record something on tape and you play it back and it was like out of the speakers.
But that was part of the reason we did buy things back then. I think it still is for people. You know, it might be lots of knobs or sliders or the lights on a particular thing, the way things, those things, you know, we're still young boys who used to watch, or young girls who used to read Dan Dare and all those kind of, or whatever the graphic novel, you know, equivalent is.
Yeah.
Those things are, you know, these are such tactile beasties.
Well, I mean, I must have been about 24, 25 before I actually owned anything that was actually stereo. Everything I owned was mono.
Including your dating technique.
Oh, exceedingly. Well, actually, no, it wasn't.
It was mono.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, it was mono. Yeah, see, senor.
Mrs. Palm and her 5 daughters.
Yes. No, it was quite. Yeah, it was quite a slow start, as it were. I must admit. But that was just money. It was just money. Doing an apprenticeship on £17 a week, fucking hell. 17 quid a week. Can you imagine somebody? I mean, I'd have to be Mexican and living in the South America, living down in fucking Texas or something to be earning 17 quid a week.
I think when I started working, I worked first for the Post Office Telecommunications as a telephone engineer, or as a trainee telephone engineer, T2A.
Yeah.
And I think this was back in 74, and I was paid then the princely sum of £28 a week, which was a huge amount of money. Huge amount of money. In fact, it was so much, if I did overtime, which everyone in then the Post Office Telecoms did, they'd work a Saturday and find a way to get signed in exactly on time, then go and have a cup of tea, some breakfast, do one job, go back to the depot, and that would be it. You know, you do one job on a Saturday for which you get time and a half or whatever, but for the whole day. And so I ended up earning
Really?
more. Yeah, I ended up earning more each month than my father did as a police constable. He was a class 1 traffic officer. He taught people to drive. He won the driving competition. He used to choose the cars for the Met Police. He used to be the person that chose which cars people, the Met Police would take on. So he was bringing home all these weird and wonderful cars, XJSs and 240Zs, all sorts of things. But I was getting paid more than him. That's how little they were paid.
Well, this is how, light vehicle body repair, as they called it back then, works. See, I was 45 hours a week for 17 quid. Saturdays was compulsory. And it wasn't time and a half.
Yeah.
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 How's that for a joke and a half? And then out of that 17 quid, there was £2 train fare to go to college on the Thursday. And so it's £1 there, £1 back. Didn't eat anything at college. I went without food all day. Didn't eat until I got home. And so £10 housekeeping. It didn't leave a great deal to do anything. So I couldn't afford a bike, a pedal bike, or never mind a motorbike. Do you know what I mean? It's fucking grim.
Yeah, no, I remember one day, like the knob that I was, probably still am. I remember I was probably 16, 17 at the time, and I just heard Mum and Dad talking about money and how they had so little, and they didn't have a pot to piss in. And they budgeted and they found ways to do things. And one day I just got really angry with them. I said, "For God's sakes, what's wrong with you? Why can't you work out? You're doing something wrong. We've got nothing left at the end of it. Well, you're doing something wrong." So I remember my mum and dad just giving me the household finance and said, "There you go, son, you sorted it out.
Yeah.
You're quite right. There you go, you sorted out." And I remember working on this the whole of that afternoon into the evening, and then just at the end of it, looking at them both and going, "How the hell do you manage to? How do you manage
all these
work?
invisible costs?
How do you do this?" Yeah, and yeah.
It's like,
that was a lesson.
mind you, what made me laugh today was Fiona was paying the gas bill, and she goes, "Oh, I put in the previous reading." She's got the previous reading. She goes, "I've had to put in the new reading." I went, "Yeah, go on then." And she goes, "We've used 8 units."
Yeah.
8 units. And I went, 8? She went, "Yep." I go, "Well, we have showers every day." "Oh, we don't have a gas hob anymore, do we?" Actually, nothing else is gas.
No central heating.
No.
Yeah.
There's no reason for that to be on at all. So I went, oh, fuck, okay. So I said, "How much is her bill?" And I can't honestly remember what she said, but she said, and it was like, well, that seems like a lot of money for 8 units, because the price of gas is like,
yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. You're paying, I think, for the last 2 months, 3 months, and same last year, through the summer, we pay more in standing charges than we do for the gas we use.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, there's that as well. Like you have to pay for it, whether you use it or not.
The funny thing is, all of the energy providers don't want the standing charge. None of them agree with the standing charges being as large as they are.
Yeah, but
none
to
of
be
them
honest
do.
with
It's
you,
the network operators, and that's the government telling them they have to charge that to try and recoup some of the money that was lost during the support for gas and what. It's nonsense.
Well,
it's not going on the network. Certainly not going on the network.
Well, it's like fuel prices. You know, the price at the pump goes up, and sometimes it may stop, but it very rarely goes down, does it?
Not often, but it's down lower now than it has been for a while.
Yeah, and you know that won't last, and it'll go up, and it'll go up a lot more than it was before the last time it was high, and all that. So and that's across the board on everything.
I always just drive over to the sort of Cambridgeshire area somewhere, and I just find a nice residential street with a Volkswagen on it, a blue one, and I just steal the fuel from there and head back. That's what I do.
Yeah, go and steal an fuel tanker.
What you mean, the Mach 1?
Yeah, she's very pretty, but my God, did she have a drinking problem?
How much? What size of the fuel tanks on that?
It's most of the back of the car.
20 gallons?
Oh God, no, it's more than that.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Flipping egg.
Yeah, she's thirsty. She's a thirsty girl. I've set her quite lean at the moment. But
Like that?
Yeah, she leans to the left. Yeah. No, I set the mixture quite lean, and it's because I'm only pottering at the moment while I'm restoring her. It don't have to have any super grunt or anything like that going on. And yeah, it still gets through the fuel, just backing it off the driveway, turn it around and put it back on the driveway the other way to go and do something on it, and then take it off and then bring it back and put it back on again. And yeah, let's see, it must be just doing that, judging by the fuel gauge anyway. I think she's used in the last 5 weeks, I would say she's drunk about 8 gallons.
Wow.
Yeah, she's very thirsty.
Wow.
She's a very thirsty girl, and that's running her as lean as I dare.
So that's 8 gallons is about 5/8, 40 litres.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
Is that right? 5/8.
I don't know. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, 40
Yeah.
litres.
40 litres.
Well, actually, it's 37 point.
Yeah, still a lot of litres. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's about half a tank in a normal,
Yeah.
normal car.
Immediately, I let her run a little bit before I take her off, and I'm thinking, just to ease her up and get the oil around her.
Yeah, enough about Fiona. What about the car?
Well, exactly the same as the car, to be honest. There's not a lot of difference between Fiona and the Mustang, actually. Both are quite old and need a lot of work.
I'm not going to talk about having a rear end. I'm not going to talk about rear
What
ends.
was-
I'm not.
Yeah, they're both old and need a lot of work. What was it I said? What was it I said about her today?
Oh, when we were, what was it? Oh, fuck, what was that?
She was sitting beside me when I said it.
Yeah, I know.
She picked up her flip-flops like this, and I'm going,
Don't,
don't.
Fiona.
Control.
I can't remember.
It
We
was,
were talking leather.
it was something bad.
Yeah. Something bad and naughty.
I think Robbie's ill. I've never heard him so fucking quiet.
So I'm just reading about this oil refinery company that's gone up the Swanee.
That one, no, the
'Cause
one where they've
all our
taken
petrol
all the
stations
dividends.
around here are shut.
Oh.
Because
Oh.
there's
Really?
no fuel.
Why's the oil refinery gone up the Swans?
Oh, because it was run by a bunch of shysters who withdrew millions and millions in dividends, assured the government a few weeks ago that everything was okay. There's only 5 of these left in the country.
Oh, for
And then-
fuck's sake.
Went under.
They took 11.5 million.
Both good under the
in
bonnet, that's true.
dividends- In dividends, and they
Yeah.
can't afford to pay the six. The government asked them to
625
take care of the
employees.
650 workforce. Yeah, and they've said nothing to do with us. What? Yeah,
Fucking hellfire.
it's just rampant. They'll probably get a knighthood for doing it.
Yeah, well.
Oh, I don't know. Judging by their name, I don't think they're local.
You think? Go on.
That's not stopped anyone before. They're not
true.
local. That's not stopped. Given that we've got a relative of someone on in
Winston
the KGB
Susay-
in the House of Lords.
Susay Pillay and wife Irani emerged.
Oh, okay. Not like
They
the
paid themselves $15.9
Pucelli
million.
family or something like that.
Not quite. Yeah, paid themselves basically $16 million in dividends last year.
Fuck's sake.
The group paid a dividend of $5.2 million to its shareholders, on top of a $2.1 million payment a couple of years before. The family own the husband and wife own 80% of the group directly, and the other 20% is in family trusts. So basically, they own it all, but they're just fiddling the books.
Yeah.
And for the refinery itself has only got the group as a shareholder,
Yeah,
and the father. That's it.
it's a fucking scandal. And everyone's
sorry,
scrabbing around
they-
for fucking benefits and cuts in this and all that hoo-ha that's been going on the last few weeks. Quite simply, all they've got to do is tax the fucking rich, and none of this would be a fucking problem.
Oh, it
That's
can't
a
do that.
revolutionary idea.
Yeah, it can't
it
do
just?
that.
See, Zara Sultana has now quit the Labour Party. Well, she's quit the Labour Party because she had the whip removed, and she and old Jezza are apparently starting a new political party. Which would
Sounds
probably
like
be a
another
futile
financial
exercise.
scam.
Well, no, they haven't got any financial backers or anything. That's the
Yet.
thing. That's exactly why they're doing it, because they're not like that.
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I think the one thing you can say about Jezza is he's never going to be embroiled in a corruption scandal.
No.
He's never had any backing.
He might have
never
got caught with his
accepted
knob in
anybody.
Diane Abbott, but for fuck's sake. Jesus.
Well, yeah, but
And isn't she fucking? I'm sorry.
got to do something on a Tuesday afternoon, haven't you?
I have a lot of time and respect for Diane Abbott, but she's not a well lady. She needs to call it a day.
So yeah, but I mean, it's the same in the States at the moment. I mean, this new bill, it's going to wipe 15 million people off of Medicaid on the first day, and Trump is going to have a celebration to celebrate the passing of the bill. Cheese on bread.
The bill which means he will never have to face an election again if he doesn't want to. He can delay an election for as long as he likes without any legal recourse, where he won't be no judge can challenge him. That's in the bill as well.
Yeah.
Anything he does is legal. Anything he does is legal. It's just nuts.
It probably won't be long until there's military on the streets.
There is military on the streets.
No, I mean across the country.
Yep. There we go.
Well, they're already some guys was already predicting it, but it's not a good situation right across the planet. It really ain't.
What makes me laugh is like for many years in America, they've had these well-armed militias in case the government takes over. And here it is, it's happening, and it's their guy that's doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, Peter. But they were calling it the Big Beautiful Bill. They're not calling it that anymore
No.
for some reason. Because
Probably
it isn't
the National
that
Socialist
beautiful.
something, I would have thought.
Oh, I don't know. It could be anything.
Because it's big and beautiful like crystal. We could call it Crystal Nacht.
It's not a good thing.
It's the same playbook.
Yeah, it just seems to be more aggressive than what the Conservatives did here. But it's similar to what the Conservatives did here.
We've been a testbed for all of this kind of stuff.
No, to be honest with you, I think
Yes.
Russia was 100 years ago.
There we go.
Because what their socialist policy looked like on paper look great, but then they got a mental arsehole to just cherry pick the bits he wanted, and the next minute you got communist Russia. Good Lord. Anyway. Who fancies moving to Canada?
Bit too close, if you ask me.
I quite fancy Italy.
Be about a half an hour away from Canada in a couple of months.
Well, Canada passed a couple of bills that have quite quietly, apparently. There's about 5 different laws they put in place that have made things. Well, it's protectionism laws, basically. I think it has screwed America slightly. But I can't believe what... Did you hear what that Chinese minister said when he was being interviewed about the tariff, the trade embargo and everything like that? And he's turned around and he said, it's only responsible for about 14% of our, our GDP or whatever, And he goes, let them. Not interested, don't care. Literally. He's saying, we don't care. Mate. Showing all the airports empty, and it was like, fucking hell. But I've heard very little from the Democrats. They will just seem to be sitting there with a finger up their arse, just watching it all.
A lot of them are. It's crazy.
And we haven't forgotten about that governor and his wife and the dog getting shot. Haven't forgotten about that at all. Actually, wasn't there a funeral a couple of days ago?
Quite possibly. Oh, yeah, it was, yeah, because Biden was there.
Biden was there, yeah. I mean, he was kneeling down. I don't know if he needed assistance to get back up again. Poor bastard.
What, did he ride a bike over there?
Oh, Christ knows, mate. All I know is... It is 2 sides of the same coin, though. The Democrats have done things that haven't done the American people that much fucking good either. Over the years. I was expecting Labour to do more, there'd be more of an impact of them taking power, but... But Starmer does seem to be the kind of guy that's just not very loud.
I don't know.
He doesn't feel like the leader for change, put it that way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, he is the leader for change, but it's changing what?
Yeah.
You know.
And I must admit, he was hanging around Trump like a fly on shit. When he went to that G7, he was always nearby, always standing next to him. One of the few people there talking to him, in fact.
That's only because since we left the fucking EU, we've had to do closer trade deals with them directly.
Yeah.
So you got to suck up to them,
Yeah.
That's the whole point of the EU was, this collective had much more sway, and now you're on your own. Oh yes, we can strike our own trade deals, but they're not really that great.
So why can't we have a vote to un-Brexit?
Well, we can, but they ain't
So-
going to do it.
Who's going to do it, though? That's the thing.
Nobody's going to be brave enough to do it.
No.
There will come a point. I reckon there probably will come a point when most of the people that voted for it have died. That might happen. But I think even the most staunch anti-Brexit people would agree that it's a generation thing.
Well, I remember there was
I
some
think things will have
TV.
to get so bad here that it's the only alternative, and people, but I can't see it.
Well, even then, I mean, look how bad things are in America now. And it's,
Yeah, but it's America.
millions upon millions and millions of Americans complaining and saying about how bad their lives are going to be now, including people who voted for him.
Yeah, but they can't do a damn thing about it, either, unless one of two things happens: midterm elections. That's not till next year.
That's 15 months off.
That's November next year.
Oh, it's
And
even
then-
further. Oh.
Yeah. So midterms, where you could see potentially the House and the Senate change hands, then allegedly you've got 2 years of him being a lame duck president who can't get anything through. So we don't know. Or revolution. I mean, whichever how that kind of works out.
Yeah.
And you say about the army on the streets, yeah, quite frankly, but which side are they going to be on? Because if it's the army that showed up to the parade a few weeks ago, I don't think they're going to be on the president's side. Fucking shambles, that was.
Well,
Bunch of troops walking. They weren't marching, they were walking because none of them were in time.
yeah, and like I said before, it's very difficult for a soldier to not walk in time because they're trained to do that.
Can
So
you imagine?
To not do it is actually quite difficult
At the
for
many
them.
parades that well, I say many parades, we don't have that many anymore, but you imagine Troop in the Colour.
Yeah.
If the fucking Blues and Twos were Blues and Twos, Blues and Royals were marching down the Mall, all out of step, slouched, not drilled to within a fucking centimetre of their lives, be fucking uproar. They'd be out. As simple as that. This is supposed to be I know it's supposed to be a parade to celebrate 250 years of the American Army or whatever it was.
Yeah.
It was a fucking shambles, is what it was. So it just, I don't know, makes you wonder.
Well, I mean, it's like, even here, actually, there was a change to, the horse guards at St. James Palace that stand in the arches,
Yeah.
and they're on horseback, full regalia and all the rest of it. And each horse and guard stands there. I think it's about an hour they stand there.
Mm.
And then they go in and they do all the palaver where they hold their hand up, tap the side of the horse, then step down and all this sort of thing, and then lead the horses into the stables. In the meantime, the next two guards are coming through, and then they're there for the next hour, sort of thing. And what they were doing, tourists were going up and sort of like grabbing the reins of the horse to have their photo taken and all the rest of it. And then what would happen was, especially with some of the guards, some of them had shorter tempers than others, and they'd say, don't touch the horse, and all this sort of thing, stay back, and all this sort of thing. And of course, what they're doing is they're shouting at a Japanese tourist, and then going, what did he say? Anyway, so they ended up doing a white box in front of the arch, and you do not enter the white box. Okay? No, nothing. But the new trend is to go up, and because they've actually detained people before now for this, and they're bloody Londoners, where the sign says, do not touch the horse, do not enter into the white box, blah, 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 blah. But they're going in, matey boys filming them, and they go up and touch the reins and do all this and rub the horse's face and all this sort of thing, so that the guy kicks off, and they deliberately, so they can record it and then post it up on YouTube, and it's like, guard loses his shit kind of thing, right? And they thought, well, we need to put a stop to that. So instead of going, well, I tell you what, we'll increase security because they got the armed police. I think there's about 3 of them in St James courtyard there, and people kept taking the piss of the 2 guards that have to stand at the back, either side, to the tunnel that leads to the war memorial. Not the war memorial, the big one, because that's further up the road. But yeah, the Horse Guards one. And so it's basically St James Palace Square. And they have these 2 guards either side. And they're in arches as well. And they have a chain in front of them. But you can, there's no chain this side. And there's just an opening. One way doesn't go anywhere. And the other way leads down to the stables. And people are going up and trying to make the guards laugh. Or just going round and standing next to them, and putting their hands on them like this, right? And the guards were instructed to just do their march and turn and walk down to the other end and stand in front of the other arch at the other end of the corridor. And so, because of this, I forget the name the guy used, but for this thing where they tried to upset either the horse or the guard, and they give it a name, and they were going to try and stop it. And I thought, oh, okay, if they're going to try and stop it, how about more aggressive police security to come up and sort of like grab them by the collar, throw them to the ground sort of thing, maybe handcuff them, lead them in and give them a right good talking to, with maybe an iron bar or something like that. That'd be pretty cool. But anyway, they told the guards, say nothing and do nothing, and just let them. Do not react. But of course, in the meantime, they're upsetting the horses. And eventually these horses get pissed off and they're all, doing this with the heads and this with the paws and all that. Paws, cunt. With their hooves. And all that sort of business. Yeah, there's little furry horses. And then they have to go round, and then either the sergeant or one of the security guys has to open the doors to let the horse get back through and settle him down again and all this sort of thing. So I told them, just don't shout at them, don't say anything, and then they'll have nothing to video. But of course they're coming up and they're aggravating the horse. Now there's this one horse called Ormond, who is an absolute fucking hero, this horse. Because when somebody does that to them, he bites them really fucking hard. He did it to this fucking kid, doing all the gang signs and everything beside the horse and all this business. And the horse looked round at him, just went chomp on the shoulder, and fucking blood coming through his t-shirt. And he's going, oh, the horse bit me. And the police security come round and go, fuck off. Tough shit, mate. And I thought, yeah, but all the horses need to be like Ormond. Then they won't fucking do it. If there's a chance that the horse is going to bite them, what are they going to do? Sue the horse?
As long as there's a sign on the wall that says not to do it, they ain't got a fucking leg to stand on.
Oh, yeah. Well, they're fucking big enough signs. And they also put, like, horses may bite. But Ormond has taken it to a delicious skill. And he will bite. But here's the thing. If somebody with, like, special learning difficulties or whatever, or something like, and they go and stand by Ormond, Ormond goes over and rests his head on them. And he lets them rub his nose and stuff like that. And he's lovely to them. Or a guy comes up in a wheelchair and he goes over to the guy in the wheelchair or the girl in the wheelchair and sort of like all this sort of thing. And they can give him like an apple or something like that. So the horse is smarter than the fucking people there with their phones. But what these scammers, what they're doing now apparently, is they set up their phone on a tripod and they just fuck off and they just sort of like sit in the cab across the road. Just watching, waiting for something to kick off. So where this tripod is with the phone, a tourist could have stood and observed the horse. and there's like 3 or 4 of these cameras. And I was thinking, I'll just get security to sort of like just go bang like that, smash the phone on the ground, and throw the stand in the skip.
And then bury them all in a pit.
Yeah, just go, oh, we had to get rid of it. It could have been a bomb. That's another thing. People leave bags and things like that. They put their bags down next to the railings, and they're off wandering around looking at the horses and stuff like that. They've left their bags there unattended.
That's nuts.
So,
That's generally their shopping.
yeah, well, 9 times out of 10 it's tourists, and they sort of like a folded jacket on top and stuff like this as well. And it's like, well, that looks a bit suspicious. And security have to, and they have to go over and poke it with their fucking rifles and stuff. Jesus.
Pivot's quite interesting.
What's that, love?
Pivot. We shall be discussing it tomorrow.
Let me have a look. Do. Oi.
Doing a Lambeth walk.
Oi.
Oi, to it, E.
I might be down in London next.
London.
Not this Sunday, next.
Down in town.
Down Euston.
Sorry, the other FM synth from last week's show was... Is it the G-Force one? Not G-Force. Was it G-Force?
Yeah, Halogen FM.
That's the one, Halogen. That's a stunning little beauty. It really is. Yeah. Making FM organic. It's a really lovely thing.
Oh, 16. Jesus.
Yes, Asio from Fours. Pivot.
Pivot! Free download, or you can buy it for 20 something quid. 21 quid.
Free download.
20 quid.
Doesn't have 3. It only has 2 operators. It doesn't have the mod matrix.
Yeah.
I thought you normally put the notes in the messenger.
No, well, I can put the link in there if you want, but it's the same link every week.
No, to the article. The download or whatever.
Do you want me to dump it in the
The
private
notes.
chat for you?
The show notes,
Yeah.
they're on Google Docs. They've
Are
always
they?
been on Google Docs.
Well, I've always got them in Messenger.
I never put them in Messenger. I maybe put the link to the Google Docs in Messenger, but I haven't done that
Hang
for
about
ages and
that,
ages
yeah.
and ages.
Yeah, well, I haven't read the notes for ages and ages and ages, have I?
Here we go. I'm
Exactly.
sticking it in the... It's in the private chat.
I was gonna say
Yeah. Yeah, you were getting there.
we had noticed.
Well, I can normally blag me way through, wasn't I?
It's in the private chat.
I see it, love. Thank you.
Fuck me, it's getting warm again. It's getting sticky.
No, you just shut
Are
yourself.
you talking about your penis again?
Yeah.
I see.
My knackersack.
Your knackersack.
What is
God
the
help us.
moon today? What type of moon do we have today?
I think it's a little dinky bit.
Do you want Robbie and me
Yeah,
and
it's about half.
Justin all to moon?
Is it about half? Really?
Let's have a look. I bet it's not a waxing gibbous. It
All right.
is!
Gibbous.
It is a waxing gibbous. Or gibbous.
Gibbous, yes, gibbous.
Yeah, look.
Waxing gibbous.
Look at that.
Oh, look at that.
And that's exactly what I can see from here. I
That's
love
probably
that.
why then.
Yeah. 60% illuminated. 7 days to another full moon. That means we'll get some free Peter Gabriel stuff in about a week.
Hurrah!
He just put out a new album. Well, I say new album of old material. That they recorded live in the big room at Real World.
Oh,
It's a ridiculous price.
What is
The pivot.
pivot?
£21.80p.
Yeah.
But it's free. Just download the free one and see how you get on with it. I'll have a look.
Yeah.
Well, I'm having a quick look at the interface now. It's quite good. Looks pretty cool. But I'm not going to try it until tomorrow. I don't think.
Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-ba-dee-doo-ba-doo.
Oh.
So what's this clap format?
It's just a new plugin format that was developed by guys at Bitwig,
Oh,
a few other
okay.
people, and it's designed. Isn't the guy from Reaper? I think he's behind some of it as well. It's just supposed to be a more uniform plugin format across like as many
Across different so it's supported
OSs and
by lots of different OSs, samplers, plugins.
yeah, that's it.
Doors.
Thank you, Bert. Yuhi.
Fucking hell. Not fucking
Yui.
We'll get there in a minute.
Studio One supports it now.
Go around the houses here.
Trust my monkeys. Hello.
Audio modelling.
Trust my monkeys. Why would I trust monkeys? Why?
Oh, I think monkeys are quite trustworthy, actually. I think
No. They're not.
they're not.
No. They speak French.
They do?
I don't know.
That seems a little weird. Oh, there we go. I
Throw
can
it
go
in
to the
there.
checkout now.
I didn't trust monkeys for a long time, and then I saw their faces.
Ken, do you often get
No.
any requests for Fairlight light pens?
No,
No, okay.
ever. Why is that?
Just one, because I mean they are rare as rocking horse poop.
Indeed.
But a friend of mine now has a design as well as somebody to manufacture them and might be selling replacements now for $200-$300, which will be a first, and we'll sort out a lot of people's problem. Well, a lot
Yeah.
of people's.
Well, I haven't had a Fairlight in.
Sorry, Omgro has just posted on his Facebook, or say just posted. Dear public spaces, if you need a sign saying slippery when wet, you bought the wrong floor.
Like it.
Very good.
I'll leave them.
Trust my monkeys because they're your monkeys. Oh, okay, well that's fine. That's good enough for me. I trust you now. Trust my
How much
monkeys.
did we pay for them?
Oh, for what?
The monkeys. If there are monkeys, surely we paid for them.
Talking of manufactured things, when's this bloody light thing going up that Fiona's building? When are we going to get one?
He mentioned
I'll pay money. I've said that.
She had a episode with the Carvera, and I've been spending the rest of the time trying to build up a confidence to go near it again.
She didn't stick her foo-foo in it, did she?
I don't know. I could do with remodelling. So,
Why?
nice little decking out the front, you know.
Her lady garden, yes.
Yeah, it did. It went sentient on her. What happened was she actually cut out one of the bases, as it were, but the Carvera actually cut it out of the base of the Carvera. I said to her, I think you got your depth wrong. But she goes, it does auto
Not
depth.
something you say to Fiona quite often, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Your depth wrong, right?
I think you got your depth wrong there, girl. And no, it's true. It wasn't anything that she had done. It was a trip up between the Carvera and the Lappy. And it snapped the tool, and it was a brand new one. I'd only just bought it. It's only just arrived. And and it kind of knocked her confidence a bit, which
That's what happens when you don't have monkeys operating the machinery.
Yeah.
Trust my monkeys will sell you some $2,000 a time. I think that's a very fair price.
Well, I said to her, I said, look, I've had an email from them. They're now doing the Carvera Lite, which does all the things exactly the same as the big Carvera. It's just got a smaller bed, basically. And I don't think it does the lathe. I don't think the lathe is on the Lite. So you got a light, so she can have it in the office instead, and all that. Ooh. So,
yeah, sorry about that.
But yeah,
David, Tracker Jack.
I'm getting there. I think she's going to start making them soon because she's making the right kind of noises now about it. Yeah, honestly, I caught her the other day dusting it. That was a good sign.
She needs apparently spong monkeys. They are spong monkeys, aren't they? Trust my monkeys. Are they spong monkeys?
I don't know whether
she needs spong monkeys.
She needs something.
Yeah.
What's that?
Does the Carvera use a sacrificial bed? Now I think that's where it could have been going wrong. Maybe
Well, the thing is, it has auto sensing, so it collects the tool. And then it does the laser depth test.
The rotating knives.
Right, and it does it on the workpiece. And what it had done is somehow decided it was going to do it on the sacrificial bed. And then collect it, off it went. And it started cutting it out. And it was cutting out weirdly, the actual workpiece. So what it did is it collected the tool, checked the depths and all the rest of it, and it went, yeah, fine, on the sacrificial bed. And it goes, right, start cutting. And down it went. And of course, the workpiece is there, and it's gone snap, crack, and then it's the tool heads snapped, and then the actual Carvera's head has hit the workpiece. There was this almighty jolt, and the Carvera leapt across that coffee table next to the door, and like that, and rattled, and fucking shit falling off all over the place. The dogs came running, screaming out of the fucking front room because they were all like chilled out on the rug, and she's frightened to do it again. So I set it up again. I updated the software because there was a new update for it, and I go, I wonder if that's what it's for. It didn't say what the update was for. It was just suddenly there was this update available all of a sudden. Put it on, and I put in an old blunt tool. Something I go, if it's going to do it again, it can break a fucking old one that I'm not going to use anymore. And ran it, and it went up and it went over, and it tested the workpiece in the 16 points, I think it does. And then started to cut out a bass, no problem. And I went, look, there you go, it's fine. And she goes, oh, I don't know.
Paul Artola asked, do we have a video of this event? Why would you need a video when Kent's been showing it? I mean, it's like being there with Kent acting.
Why would I be videoing the Carvera cutting out the same fucking piece of wood time after time after time, and then writing Pro Synth Network on a piece of... That was another good thing. Where you give it a square piece of perspex, it cuts out the outside a bit, then it does the Pro Synth Network inscription, and then it finishes it off, right? and then it leaves these little bits, so it's still held within the plate. And once it's done that, up on the screen, it flashes up and goes, "Do you want to get rid of the tags?" You go, "Yes, please." And it goes, "Right," and it just cuts the tags out. And then you just lift it out. It's absolutely perfect. Don't need to do anything to it. And of course, it's still got the cellophane because it's, the cellophane both sides so it doesn't scratch. And you just keep the cellophane on it. It just works through it. It's brilliant. It's a great little machine. But she made loads of circuit boards and then assembled them all. And, she's really good at soldering USB-C sockets on the circuit boards now. So I don't know why she's achieved so much, and then this one little hiccup she's had, and her confidence went out the window like a fucking scared cat.
She'll be fine. She'll get back on with it, otherwise you'll beat her. Again.
I can't even beat her at Scrabble.
I know. She beats you right back with flip-flops, amongst other things.
Well, see, this is the other thing. She's incredibly intelligent, right?
Bloody is.
I mean, she does do some incredibly stupid things, but intelligent people do incredibly stupid things, don't they?
Yeah, like quizzes where we can't get, 70% of the questions right?
Yeah. So, it's like she was watching this video, sometimes when a video finishes and then another one starts, and this one was from Australian customs at the airport, and she's been to Australia many times, being Australian, and she goes, "Oh, I think I'll watch this. This looks like a giggle." And they had this guy, he's an Italian guy, and he's got this suitcase, and the amount of clothes that were in the suitcase and how big the suitcase was, the guy's gone, "Well, the suitcase, when I opened it, was full, but the amount of clothes I have is barely half of what you should be able to get into this suitcase." And he goes, "Right, we're going to be looking at this suitcase." And I take it into the back room and open it up, and there's these two bars in the base. And he goes, "Oh no, these are the reinforcement bars. So if it gets smashed, these bars protect whatever in the suitcase." He said, "However," he said, the material looks like it's been stuck down again, and it just looks a little untidy on the inside of the base of this case." And they're saying, the other woman's talking to the Italian guy, and she goes, "How long have you had the case?" And he says, "I bought it in Italy 22 days ago," which seemed very specific. And he's looking at this thing, and he's gone, "Nah, couldn't have got this ruined in 22 days. So they do some tests and stuff like that, and they go, and this thing, a little alarm comes up, and it goes, there's something going on. So they have a crack at it with screwdrivers and stuff. And yeah, it's been glued in. And what it is, it's the inside of a different case that's been made to fit. They pull it all out. And then they found these tightly wrapped black rolls all going around the inside of the case, underneath the base.
Full of.
Put a blade in it, like that. Put it, and she gets this little packet that she puts it in, and you break an ampule, and it went blue. I went, okay, break another ampule. It goes, now it should separate. Yes, it's separated. Break another ampule, and it did something else. I think something goes a different colour. Where it's separated, something, one of the separated colours goes a different colour when you break the third ampule. She goes, "Yeah, it's cocaine. It's about $4 million worth in this case." And the bloke's sitting there going, and they walk back out and they go, he goes, he says, "Have you finished?" Like that. And she goes, "Yes, we finished. And we'd like you to come with us." And two burly security guards come along and go, "This way, sir." Like that. And he really acted. He was either a genius actor, or he really didn't know that stuff was in there. But of course, they didn't continue the rest of the video, so we didn't find out what happened.
Well, that's a big fucking letdown, isn't it?
Yeah, but you know what's really weird about...
Invested.
Yeah, I know. But what was really weird about the video was, and I don't know why this is a thing, right? Because Fiona says, "Oh, it's probably got something to do with, age restriction or something like that. But every time somebody, like one of the investigating officers or whatever, said the word cocaine, it was muted out. He goes, so, and even the narrator, and he goes, so now they've taken it into the back room and checked now to see if it's, but we'll see what happens next. And he goes, see if it's what? Dried scorpions? What? You can't say the word cocaine in a YouTube video. What the fuck's that all about?
We'll find out when this one is done.
You can say it, but
Yeah, it just seemed sort of like a bit, sort of like, really? What makes me laugh, though, because they got this thing on YouTube where you can't show anything that's a bit gory or people getting seriously hurt, like in a car accident or something. And they had this video, and it was only put up, I think, like a couple of months ago. It hasn't been up long. And it was about epic road fails. And you see a car travelling and another car travelling like that. And then they blur it. And you go, and I looked at Fiona and go, so what is the fucking point of this video then? If anything that happens in it is all blurred out.
It's clickbait, Rob.
It didn't.
Sorry,
no,
Rob.
it didn't
Sorry,
have. It didn't have the decoration of a clickbait video. Do you know what I mean?
It's clickbait. The fact is, you clicked on it and watched it. That's the whole point.
Well, yeah.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, well.
Just get people watch videos. They don't have to have anything in. It's like all the newspapery kind of things that suggest something about F1 sport or gaming or whatever, or celebrities, shock horror something, and you click on it, and there's nothing. There's no shock horror. It's just
Yeah.
it's.
Or they show some AI-generated picture of something that happens and it doesn't actually happen in the video. That kind of thing as well.
If a meteorite were to strike Kent Spong, he'd be dead. But there isn't a meteorite about to strike. But if it did, he'd be dead. That's shock horror. That's kind of what most of this is. So just don't.
Yeah, and there's lots of these "where are they now" sort of things. There was one I saw.
There he is. There.
Yeah.
Sorry. There.
No, there was one
there
that had
There he is.
the bird that played Hermione
Oh no, he went back over
in
there.
Harry Potter, and the Rupert Grint guy, whatever his name was, right? And they're going, where are, it's one of those, where are they now kind of thing. And it had her down as a heroin addict, and he died 2 years ago. Fucking.
Yeah. Right. So I'm going to bugger off and see my missus before she.
What, you've forgotten what she looks like?
Who?
You. You need a reminder.
What?
Forgotten
Who?
what she looked like.
Who?
Thingy.
What?
Dewberry McFirkin.
I don't know what you're talking about, Ken. I've no idea. Sometimes you just talk rubbish, mate.
You know that time when you're watching TV and you suddenly find that there's a cup of tea next to you?
Yeah.
The person that puts that there.
Oh, her.
Yeah, her.
That woman.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I think she's all right. Yeah. Hang on, I'm just gonna.
Well, better than nothing, I suppose.
See this? Look.
Well, that's cured my piles.
Right, I'm going to go for a bit. Are you going to be on for a while?
Yeah, we've got nowhere else to go.
There you go. Well, I might come back in and have a look at. No, I'll go back to the other one. We'll have a little doofer.
There you go. Oh, excusez-moi. Generation game teams made. Bloody hell. That's going back some. Oh, hello.
Right, now I'm going. And see you in a while.
All right, dear.
See you later, Justin.
See ya.
It's been a delight hearing from you.
I'm going to see if I can get Robbie to turn the PB12 on.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah,
I
best
think
of luck.
today Justin's my favourite.
Aw.
He is.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Must be his turn by now.
Yeah, well, it must be. Yeah, you're my favourite. Right, I'm going to go and see my missus. I'll see you in a while, matey.
All right, dear.
Back in a bit. Bye.
I think it's just quadriverb. It's not a quadriverb too. Yeah, I bet it's nice, isn't it? It's a lovely little synth, I must admit.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to getting my Pro 3 running as well. That will be nice. I may actually have to sell it though, if things continue the way they are. But
Making part of his Sunday gig. Well, I don't know about that. But I don't know if I could show you that, but I can show you what a 30-second reverb sounds like.
Mini
Was that
pork pie.
I thought it was a Scotch egg. Scotch
egg.
egg.
No.
I'll get it. I'll spit it out in a minute. Come on, turn your Poly BT12 on. Come on. Let's see her working now.
I do like a nice pork pie.
You were faffing around like a prat on a hot tin roof, waiting for it to come back.
I know, right? I've got something else new coming in a week or two.
Yeah.
Yeah, only something small, but
Is it an NDA type thing or? Okay.
at the moment, yeah.
All right, fair dues. My thoughts on the TR8. It's fine. Yeah. Nice piece of kit. I would have liked an S, but it wasn't the be-all, end-all of it. But the TR8, it does a beautiful 808. It does a... What was it? Was it a 606? And a CR. I think the CR78 was in the update as well, wasn't it? Or something. I'm trying to remember. I was thinking of letting my one go. I don't use it. There's a lot of little units up there that I just don't use anymore. So we're going to have to send them to better homes where people can appreciate them. It's probably the wrong time to sell anything, but... Yes, yeah, you're right. I think it was an update, wasn't it? It came along later. Yeah, I do believe it was. You're getting a lot of background noise with that, lads.
Got
Look.
a fan going on in the background.
Ah, is it the fan? Because I was going to say, you and noise don't mix. You don't normally get noise from you.
That should be coming through quite clean because I've turned the voice.
Oh, it's coming in sweet as. Clear as a bell.
That's one of the new ones. thing is they don't make it easy to find. Here's another one.
Yeah, I mean, that's very true. It is very true. I mean, we normally have because we've got the depth sensor itself, and it will go to the depth sensor and make absolutely some sort of guide to the bed height or something. But yeah, I know that occasionally they do just shit happens, doesn't it? For no apparent reason. Because even my big CNC, my big, expensive, high-Z one, has made mistakes in the past. You know, I've run off maybe 20 end cheeks for the touch digital controller, and the 21st, it absolutely destroys and goes through the sacrificial bed. For no apparent reason. Then the next one it does, perfect. I tried to explain that to her, but she's like, oh no, I don't want to break it. Well, not using it kind of cancels out the whole point of having it. You let Christopher Cross in.
Yeah, really.
It's a delicious sound though, isn't it?
Yeah, this is one of the new ones.
Yeah. Am I getting ooze? I can't remember if I was getting ooze. Let's have a quick butcher's. Where's my ooze? There we go. Are you going? Yeah, there we go. Where is it? Let's try that one a minute. Sort of a more religious version of Zuluk. Can you imagine doing a cover version of a song and it being so fucking far away from the original? It'd be ridiculous.
Well, Lord did that with Everybody Wants to Rule the World.
That's true enough. But I wonder if you could push it even further than that.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
just have it on the standard ooh.
Wish they'd mark these.
I don't know where that is. There should be one below that. But there isn't. How? That's bizarre. Oh, I see. Hmm. Nice. Nice, nice.
I was waiting for the other chord.
Alright. I'm going to see if I can attract Siri's attention. Whose collar is this? I wonder. You know, she still hankers after her white one.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Nelly ate those bits of it.
Oh God.
So there's nothing to... And because it's stitched in place... There's... But Nelly wears one now. She loves it. She didn't like collars before.
No.
I reckon she's asleep. Siri!
Oh.
Look what I've got. Look what I have. Do you want it back on? You want it back on? Do you? Do you want your collar back? Don't worry about what Nellie's doing. Oi! Sis. Here you go. You want your collar? Ready? Ready? Oh, there you go. Go and show it. There you go. Go and show it off. Oh. Bless her little cottons.
Bless indeed.
Yeah, we did a little experiment today, me and Andro. And you know, people will say things like, "Oh yeah, well Vangelis only used presets, didn't he?" Absolute fucking horseshit. Hardly ever did he use the presets. He would recreate the sounds on the front panel and then would manipulate them while playing it.
Oh, right.
It's particularly things like attack time and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So we'll have to, and I think I'll stick that in the video and see if we can help dispel that falsehood, which would be nice. Sugar and spice.
Look what I call.
Oh, which one's that?
It's Mitzi.
This is
The
Mitzi.
The eternal kitten.
She's tiny, isn't she?
She's what?
She's gone now.
Oh yeah, she doesn't hang around.
She looks permanently going to
She's
be
about 5
8
years
months
old.
old.
Yeah,
And yeah,
she's
but
about
she looks
5.
8 months, doesn't she?
Yeah,
If that. Oh, she's a sweetheart.
she is.
Does she come in often?
Yeah. He wanders around, sometimes goes around the keyboards.
Yeah.
Sits on the top one, just watching.
Yeah. The only thing, I think having a husky does that. It's not quite so good.
No.
Yeah, no.
Somehow not as delicate.
We've witnessed that a
Yeah.
while back.
Yeah, I've seen that video as well while I was out of the room. Little moo. Little moo that she is.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
I
The
don't
sound
know,
of the PB12. Well, their hearing's good, but I don't know if it's that good.
Well, considering everything's muted here apart from my headphones.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, she's secretly watching the stream somewhere else.
Well, on her little
A little
cat iPad. Or she's live streaming you to all her friends.
Did you know that the sinking of the USS Indianapolis in Pearl Harbor
Yeah.
led to the deadliest shark attack in history?
Really?
Yeah. So all those men in the sea.
My God, so it was literally, as far as the sharks were concerned, lunchtime.
Yeah. It was like somebody opened a bag
Holy
of
shit.
whatsits and sprinkled them in the water.
Christ almighty. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Always to hand. Wow. I read somewhere once, I don't know if it's true though, was something about the American government had asked the British government if there was a certain stretch of water where they could go that didn't have, as far as they knew, that was if there was any intelligence on whether there was any German U-boats in the area. And this thing said that the British government via Churchill had said, yes, no, it's fine. And it was apparently festooned with them.
Yeah.
And I thought and what Churchill wanted was to have an incident that would bring America into the war. Where there was an actual, because up until then the Germans had been very careful not to interfere with any US shipping at all. And I don't think I don't know, thank you very much. I don't know whether he was expecting it to get quite so toasted. And such a loss of life. But it certainly brought America into the war.
Was that the Murmurs SEO head? Sorry, just answer. Oh, Consolidate.
Yeah.
There's a couple of different stuff. Yeah.
Oh, so that's that one. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Great putting this together. No. No. Oh, interesting. Not that one either. That's mad. Where's it gone then?
Oh, pardon me.
No. Oh, there it is. I don't know about that preset. I think that needs to be a slightly different tone to it. I think that's old school. I think it should be more of that. Yeah. you like our owl?
You know that RS7000 that I was looking at? It was
Yeah.
up for sale and then went into an auction instead. It's currently at 350 quid, but I found him selling it on Facebook for 700.
Ooh.
So I'm not entirely sure if I made him an offer on Facebook, whether he'd honour it or not.
We'll put the same offer up on both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see how far it goes on
Yeah.
eBay first.
Yeah. And so forth. Yeah. Because I've got to admit, it is Vangelis and Vangelis alone that made me learn how to play lead and play chords at the same time.
Mm.
And when it came to big chords and alternate basses, Tomita.
To you, sir.
And back to you, sir. Yeah. Yeah. So I got them to thank.
Mm.
At least I got to thank one of them personally.
Well, yeah.
I'd love to have thanked the other one as well. Born just a little bit too late, I suppose.
Mm. Yeah.
Or have notoriety too late. One or the other.
I still haven't because my daughter was into this this thing called Hatsune Miku, which is based off of one of the Yamaha's Vocaloid characters.
Oh right, okay.
Big sort of hologram character thing. And I was looking for Hatsune Miku material or just things for like birthday presents. This was quite a few years ago. And I happened across a Blu-ray of a Hatsune Miku concert where the music, I believe, was by Tomita. It was one of the last things that he did.
Oh, okay.
But the thing was, this I mean, that's a pretty niche thing and very Japanese, and so it was only available on an import from Japan. It was like 70 quid for this Blu-ray. I wasn't even sure that she'd like it,
Yeah.
But I was kind of fascinated by it, and I wouldn't mind hearing what it was. But I just thought, what I say lowered himself. He did stuff like that. Didn't know. So
yeah. See where Asa was saying about sometimes tempted to get groove boxes that I couldn't afford back. I would say, having personally done similar things, save your money. It's not as gratifying as you think it's going to be.
It's a nostalgia hit.
And it doesn't, but the gratification of it does not last as long as you'd hope.
No. When I bought that thing, the R1X, because I sold my original, I bought one brand new when it first came out.
Yeah.
Ended up selling it, and the person I sold it to sold it on, so I couldn't get it back. And many years later, this one came up. I was like, super excited. I drove all the way down to Colchester, picked it up.
Yeah.
Got back home, stuck it on the thing, went through every preset, playing around with it, going, "Oh God, that's great! I remember that. Yeah, that was a really good."
Yeah.
For a couple of hours or so, and I thought, right, I'll put it on the rack. I haven't touched it since.
When I sold my Korg Oasis to Neil, he gave me the proviso. He said, "Look, if you ever want to buy this back, it's there," which I thought was incredibly generous of him.
Yeah.
And I do. I miss it regularly. I often think of it and go, "Oh, do you know what? I'd love to use it on this track, or I'd love to use this and all this." And I miss the pads, and I miss the this, that, and the other. And I know that I'd get her back and go, "Hey, baby, you're back," and everything like that. And then it will stand up there, and it'll stand there and stand there and stand there, and maybe once a year it might get a dust.
Yeah.
But initially, for like you say, 3 or 4 hours, you're going, "Oh yeah," and then it's sort of like, "Yeah, okay, right," and turn it off, and that's it, and you don't really feel the need to go back to it.
No.
So, ACO, please.
Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, I'm looking at RS7000. I never owned one. I did aspire to one because I had the RM1X, and so when they brought the RS7000, which was like the evolution of that and much bigger and more powerful, I thought, I'd love to, but I couldn't afford it. It was quite expensive back in the day.
Yeah.
But they seem to be at a point at the moment where they're not too expensive. But unfortunately, most of them have been used a lot, and so and because they're that, as I mentioned before, they're, the chassis or the casing is that creamy ABS material that's been coated in a silver, whatever.
Yes.
And around the corners, that's starting to, they tend to sort of wear off, and so you get that kind of milky white stuff sort of coming through. But this one is in really good nick, and I thought, if it's not too expensive, because there are 2 reasons I can buy this, 2 reasons I can justify buying this. One is to satisfy my own collecting habit. The other one is that I'm pretty sure that when we do Bristronica this year, it's going to be 90s Yamaha. That's going to be the thing, 90s Yamaha.
Yeah.
So AM1X, CS1X, CS6X, RM1X, everything ended in X in the 90s with Yamaha.
Very fashionable.
And so the RS7000, it would be a lovely thing to have. I mean, I'd love to have an AN200, DX200. Those little boxes are quite cool. And some of the other SUs as well. I've got the SU10, but the SU200. But so I can kind of justify it. Buy it through the business, and that'd be fine.
Yeah.
But it's quite a big. You saw. It's a big, because it's like wedge shaped at the back. It's it's fucking deep.
Yes.
And I was thinking, where the bloody hell would I put that? I mean, it's bad enough I can't get another keyboard in here, but we shall see. We'll see. And the auction ends on Sunday, so if it doesn't go stupid, I might. Sorry, Paul, but you are a little bit far away. I'd love to. Because I did confirm Bristronica this week, because I was invited to a wedding of my sister's sister-in-law. So we kind of know them, but we're not really, we haven't seen them for a few years. But we got invited, and it's Greek. They're a big Greek family, so it'd be a proper big wedding, like my sister's was. And unfortunately, it coincided with Bristronica. So I said to the wife, I said, I'm sorry, but she goes,
so going to miss out on the Uzo and dancing like Zorba the Greek.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
The one thing I won't miss is all this pinning of the money.
Yeah.
I wish I was Greek. I wish I had a Greek wedding. My sister married this Greek guy, and he's lovely, and the family are amazing. They're really lovely, and they're very well off. But it's all I think my sister's father-in-law owns a company that cleans NHS facilities, particularly hospitals, particularly the air conditioning and the ventilation systems. So basically, to stop things like Legionnaires and all that. So it's a risky, dirty job.
Yes. Yeah.
And because of that, you can charge a decent. So he's a self-made man.
Yeah. Mum used to work for RCO. They used to clean Epsom Hospital, and the fucking cold she used to bring back with her.
Yeah. But my sister said, "Oh yeah, they do this bit in the wedding where it's the pinning of the money and blah blah blah." And it'll be the in-laws, or my sister's in-laws, that kick off the proceedings, because they're the groom's family. And so we're sat there and we're just waiting for this to start, and Sophia and Spud are in the middle of the dance floor.
Yeah.
And Spud's mum and dad come out, and they've got these garlands, right? And I'm not just talking little, like Hawaiian garlands. We're talking big fucking garlands made up of £50 notes.
Cheese on bread.
And it's just, and they hang one over Chia and they hang one over Spud, and then the music starts and they have to do the dance and they've got all this stuff on, and then everyone gathers around the dance floor and then goes in and pins some money onto the bride or to the groom. And I'm watching these people and they're all sticking 20s, 50s, and I'm like, in my wallet, I'm going, shit, I've just had a big round at the bar and not got my... I had 120 left, and I went up to my sister and I said, I love you, don't you? Put this on, just walked away. Fuck me, that can get expensive.
Wow.
And that was just one of a number of rituals, that the bride and groom go through where money is involved. I mean, it's just insane. Absolutely insane. I mean, no wonder she can afford to live in a 3-bed detached house in Royal Sutton Coalfield, running 2 cars. Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, okay.
I mean, they both work hard, and we found out recently she's expecting, so I'm going to be an uncle again. It's
cheese on bread.
Proper uncle this time, not just like, because her parents. Well, actually, no, because no, there's not. What am I saying? I can't be a proper uncle where my siblings' parents are the same parents as my parents, because she's my half sister technically, and I've got a.
It kind of makes you half uncle.
Yeah, well, after a while you just forget about all that stuff.
Yeah, it starts to get a bit vague after a while, anyway.
Because my brother from my mum and stepdad's marriage, he had a boy last year. Well, his wife did.
Yeah.
And then Sophia, the Chia is expecting in January. Yeah, so more Christmas presents.
Christ on a bike. I don't know.
It's getting expensive.
Well, it does.
I found that my water bill's gone up this year. Of course, you can't change your water provider.
Yeah, well, there's a Y in the day.
Yeah, quite.
Yeah, I mean
it's gone up. It's gone up by 50%.
50.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Yeah, it's going up, and then there's taking a piss.
We I was checking the level because we had the meter replaced back end of last year because it started to leak, and the engineer that came out assured me that the leak was on their side, not my side.
Right.
So I wasn't paying for this water.
Yeah.
But of course, you are a little bit suspicious. So when the bill came through the other day, I checked it, and it is right. And I checked our usage for a family of 4, and we're actually like bang on average usage for a family of 4. So I can't, it's not. I said to everyone the other day, I said, right, you got half your time in the shower. When you run a bath, what did the guy in the advert say? Make sure it only covers your vegetables. Use the half flush on the toilet. Mellow. If it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down.
Yeah. Put 3 house bricks in the cistern.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Remember all that, mate. Don't you worry.
Oh, well, I can't afford to do that down here because the downstairs loo. We've been here like 2 years. It's blocked twice.
Oh, Christ.
It's not the actual loo that's blocked. It's the drain, because it's at the front of the house. The drain is at the back, so this pipe goes literally under the whole house, and it can't be on a very steep incline.
Yeah.
And the plumber that came round said, yeah, these toilets, the amount of water they put down is just not enough sometimes to clear, what builds up. And because we feed in, so all our drains feed into a main drain that then sort of goes down the hill.
Got
So,
you.
we're at the top of the hill, and so everything kind of goes down. Somebody 2 doors up could flush something down, and we'd end up getting stuck. But so and here I am trying to shave a few quid off things here and there, and then they send you the water bill, and you go, fuck's sake.
Yeah, I know. Ours will probably go up anyway because we're Thames Water.
Well,
I mean,
exactly. Yeah, you've got to pay their fucking dividends, haven't you?
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
And, we had some water quality warnings come through, I remember last year. And they were talking about unusually high contents of aluminium and excrement.
Nice.
And then the bill went up about 75 quid.
Yeah,
'Cause
you've
we had
got
to pay for them to
privilege of
clean it.
drinking shit, yeah.
Yeah, we've got to pay for them to clean the fucking shit out of it. So I'm like, oh God. Nationalise the utilities again, please.
Well, this is it. We
Because like pensions have gone, haven't they? Pension now is not what it meant,
Well,
20 years ago.
I had some good news actually. I did my did my tax return.
Yeah.
Because I've had to do a tax return every year since, when did the Tories get in and the Lib Dems, they formed the coalition with the
Oh
Lib Dems?
Christ, that'd be.
Is that 2000?
Is that late 90s?
No, it was
It was in the 2000s, was it?
Yeah, I think it was 2010. I think.
Was it
And
really as late as that?
Yeah. And they came up with this, because that's it. It must have been 2010 because the Tories were in charge for 14 years, and that finished last year.
Yeah.
So it
Oh,
was
okay. No,
2010,
that makes sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's 2010 they formed a coalition with the Lib Dems, and then the next election they won enough to say fuck off,
Right.
and the Lib Dems were out. But one of their stunning policies, which I'm not very bitter about much, was that if you claimed child benefit or child tax credit or whatever they called it.
Yeah.
So for those that are not in the UK, if you have a child, you can claim a tax benefit to help pay for the cost of having a child, and for each subsequent child you can claim another amount, but it's usually less. So if you claim 50 for the first, you claim 25 for the second, that sort of thing. And obviously we were claiming that because we've got 2 young kids.
Yeah.
And they came in, one of their first policies was that they were going to tax you extra or take back a portion of your child benefit if one member of your household was earning more than a threshold.
Yeah.
I think the threshold started at £50,000 a year. The thinking behind it was that if you earn £50,000 a year, you didn't need child benefit, which is bollocks. Because £50,000 a year, if you're both earning £50,000 a year, so your combined income is £100,000 a year, then maybe that's true.
Yeah.
But if as we are, we decided when we had our kids that Jackie would give up work so that the kids could be brought up by one of the parents, rather than farming them out to
childcare, and which is not cheap.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think the kids benefit from it as well. So I changed my job in 2012, so it's 2 years after they came in, and my salary went up, and I crossed the threshold as it was at that time. And so the government's rule was that instead of reducing your child benefit, you claimed the full amount, and then you had to fill out a tax return, and then they would say, right, we'll deduct whatever it is that we need to deduct, and then you so you get given the full amount of child benefit, but you pay half of it back through your income tax. It was so complicated, and it was incredibly unfair, because your next door neighbour could have the same familial situation, mother, father, 2 kids, claiming child benefit for both those kids, which, I mean, we're not talking about huge sums of money here. We're talking about maybe £150 a month.
Yeah.
So it's not really a massive amount of money, but it helps.
Yeah.
Your next door neighbour, both the parents could be working and both earning £49,999 a year each, and get the full tax benefit.
Yeah.
But in my household, if I'm earning £50,000 and my wife is earning nothing because she's a housewife, I don't get the full benefit.
Yeah.
So the disparity was shocking, and
that's the trouble with blind thresholds.
exactly. And I think they changed that rule last year, just as I'm finishing, because my son left school, because that you'd stop getting child benefit when your kids come out of full-time education.
Yeah. Like there was a government employee sitting there going and check the figures for today. No, Robbie's kids still no. Oh no, tomorrow. All right, so tomorrow we'll change the law. Yeah, because Robbie's kid won't be eligible.
Yeah, it kind of felt like.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
It was, and it was annoying, because my actual next door neighbour at the time was in a long-term relationship with her partner. She had 2 children from her previous marriage, so that she was getting child maintenance payments from her ex-husband. Her parents were very well off, and they were also paying all of her rent and everything.
Yeah.
But she deliberately didn't live with her long-term partner, because the moment he moved in, or she moved in with him, she couldn't claim all these extra benefits that she was claiming, like housing benefit and this benefit and that benefit. And there's just people that play the system that just
it spoils it for everybody else.
It does. I mean, I know that the system kind of allows for it in a way, but it was. Sorry. Okay. Hang on. Alexa, porch light on.
Okay.
So it was just.
No, I'm not going to do it.
Well, you can. He's got headphones on.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, you see.
Yeah. But I wouldn't have done it anyway.
But the disparity
would have been
was
expected.
just shocking. But I did my tax return this year, so we stopped getting our child benefit last year because Luca left school, and so I did my tax return for the year 24-25, and then got an email a couple of hours after I submitted saying, congratulations, you no longer have to submit a self-assessment form because I don't have any child benefits coming. So that's one thing that's good.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you've ever done a self-assessment tax return online. It's a much better process now than it used to be, because it used to be paper-based, but it's a lot easier to do it online. But I don't have to worry about anything. And then I got another email about an hour later saying, we owe you money.
Okay,
£195.
Steady.
Yeah. Well, what am I going to spend that on?
Oh, I don't know. That trip to Mallorca might be on the bloody cards now.
Yeah. More like Costa del Great Yarmouth.
Yeah.
So, look, you can't lift
by bus.
Gift horse in mouth. Yeah, you can't lift a gift horse in mouth. I got
true enough.
£5 that I didn't have before.
Yeah.
Or that I did have, and they took, and they're now given back to me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I seem to remember having a tax refund. Years ago now, and it was £12.
Yeah. I've had some nice ones over the years. Like, I think a couple of years ago, they made a cock up. And I didn't notice they'd made this cock up. But when they went back and looked,
Yeah.
they owed me about 800 quid,
Oh.
which was nice
Yeah.
to get that back. So, because I do this thing called salary sacrifice for my pension.
Yeah.
So instead of the old or the regular way where, you know, let's just say you get paid £1,000 a month, they'll pay you £1,000 net, and then they will then deduct your pension contribution, which, say, let's just say for argument's sake is 200 quid. They'll deduct that after you've paid tax on the full £1,000. So you get your £1,000, you pay your tax, then they'll take your £200 pension payment.
Right.
Salary sacrifice, and this is where the fucking system you have to know how to play the system.
Yeah.
Salary sacrifice is a way that is legal, and it's, you know, it's a government thing, where instead of them paying you the £1,000, then taxing you, then taking your pension payment, they deduct your pension payment from your payout, and then they tax you on the remainder. So you only get taxed on the £800.
Got you.
So you pay a little less income tax, and you get the full whack of your pension credit, or your pension payment into your pension account. So it's again, it's a completely, you know, legitimate way of playing the system. But some people don't know about this stuff, and if you don't do it, you don't get the benefit of it. And it's
Yeah.
yeah.
You see, I mean, the one thing that I was kind of not worried, because I decided worrying didn't fix anything, so I didn't worry about it. Because I got zero pension,
right,
and I looked at it like this: I work from home, I can literally work on a synthesizer on the coffee table in the front room, laying down on the settee with a cup of coffee. It's not going to be an issue. It's not going to be a massive issue, right?
Except for one.
Well, I tell you what turned. Yeah. But even she is beginning to. She now knows you don't walk across an open keyboard, especially an open one. She don't, because she's got electrocuted twice now, and she goes, "Yeah, I think I figured it out. I think I don't walk across that because it kind of hurts."
That's how they learn.
That's how they learn. So that's all and good. What ended up being the real issue, and I hadn't thought of this, weirdly, is the weight of these things, and it's getting harder and harder for me to move them about. I bought, because at one time I would take an 80 out of a car, load it onto the trolley, bring it through the house, take it down to the workshop, unload it, and either stand it up because there's other stuff that needs to be done, or get it out and I'll start on it tomorrow morning, kind of thing. And so I do all that, open her up, and then unscrew it and take it, get it all ready, and maybe, do you know what, I'll do the power supply now, so I don't have to do that in the morning. I can just get straight into finding out what's wrong, because I always do the power supply regardless of what the fault is. And now I get it as far as the kitchen and have to go and sit down for a while. And then once I got my breath back, then take it down to the workshop, stand it up, put the trolley back outside, and then go in and sit down for a while. Carrying a Jupiter 8 in a flight case is now an issue. I have to use the trolley now. Before I just used to go, off we go. Take it out and stick it in the back of the motor. I go, shit, I hadn't thought about how am I going to move some of these units around now. It's taking its toll. And because I remember when it took remember that PS3300 that was here a couple of months ago? And had the owner one end, me the other, and we carried it out and we took it through the house and out. Fiona's doing the doors. Took it out, stuck it in the back of their car, which was a Range Rover, funny enough. And the next morning,
Where was Andrew?
I could not walk.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I hadn't really, and I'm just going, oh shit, this is going to be a problem.
Every time I've taken that thing out,
Yeah.
I mean, admittedly, the last couple of times I've had a proper sack truck,
Yeah.
proper trolley with pneumatic wheels and everything, but still getting it into the car and out of the car. The next day, like you say, Jesus fucking hell,
Yeah.
between something there.
Like Wax says about when I was lugging that GS1 around last year.
Yeah.
And it hurt even more because I never got paid for doing it. Not a fucking penny.
It was like today. I had to go to my lockup today to. We just bought some new luggage for our holiday, and we took the old luggage, which is in perfectly good condition. It's just a bit old and battered, but it's good enough. And Jackie said, "Oh, we'll just throw that away." I said, "No. We'll stick it in the lockup because if when we move house or the kids need to move or something, we got a pair of suitcases that are perfectly good.
A whole ton of stuff in that,
Exactly.
just quite delicate as well. You can put china and stuff in it and wrap it up, and it's protected. Yeah.
I said honestly, you'll get to a point where we'll go, "Oh fuck, wish we hadn't thrown those away." So anyway, my daughter's off to London for the weekend. She's going to a gig, and then they've got they're going on the London Eye and all this kind of stuff. And she said, "Oh, can I have one of the old suitcases?" So I had to go up to the lockup to get it. So it's an empty suitcase, but my lockup is on the second floor. It's 4 flights of stairs.
Yeah.
And I walked in the door and I thought, "Nah, fuck this! I'm using the lift," which is a big industrial lift.
Yeah.
It's not just a little lift. It's it's big enough to lug all this stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm sat there with my finger on the button, just in the lift is going up, and thinking, "Yeah, this is what somebody my age does these days, isn't it?" And even coming back down, bringing just the empty suitcase, and that, it was just like, nah, fuck the stairs. Because if I do more than 2 flights of stairs, I'm just like, no, just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. My heart is going, I think, no.
Yeah, I know. And that's... So, that because, it's going to be bad enough when, go, oh, what's wrong with it? What size is it? How heavy is it? Yeah. So, I don't know.
Well, it's age, isn't it?
Because even a mini Moog feels fucking heavy to me now.
Well, technically, they are quite heavy.
They are quite heavy, actually, yeah, naturally, but...
I was supposed to have my old man check up today.
Oh, yeah.
And then they cancelled it because the nurse was sick or something. But that's the one where they do all the blood tests and the urine tests, and because I have diabetes, they do all the sensitivity tests. Can you feel this little prick on your toes? Yeah, tell them to fuck off.
Yeah. Tell them to go and poke somebody else.
That's it.
Yes.
And I hate my feet because I've got this horrible toenail on my right big toe where I broke my foot, and I've got this growth which is completely benign. There's nothing. It's just this little thing between 2 of my toes. I hate feet anyway. I hate my feet, and I hate having to show my feet to other people. But I have to, because they have to check.
You and me both.
They have to check my pulses on my ankles and all this kind of stuff. But no, I got a phone. Luckily, it was before, because they want a urine sample. They want the first one in the morning, because it's then what they call a what do they say? It's not starvation, is it? Basically, you haven't eaten for a good number of hours, so whatever it is.
Yes.
So they're getting just so. And I put the little pot by the side of my bed, so that when I woke up, it would be one of the first things I see. And I go, remind me. And so I'm laying there, because my appointment wasn't until midday, and I'm sort of laying there thinking about getting up. And I looked over, I've got to do that. And then the phone rings, and it's the receptionist from the health centre, and she said, "Oh, do you mind if we cancel your thing?" I said, "No, that's fine." I said, "It's a good job you called me now, because I haven't provided my sample yet." She goes, "Oh, that's okay, that's fine." The thing is, they charge you for those little pots now.
What?
Yeah. Those little plastic, piss pots.
Yeah, well, they've had their funding cut again.
Right.
So, that reminds me. On tomorrow's show, tomorrow.
Tonight.
Yeah, later. Well, soon anyway. Yeah, almost tonight, wasn't it? we've got to see if we get this bloody ranking system appear in the chat.
What you mean? What do you mean say the ranking system?
Well, various names get a little crown and then a number next to it. And it's like a who's the biggest fan.
What, in the YouTube chat?
In the YouTube chat, yeah.
Oh.
I've seen it. Rand's had it on his site. He did a
Yeah,
a
I've
quick
seen
yeah.
No, but isn't that Rand's has got
No. He hadn't turned it on. He didn't know anything about it. I said, "What's with the crowns?" He goes, "I don't know. It's something that YouTube is doing."
Oh, I've not seen that.
So yeah, so he did this stream. I think it was Tuesday. It was about 5 o'clock in the morning for me, and I was watching it, and he had these little crowns. I don't know if it's only monetized. Well, it's not on this, so I.
Oh, it's in this chat right now. Apparently, I'll have to open up the.
Is it? So it's. Oh, of course, this isn't the YouTube chat, is it? Twat.
No.
Idiot. All right, let's have a look. Well, it'll never link me to the show because he goes, "Well, it's your channel, dickhead. You should know where it is." Let's have a look. Let's quickly fire it up.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's on here as well.
Yeah,
so
fucking
Steve Elbows
Elbows.
apparently is top bollock.
And
ACO's
Listener
third.
3. Yeah. Oh wow! Look at that.
Isn't that weird?
Look at that.
Yeah, that turned up this week.
Well, I'll tell you what I started doing.
Yeah.
So Andrew did this little video on updating the montage, as you know.
Yes.
And so I put that up onto the channel.
Yeah.
And when I did that, it said, "Do you want?" It asked me if I wanted to edit the video in StreamYard or create shorts, and I'd seen this option a few times, and I had sort of dabbled with it, but I thought, "Oh fuck it, let's have a go." So you go into the recording section of StreamYard and you find that video, and you click this. You just one click, you click this button, and it goes through the entire show and then picks out as many clippable portions of the show that you could create a YouTube short with. And a YouTube short is a vertical video that's less than 2 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
Used to be less than that, but now
Yeah.
it's less than 2
And
minutes.
you can get them on. You go to the little video thingy on Facebook, and you can just scroll through hundreds of these different little shorts.
So I thought, oh, I'll give it a go. So I clicked the button.
Yeah.
And off it went, and it came back about 10 minutes later and said, "We finished processing your video." And you go back to the page, and it's not only has it snipped the clips for you, it's also given them a title. It's thrown captions onto the screen
Right.
that follow with the speech and everything, so
Oh, okay.
and you can go through every single one and review it and see if it's good, and if you like it, one click and it publishes it to YouTube for you.
Huh.
And then all you've got to do, the one thing they haven't thought of yet, or certainly in StreamYard, is that you have to go back into YouTube and find that video they've just uploaded for you,
Yeah.
and then you click a button and say, you tell it which main video do you want to link this to. So this is a clip from this video.
Yeah.
So that's, you have to do that bit manually, I think, at the moment.
Okay.
And so I did that for Andrew. I think I got about 3 or 4 sort of decent little segments where Andrew's saying a specific thing about something, and it makes sense as to what it is. And I thought, hang on a minute, I did that video the other day on the Messenger. See how that goes. So I did the thing. I went in StreamYard. There's the recording. Hit the button. 10 minutes later, I get a notification saying it's finished. And there's about 9 or 10 clips, all done for me, all with titles. And of course, the titles are those kind of clickbaity titles, like "Is this the future for Moog?" Question mark, question mark.
Yeah.
I didn't write that. I said something along the lines, maybe.
Yeah,
and
because
it's
I
interpreted it.
I mentioned something about a title to one of them as well. And I went,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
He goes,
It
no, I
does
didn't
all-
write that. I went, oh,
yeah,
okay.
It does it all for you. I mean, you can go in and edit it, so you're not.
Yeah, certainly, yeah.
But it picks out, the most clickable title, I guess. And I thought, oh, fuck it, in for a penny, in for a pound.
Yeah.
So I picked about 5 or 6 of the ones from the Messenger video that made sense. So some of them, it cut off maybe a little too soon, or sometimes it could have cut off sooner. So you can go in and sort of tweak. But it does the bulk of the work for you. And then you just go and say, yeah, I'll have that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. You click the button, it publishes it straight away.
Yeah.
And some of those shorts videos, in a matter of a few days, have got more views than the actual video itself.
Because they're short.
Because they're shorts.
Yeah.
It's bonkers. So I'm probably going to do that now. So like at the weekend, I'll just go back to Friday night show, hit the button,
see what it does.
Yeah, and if there's any, Matt does this thing. He clips moments out of the pub or whatever, and puts them up on his channel. This is effectively doing the same thing. It will find content that it believes, obviously based on some sort of AI algorithm or machine learned algorithm, that it believes is relevant and eye-catching, algorithm satisfying, clip it out for you, and you can then just go in and do minimal effort and bam. And you know what? That's what I think is a useful function of AI stroke machine learning. I think that is great. Exactly. I mean, I don't like shorts, but
it's
lots of people do.
Much it's technically stealing Matt's job.
Kind of,
Isn't it, kind of?
Yeah. Talking of AI, right?
Yeah.
I did it. So I do this article on Gear News every week on a Wednesday called Sounds and Presets. And when it was pitched to me by the editor, they said, "Do you want to do this article every week on presets and stuff?" I said, "What, every week? Can we just not make?" He said, No, try every week. Try every week. And surprisingly, every week I have enough content to write about, which is great.
Really?
Yeah. Every week I do at least 4 patch libraries or sound libraries or sample libraries.
Good Lord.
And I just talk, I don't have to talk at great length about them, but I just talk about them, and I post I put the video in there and a little bit of background and what have you, and it gives me an opportunity to link back to articles about that product or about the host synthesizer. So for example, there's a Mini Freak sound bank, which I did this week, one of Viral Beats' Mini Freak sound banks. I linked to that, so I can link to my article on the Mini Freak, and I can put the affiliate link in to Toman. So it's a nice thing where people can get information about new preset banks, but also it's good for us because it does a lot of cross pollination stuff. So anyway, I do this thing every week, and over the weekend, James Dyson dropped me a line and said, "Could you give us?" Shut up. Meow. That's the big one. What do you want?
Right.
So James,
what
said,
you got?
He said, "Would you mind just mentioning these 2 new sound banks I've got on the show next week?" And I said, "Of course I will, and we will." And he's done one for the Dreadbox Artemis, and he's done another one for the Modal Carbon 8.
Right.
So I thought, well, I'll do more than that. I'll put them into the Sounds and Presets article for this week. It came out on Wednesday. Yesterday.
Yeah.
And so I thought, well, actually, I'll make James, because there's 2 of his banks, I'll make him like the headline. Because I maybe have 3 or 4, maybe 5 products to talk about, and there's always one that's like the headline one, the one that's going to eye catch. So I thought I'll do it for James. So I wrote a little bit about each of the sound banks. I put the videos in there and all this kind of stuff. And of course, I need to have a cover photo that sits on the website for the article. And we all know James is not very he's camera shy. He doesn't often come on camera.
Yeah, indeed.
And it's just a little webcam, and he doesn't have any sort of promotional image. I think there's one promotional image of Mr. Dyson, and it's from probably about 20 years ago. So it's not very representative, and it's quite small. But recently he updated his profile picture on Facebook, which is an AI generated image in the style of Studio Ghibli, the anime
Yeah.
animators, of him looking at a computer screen with a synthesizer in front of him, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And it was just done in AI, and you can tell it is, and but it kind of looks a bit like James. So
Yeah.
that's all I had, and I thought, oh fuck it, it looks all right, it's cool. So I put that as the cover photo on the article, and we have very strict rules about using AI in Gear News and
Yeah.
pretty much anywhere I work, where I write stuff. You're not allowed to use it for writing. You know, I use, you know, I always have Grammarly open just in case, but that's about it. You know, you can't use it to write the content. That's an absolute no-no. But there's nothing about images, so they're quite happy for you to use AI to enhance an image or use an AI image if it is, you know, pertinent to the topic.
Yeah.
So I used this one and published the article yesterday at tea time, and within hours we'd had about half a dozen people comment, not on the content of this article, but on the fact that we'd had the audacity to use an AI generated image as the cover shot.
Oh.
And I'll read you these comments.
Go on.
This is how unhinged some people are.
Well, we know.
Well, yeah, it doesn't take much.
No.
Let's have a look here. So, yeah. First comment. You guys really had to use an AI picture for the title picture? Gross. That was, yeah, okay. Uncalled for, but polite. In fact, sorry, it's this guy's profile picture. It's not Gear News' fault this time. And I thought, oh, okay, somebody's sticking up for us. Enough of a reason to ignore this person entirely. So they basically want to ignore James because he's used a picture of, you know, an AI. Gear News censoring comments about AI because obviously we don't publish this stuff because it's got abusive language in it. Fuck AI and goodbye forever. It's even grosser as the picture source seems to imply that it comes from James himself. He might be a respected sound designer, but he sure doesn't care to respect the works done at Studio Ghibli by using this AI illustration of himself. I mean, these people are just going completely off on one because of a small picture. It's bonkers. And looking through all the deleted comments, the one of the insults of choice for the trolls nowadays, for anything like this, if they don't like an article, or they think the article is a little bit too, because obviously we do these things called listicles, where we list, you know, the top 5 keyboards you can buy for under £1,000, which are designed to help our readers, you know, make a purchase choice of some description, but also there's a good amount of affiliate income that we can make, because if we put a list of top 5 synthesizers you can buy for £1,000, and you're in the market to buy a synthesizer for under £1,000, and you read that article and you click on the link that takes you to Thomann, where you pay exactly the same price as if you would get to it any other way, but we get a little kickback to help fund the site, then people read these things and go, that was written by ChatGPT. Nothing we write is written by ChatGPT, because everything is vetted. You know, it's just bonkers. So if people don't like articles nowadays, they say, but that was written by ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Okay, now.
Well, I remember there was a video I put up, and I put it up for Richard to put on his website, because people were asking about this ARP Quadro that was coming up for sale. And they were asking, oh, what's it like? What's it sound like? You know, just didn't know what an ARP Quadro sounded like. And so when I'd finished restoring it, and it was down here on the carpet here, with me on my knees, and I went through some of the sounds it does. And, you know, how you can split the keyboard, have bass down here, how you can make the sound, you know, have poly on the top, or you can be, you know, basically an Odyssey on the top, and all the rest of it, right? I'm going through all these different sounds, and I put it through a reasonable little reverb, nothing too swamping, if you know what I mean. And I just play little ditties, nothing copyrighted or anything. I just pick out some chords and just play, right? And I try out different sounds, and the camera's just always on the quadra, and you can see what I'm selecting and moving sliders, and they can hear that they're not crackling or anything like that, because this thing, once it was done, she was like, right. And I think it ran on for about 20 minutes. And I said to Richard, well, look, I'll send it over to you, and you can cut it back if you want, if you want to edit it down, some key sounds or whatever. And he goes, no, I'll just stick the whole thing up. So he stuck the whole thing up. Some of the comments. But here's the weird bit. One of the comments kind of would have made sense, I think. No, not even then. If it was on Richard's site, who is, brokering this keyboard. But it was also on my site as well. And it was like people saying, they go, I bet that's fucking expensive. I'll stick with my plugins, mate. You go,
Yeah.
well,
I'll wait for the Behringer one.
are you telling me that? Oh, this is before Behringer was.
Oh, right, yeah.
And it had about 2,500, 3,000 views, something like that. And it started off with, oh, what a beautiful keyboard, blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's in beautiful condition, blah, blah, blah. And then it just fell into, over the last 3 or 4 comments, and these are recent comments, so this thing's sold and gone, and they're commenting on it and talking about, fucking hell, I bet it costs a lot of money, and all that sort of stuff. And I thought it's quite interesting that it was like comments, and it was sort of like complimentary or asking a question, something like that. And then there's just, in the last few months, and I looked on some of my other videos, and it's the same. The last few months, there's just people going, oh, fuck you, like that all the time. And I go, it's just so they go around finding these videos that have been up for like 10 years and just add in a comment. Because, like I get a notification, oh, somebody's commented on your video, and you click on it, and it's something from 2012 or something like that. And it's all like, yeah, whatever, mate. What?
Yeah.
I didn't need to know,
I've had that on the YouTube channel where somebody comments on something that was published months or years ago, and then you see 2, 3, 4 new comments, you think, oh, and it's the same person. They've obviously found one of your videos, however they found it, whether it's just organically or maybe somebody's pointed it to them, and then they go through the rest of your videos to see if they disagree with anything else, and they just leave stupid, abusive comments, and you just go, I don't know whether they think that people don't monitor their own comment sections, because obviously we do, and I will mostly leave most comments up, because most of them, even if they're negative, like, oh, I'll wait for the Behringer to come out, because that's the new one, isn't it? 10 years ago it was, oh, I'll wait for the plugin. Now it's, I'll wait for the Behringer version.
I hear that all the fucking time now.
Yeah, if that's what they've left, well, that's fine, because they're basically, their comment is saying volumes about them, which then leads you to who these kinds of people are. You don't have to worry about taking the piss because they're doing it themselves. But sometimes you get just abusive comments for that. I mean, when I first started reading through the comments, because obviously all of our comments are moderated on Gear News. We have to, because people will, especially on a really, really big popular site, you get spammed, and even you've got the spam filter, the Askimet filter on there, and it's getting 99% of them. But nowadays it's even worse, because they're using AI to do the comments, and the comments actually read, because what the AI does is it scans the article and creates a comment based on the content of the article. So when you read the comment, you think, well, actually you've
somebody's watched the video and this is their opinion.
This is it. But then it also logs their username or the email address and their website and their IP address, and you can then start to see, oh, that's a familiar thing. Yeah, that's clearly a bot or something. So you still have to sort of manually go through.
Yeah.
And we as a team will just every now and again we'll just drop in, see what comments have been left, and approve all the ones that are genuine, that we believe are genuine, and then clear up any mess that's in there. And sometimes I just go into the bin section to see what what comments have been binned off in the last few days. Some of the stuff is just fucking unhinged. I mean, it's not AI stuff. This is genuine people abusing our writers for making a comment or passing an opinion, forgetting that this is a website where you have journalists that will give you their opinion on things. How dare you, criticize something they've clearly, I mean, we have a hard and fast rule with Behringer stuff that we all have varying opinions. Most of them are that they're not hugely positive, but we try to be as fair and balanced as possible. So we'll cover it, we'll not slag it off, we won't put our personal opinion in there. You have to do a BBC, you have to sort of be impartial and just say, here it is, here's the product, it's a really affordable price, and blah 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 blah, and that's that. But even then, people will read into it their own biases, and it just is. There are some weird fuckers out there. Some really weird fuckers.
Well, I must admit, it was late at night as well, and that's going to be my excuse. But I was doing something on the iPad, laying in bed and doing something on the iPad, blah blah blah, and all the rest of it. And I get the little thing come up and says, new comment on one of your videos, and so I hit it, and it took me to an old video, and it was something to do with I was doing something with a mini Moog, and the guy was going on about, the plugins are better, blah blah blah, this is overpriced shit and all the rest of it, blah 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 blah, and coming from that whole, let's ignore the the history of Moog and all the rest of it, and what it stands for. And although I wasn't trying to sell this one, I was just showing a fault it had. It was a very weird fault. And what it had was, when you turned up only the headphone volume, the pitch of the synth went up.
Okay.
So it would go like that. Two systems that are clearly not fucking linked to each other, right? And I'm going, this is unusual. Never seen this before, right? Seen some faults in my time, but this one is unusual. And this guy was going, fucking no, and they're overpriced and too expensive, blah 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 blah. And I went, do you know what? I'm going to reply to this. So I hit reply, and I go, thank you for your comment. Please send me your address so I can send you a rusty poker so you can stick it up your ass and fuck yourself and hopefully die painfully and slowly from the infection. And I'm just about to go reply, and I went, no. I just went and left it and moved on.
Yeah.
And I thought, because at least that way somebody can come along, see that comment and go, there's a reply to that, and click on it and have a giggle.
Yeah. I mean, I've done that in the past. I've replied to, flippant, abusive comments, and I've tried to do it in a clever way, not like fuck off and fuck your granny too sort of thing, but I've tried to be witty about it. If I've thought of some sort of witty little quip comeback, I'll put it on there.
Yeah.
But it got to the point where you just thought, it's just not worth the effort. You're just like, is the comment in any way relevant? If it is, even if it's negative, if it's relevant, fine. But if it's abusive or rude or whatever, just this is my little corner of the internet. Fuck off and just delete the comment. Delete the comment. Block the user. I did this thing. I mean, I get loads of comments. I say loads. I have had a lot of comments over the years on articles I wrote on my own blog many years ago, particularly old Fairlight ones, where I've found a Fairlight for sale on eBay and I've written a little piece about it. It's not my Fairlight, it's somebody else's. I don't know whose it was. I think one or two of them are probably Peter's. And I said, oh, look at this wonderful thing. Well, you know, some pictures, and you can go and check it out here, and it's £10,000, but whatever. And like 20 years later, somebody responds, is this still for sale? Like I'm selling it or something. They just don't read the article. You know, it's bonkers. But I had this episode once. I'm trying to remember the name of the channel. But
Okay.
somebody
You're thinking of eBay, mate. That's what that is.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody sent me a link to a YouTube video where somebody was talking about the history of the Fairlight, and they said, oh, you might be interested in this, which is a valid thing.
Yeah.
So they sent me this link, and I clicked on it, and it's this young woman, Doris, I think her name is, and I think she's Belarusian, but she's lived in America for quite a while, so her English is pretty good, but she has that little tinge to her accent. And she's put this video together. It's about 10 minutes or so long.
Yeah.
And it's the history of the Fairlight. So I'm like, okay, let's see, because there is always a part of me that says, yeah, let's see how much of this you got right and how much you got wrong.
Yeah.
Not that I'm saying I'm a leading authority, but
Yeah, but you're pretty much up there.
yeah.
You're
So
kinda
anyway,
in the know.
Yeah.
I know the people what built it.
Yeah.
So I started watching this video, and she's telling this, and it's 10 minutes long, so she's skipping lots of bits.
Yeah.
But the bits that she's got, a lot of it is wrong, factually incorrect,
Yeah.
and not in a, I mean, just I'm like, no, that's not how it happened. It didn't. Those people weren't involved. So I got to the end of this video, and I felt, what do? Do I just pipe up and not say you were wrong, but maybe educate them? So I wrote a response, and I probably deleted it 3 or 4 times before I actually felt comfortable to press the send button.
Yeah.
And in my response, and it's still, I think it's still there, I can see it, but I think she might have blocked me, because I just said, great to see, another video on the Fairlight, which, is a favourite instrument of mine, and it's nice to see a younger generation getting excited about this sort of thing. However, there are a few inaccuracies in what you said, and I just thought it might be worthwhile me sort of mentioning it here, so that correct your knowledge, and also anybody else that watches this video might benefit from this information. And so I can't remember, it was just trivial stuff, but not trivial, but there was some
little points that were off. Yeah.
And I was really as polite as I could have been, and I tried to be courteous. I wasn't rude or anything like that. So I sent this response, and then I got there was a reply to it, and she went off on one. She accused me of being this. She went down that road of being, well, you're just this gatekeeping group of old white men that think that they know everything and that nobody else knows anything, and blah blah blah. And I'm like, fuck, that wasn't it. So I responded. I said, look, that really wasn't how I wanted to come across. It's just that I know these people, and I know the story, and I know the instrument very well, and some of the things you said were wrong, and I just thought it would be you would maybe possibly be thankful that because if I say something and it's incorrect, and somebody tells me that it's not correct, and this is the thing, and they show me evidence or whatever, I'm like, first person to say hands up.
Yeah,
great.
exactly.
I've learned something today.
Well, most normal people are.
Exactly. And so she then replied to that, my reply, and just got even worse. And she even said something stupid like, "Fuck your Fairlight. I wish I'd never made this video now," and blah blah blah. And you just got. So I thought let me see what other stuff she's done. So she's done loads of other videos, short little history videos, and I watched some of them, and some of them I couldn't tell if she was 100% accurate or not, and some of them I could have done. And I thought, oh, so she's got a bit of form here. She seems to be making content. She's decided to make some content, and it's going to get lots of clicks because she's a pretty girl talking about synthesizers, and there's lots of the target audience in this world is generally male, and maybe she's thought, this is a great way of getting some clicks and views and likes and subscribes and all this sort of thing, and she's not too bothered about being factually correct, whereas I'm maybe a little bit too bothered about being factually correct.
Yeah.
In the meantime, a couple of people I know in the real world that also know stuff about Fair, like chimed in and basically tore her a new one, which just made her even worse. I got my comments were either deleted or I don't think they are deleted because I can still see them, I think.
Right.
But anyway, I did a little bit of research on her. I thought, who is she? Where does she come from? Who is this person? And she's a part of a psych rock band. And her husband is in this band, and he's the sort of bloke that wears a brown leather jacket and dark blue jeans, and has got a big tash like this, and wears a cowboy hat. But they make this kind of psych rock stuff. And then I was looking through the stuff, and I thought, well, okay, it's not my sort of music. It's a little bit, all these trippy videos and stuff. And then I found a bunch of videos where they were being interviewed by, what's his name? He's on Fox News. He's a really, really arrogant little
Can you narrow that
shit.
down?
Yeah, I know.
We're talking Fox News here.
Justin, do you ever watch? And don't worry if you say yes, because we're not going to cast aspersions. But do you watch Fox News at all?
I don't do any news whatsoever because I found it very, very depressing.
Yeah, well, there's a program on Fox News where they've got 5 people around the table of varying degrees of right-wing bigotry, and he's the worst. And I can't remember his fucking name. But anyway, apparently they made some controversial comments and were cancelled. They were cancelled off. So they basically, they said some shit and got called out for it, and then decided they were going to plead, this horrible story about how they'd been cancelled by, the left wing media and blah blah blah. So this guy sees the opportunity, gets them on, and they're right fucking fascists. I mean, it was like, okay, right, fair enough. I'm going to step away from them. I'm never going to interact with that again. And I think every now and again I get suggested one of her videos, because obviously it's about synthesizers, and so therefore I get suggested it. And every now and again I sort of click on it and she's still doing the same old shit. And you just think, well, what's the fucking point? You can only do so much, and you can't tell people.
Well, the thing is, these days now, people choose what is true based on the person telling it, and it's got nothing to do with the facts. And the content doesn't matter. They'll believe it as long as the person that's saying it they want to believe. We're seeing that all over the place now.
And the other thing is that algorithms, because everything is, running some sort of algorithm, particularly social media and YouTube and all that. They're all running algorithms, and they all want to promote the stuff that's going to get the most engagement, whether it's clicks on the content, whether it's likes or subscriptions or whatever. If it drives engagement, and that's the core, if it drives the engagement, it doesn't matter whether it's a choir of heavenly angels singing Ave Maria, or whether it's a bunch of blokes kicking the shit out of a dog. If it generates clicks and likes and subscribes and all that kind of stuff, the algorithm loves it and promotes it.
Yeah. And this is the thing, right? We could do a video, and the last thing on my mind is, I wonder how many clicks it's going to get. I couldn't care less at all. I just couldn't get it's just I'm not bothered about how many fecking clicks it gets or whatever. And I go, right, there's the content. Make of it what you want, you know. If I've said something in a video and it's incorrect and somebody takes me to task, like yourself, and there's a mistake and I go, oh, well spotted. I didn't know that, and I apologise for that one. And, you know, again, you know, hands up, yep, being a bit of a dickhead there, kind of thing. And that's fine. And if possible, correct that section in the video, although, you know, sometimes it's not that easy to do. But, yeah, you know, it's not a biggie.
Yeah.
But when everybody's clambering for links, for likes, and especially if it's, you know, monetized, and it's some vacuous wanker somewhere, you know, and trying to make a living off of YouTube, and they will go to great lengths, you know, to, you know, they're nobody, you know, as far in their world, somebody is nobody unless they got 1 million subscribers, kind of thing. And it's interesting that a lot of these channels that have, you know, 2 million, 20 million subscribers and stuff like that, is absolutely full of vacuous shit. And
It's what drives the business model, and
yeah, but it's literally, I don't know, maybe this makes me sound old, but I feel like it's training the youth to be vacuous shits.
Yes. Oh yeah, it's this vicious circle. It's absolutely this vicious circle. I mean, when we started the Process Network stream, it was born out of COVID. It was born out of us all being stuck at home.
Yeah.
Not just those of us that were doing it. So at the time, you know, me, Ben, and Chris.
Yeah.
But it also everyone else, all the audience were there, and we thought, well, look, you know, we can. Look, if everyone's stuck at home and everyone is turning to the internet in, you know, massive numbers to just have some sort of social interaction, well, that's what. Let's try it, see what happens. So we never started it as a business venture. It was never it was never mentioned. Oh, we can make some money out of this. Never, absolutely never, and it still isn't, because that's just the way it was designed, the way that, you know, we set it up. Trust me, if we were in the business of making this channel work to put money in our pockets, we're doing a really shit job, because we're just about to cross into 4,900 subscribers.
Yeah.
Which in YouTube terms is nothing.
It's bollock.
It's nothing. We get maybe, I don't know, regularly between 1,000 and 1,200 on average views per show.
Thereabouts. Yeah.
Yeah, and we get a decent bit of engagement. We've had some people, you know, the numbers, sort of, as you've seen, you know, we've gone from maybe 60 or 70 people watching, you know, consecutively, concurrently. Sorry.
I remember the 40 people watching peak time.
Yeah, I know. And now
I remember those days. Yeah,
we peak at maybe up to 200.
Yeah, thereabouts.
Which is what Sonic State gets. You know, 200 to 300 maybe on that 1 hour.
Yeah.
So if we're doing that, I'm thinking, well, I'm quite impressed by that. And we've got YouTube, we've got some YouTube channel members, we've got people that send super chat, super stickers, and of course, I mean that's tens of pounds that we get a month from people like that.
Yeah.
The rest of it is all advertising. And yeah, we made no bones about it that we were going to monetize. As soon as we were able to monetize the channel, we monetized it purely so we can generate enough income from that to pay the StreamYard bill, which, as you mentioned earlier, is about £800 a year.
Yeah.
And then everything else that we need to do to keep the thing going. And so that's what it does. It self-sustains. And I don't actually have accurate figures. Maybe I should do this. The amount of money that we make and how much I have to top it up each year out of my companies, it's not a huge amount, I'm sure, but I'm sure there's probably a little bit in there.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to do that. But, you know, we're not in it to to make any sort of profit at all. Because if we were, we
Well,
were
that's
doing an
reflected
absolute
in our
shit
numbers.
job. Exactly, we're doing
Isn't
a
it?
rubbish job. And every time I come up with a new idea, like the shorts that we did this week, I think,
Yeah.
that's good because that's driven some engagement, and maybe that'll drive people to Andrew's video and my video on the montage and the messenger.
Yeah.
Then maybe driving them to the bigger video might drive them to the live stream, and then they drop. Yeah. But if I had to sit down and do all the things that the likes of Ben Jordan or Bo Beats or True Cuckoo or whatever, that their livelihoods, particularly the likes of Bo Beats and stuff, their livelihoods are relying on doing that work.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, when YouTube change the rules, which they often do, and they move the goalposts, the first people to suffer are those people. And then they get all panicky and they go, oh shit, this is a really stressful way of doing, making a living. And I'm like, yeah, it is. That's why I don't do it.
Yeah.
That's why this is literally a hobby.
Yeah.
And it's best, and it's better for it, isn't it?
Well, that's what I'd like to think. I like to think that the fact that we only have small numbers means that we're just a bunch of old fusty white guys talking about synthesizers, just for the hell of it.
Yeah.
We'd do it anyway. We would do it whether we do it here, for fuck's sake. We just do it and let everybody else watch us do it. So
Yeah.
It's,
We're not doing it to. The problem is you can get so tied up with these things. I know some people that have just burnt out so badly from trying to make these things work, or from making them work, but then suddenly realizing they haven't got a life.
No.
Yeah. Because then there's the maintaining it part of it as well.
When I look at some people's videos, those guys that are doing, I look at Starsky Carr's stuff, or I look at, I don't often watch Bo Beats. I'm not a massive fan of the style, more than anything. But you look at the videos and you look at the high production value that goes into them. They're all filmed beautifully. They're in a lovely room that's purposely built or dressed in such a way to present, it all looks very nice. They've got the mood lighting and they've got the little cactuses in pots and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And it all looks very, very polished and very professional. I don't have a room. I can't afford to build myself or to kit out a room in that respect. I don't have the time to do that, nor do I have a real inclination. And every time I get, like the messenger come in or something else, and I think I need to do some video content for this, and I look around and think, everywhere I put this machine, there's junk in the background, there's mess in the background. It doesn't look as nice as what these guys do. And I stress myself out for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then my common sense kicks in and says, you're not competing with these guys. So don't bother trying. Don't stress about trying.
Yeah.
Do you know, one of the things that occurs to me when I first started doing this with you guys, and I kind of started becoming more regularly, I had the full video studio, and I could have done a whole number on it, and I really thought about it for a while. Doing the digital backgrounds and doing the lighting and doing the flying in stuff and using VR. And it's just nuts because as soon as you start that way, you finish that way. And I was looking at what you and Kent were doing, and Ben, and I just thought, you're blokes in your own rooms, in your own little spaces, doing your thing, and it works. Anything else would be over the top, and it suddenly means you've got to start making money, which makes it a drudge. It
becomes a job. It becomes a job.
Does.
It becomes a thing, and then you get all of the things that come along with that. All the stresses and the worries and stuff. I've got a day job that takes. I work 40 hours a week, probably more, to pay the bills, to put the roof over my head, to put food in my belly, and all that kind of stuff. This is all just a hobby. This is all just a little bit of bunts on the side. This and my writing. That's all that is. It's just like I can. Write a whole bunch of articles every month for Gear News. Forget ProSynth Network. I can write a whole bunch of stuff for Gear News every month that will, over the course of a year, allow me to buy a few synthesizers, or go to Berlin for Superbooth. That's where that all gets paid from, and that's great because it doesn't come out of my salary that I use to pay the bills here. The amount of electricity. If I sat down and worked out the amount of electricity I use, or the cost of the internet I use to do my work for Gear News and to do my work for ProSynth Network, I don't charge that to anyone. That's my domestic use. So I don't have any issue with me, submitting an invoice to Gear News and then when getting paid, going out and buying a synthesizer because I've earned it. It's bonkers. I sometimes think, why am I looking at my watch? I'm 55 years old. I'm 55. I've got 12 years, officially 12 years this month, counting down until I officially can retire.
Yeah.
That's, of course, in the next 12 years, that the government don't put the pension age up, which they are bound to do at some point to save money.
I think it's on the cards.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah.
So officially, I can't, retire until. Well, I can retire, but I can't claim my state pension until I'm 67, and then I can start claiming my private pension beforehand. But there's not a lot of fucking money in there. So I've got 12 years left, effectively, maybe more, depending on that. Do I want to be doing my day job for what I've done for the last 20, 30 years? For another 12 years? I don't really. I've got so fed up with the corporate world, I want out. But the corporate world is what is paying, everything here, to keep my family
Canadian
alive.
Jesus.
Hello.
My own
So I have to
personal.
I have to think, what am I doing? And I sit here sometimes thinking, okay, can I make what I make in a month in my day job doing this stuff? And as much as I look at it, I can't
No.
really effectively.
Plus, you think of the level of work
Exactly.
as opposed to your job.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've got
And
this
then
really
maintaining
cool
it.
work-life balance at
Yeah.
the moment.
And the success of it is not in your hands, it's in the success of the people watching it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And
sometimes,
if there's a contingent that decide, let's go and fuck this bloke up and just you put in comments and stuff like that and make up
they
shit
can
and
kill you just like that.
yeah, and
Or
you-
YouTube
overnight
change
you're
their-
bollocks.
YouTube change their rules or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
And your business model is fucked. And then you've got to think, well, I've got to redo it all again and think about something else. And the amount of people you see over the years that have either quit doing this thing or changed it because they've had to. Because nowadays anybody can get a camera and an internet connection and do the stuff that these people do. And there's some out there that I really respect. I'm not a big fan of Cuckoo's style, for example. I'm not picking these people out for any other reason other than what I do like about Cuckoo. He's very, I'll say low budget. The first thing you notice when you watch a Cuckoo demo video, he does this little thing at the beginning where he makes some funny noises, which is kind of cute in a way, and he's got a very nice personality. And then he'll put the thing on the desk, and instead of having a second camera or multiple cameras, he has one camera looking behind him down onto the product, and then he has a shaving mirror on his desk, and he angles the shaving mirror so that he can look at it and it goes into the lens. And that's
It's
him.
funny
So
that it's
you
a
can,
shaving mirror because he doesn't shave.
well, quite. This is why he's using it for his videos. It's
That's
too far
clever.
It's too far from the bathroom.
That's clever. I like
But
that.
it is. I thought this guy's a fucking weirdo, and then I realised that this was just brilliantly clever.
Yeah.
What a good way of doing it.
He's really thought that out. Yeah.
Yeah,
I like
there's
that.
no. You don't need to spend hundreds of pounds on different cameras and lighting. He's got probably just maybe one or two lights, the one camera looking down on the product, and a shaving mirror so you can see him talking whilst he's demonstrating the video. And
Oh,
you've
it's
got to
cool.
respect. You've got to respect that. I know he keeps popping in that.
He's up and down like a horse drawers.
So, but then you watch somebody like Starsky, who's got a really good style.
Yeah.
He's a scouser, for fuck's sake. You can't not like somebody talking about synthesizers.
Well, it's like
that
old
accent.
Alex
And he's a
Ball,
lovely
isn't it?
guy. And that, oh fucking hell!
Mm.
There you go. There's the one person who, if I ever sit down and think, could I make a living out of this? And I look at Alex Ball videos and I think, I know. I've spoken about it. I know how much work.
You can see the work.
Fucking hell.
You know,
Yeah.
And yet
he
he's
could put
still-
up like a 5-minute short, and you know he's taken 3 days to put it
I
together.
know. And yet he still has this element of simplicity.
Yeah,
So
and he's
doesn't
engaging.
he doesn't have one of these, which every podcaster seems to fucking have, because it's the one you know, it's the one that everyone sees. I bought it because I do voiceover work, and it's brilliant for that, but it's also good for this.
Well,
He
I
has-
got
he-
one because you said get one of
I told
these.
you
I
to
went,
get one,
all right
yeah.
then, because I didn't
and
know
he
a
doesn't
fucking
have-
microphone from my own arse.
He doesn't have fancy boom arms. He doesn't have. He could. He should have one of those little clip-ons, because he does a lot of his stuff standing up.
Yeah,
at the edge, so he
yeah,
should have a little
yeah.
lavalier at least. But he
Because I was
doesn't.
really impressed with the quality they were getting from these little mics.
Oh mate,
sort of thing.
they're brilliant. They're absolutely
Yeah.
brilliant. But what he does is he'll have this decent-ish microphone on a really fucking rickety old microphone stand, but nobody cares, because nobody wants to worry about that. We're all interested because Alex is engaging. He tells great, makes
Yeah.
great content, makes great videos, uses great gear, and we all know that it will be funny because he's got the wit. It will be informed because he does a shit ton of research. I mean, I've had him contact me a number of times to verify or go through or put him in touch with someone who can do this, that, and the other.
Yeah, he's hit me up on similar things. You go,
Yeah, exactly.
oh, this. So it's a very
And-
innocuous question.
As soon as I get that email, it's just like everything else out the window. Let's help
Yeah, yeah.
Alex, because you know it's going to be good. It's, if you can have your name attached to that in any way, that's a really cool thing. But yeah, he just, I look at his stuff and I go, I can't be that good. I can't be that good. So I don't. What's the point?
And
Don't
2 other
bother.
guys who are very good, Venus Theory and Ben Jordan.
Ben Jordan.
Ben Jordan, yeah.
Absolutely, 100%. Venus Theory. I can't get past the howdy doody buckaroonies. I
okay.
can't get past that shtick.
He doesn't do that anymore.
Oh, good.
Maybe
But
somebody mentioned
have
it.
you noticed
Yeah.
though? Venus Theory has started working for other companies doing content for them, like UVI. He does a shit ton of stuff for UVI.
Yeah.
Every new UVI
Ah.
product, there's the Venus Theory thing. And this is a case of, and I'm speculating here, but I reckon it's a case of the fact that, you know, the synth tuber marketplace is getting quite saturated, and maybe he needs to bolster his income, because if he can get a gig with UVI
That
doing all
reminds
of their
me.
demo and intro videos, he'll get paid well for that. They'll pay him cash money for that sort of thing. It's not just, you know, here's all of our stuff for free. He'll get paid an invoice.
Yeah.
And great.
He does
yeah.
music for video games as well.
And he does, and you'll find that with a lot of these people, the ones that they don't just do the YouTube videos. Those people that give up the rest of their jobs or whatever just to do YouTube videos are the ones that you see pulling their hair out and then going off air for 6 months because they're having a mental breakdown
Yeah.
because they don't know when the next check is coming in. But people like Ben Jordan, people like Venus Theory, Alex as well, because Alex has written a shit ton of stuff for film and TV and advertising. He used to work for Saatchi, for fuck's sake.
There's a lot of
Everyone's got
production
lots of
value.
gigs going on, and they're juggling these things because sometimes these things are one-offs, sometimes they're long-term stuff. But
Justin,
Yeah.
I got a question, Justin.
Yes?
What's hi? First of all,
Hi.
how you doing?
Yeah. I have an
Um,
answer, I think.
You do? Okay. What's that
Hi.
console?
This is a used PreSonus Studio Live 64S.
All right.
$3,700 US brand new. I got this used on Reverb for $1,800.
Nice.
Mm.
Nice.
Love it. Mwah, good girl.
Oh, and Kent, you were talking like towards the beginning of the pub about having your video editing software on
Yeah.
PC, and I typed DaVinci Resolve has a free version,
Yes,
and you can use it. And and you have access to everything.
I
It's
use
just
it.
you're limited in the number of tracks, I guess.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
track usage is the least of my worries.
Well,
Yeah.
there you go.
Well, look, while we're talking about videos, something just occurred to me, and I went to check it. Now, I got my CS80 tuning procedure video, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which was literally, I made it up as I went along. It's in real time. There's no editing or anything, right? And it's been watched by 3,200 people, right? Now, considering they only made about 800 CS80s, that's impressive in itself, right? But anyway, I got a comment coming on this, right? Oh, hang on a minute, that's somebody popped in. It's our man. All right, darling. Right. So this last comment in the list, right? He goes, Kent, I tried a variety of scaling techniques, including that in your presentation. Presentation, that's a very nice word for that video.
Presentation.
Yeah.
Very polite, yeah.
Yeah, but I've always end up with most cards just a touch sharp at the 16-foot setting, low register. Says C1, C2, the pitch at the 2-foot though, 8-foot setting is fine. So basically the lower he sets the footage, the more the bottom end of the keyboard goes out. And so I said to him, I replied to it and I said, have you set the 125 millivolt, is that set on the CAS board? Along with the 132 millivolt on IC2 for C#1, right? So he comes back. It's been a while since it was last checked. We'll have a go at it. Thank you for your recommendation. So he comes back. I said, I reply, okay, check that. Then also check that you're getting the 125 millivolt output also not only on the CAS but also coming out of the SH board too. So, and a few days later he comes back with, okay, ran through the CAS and SH cal procedures and retuned. The C#1 offset was spot on, but the DAC follower adjustment for the bit cooked off, along with a few of the SH trimmers. Redone it, much better now, thank you. Right? And that was primarily the whole reason that that video existed. And I go, cool. But I still can't get over this, like 3,200 people have watched it and there's only 750 to 880s in the world ever. Well, it's less than that because I've broken up two for parts. So
It's one person that's watched it 3,200 times.
yeah, but why would? Yeah, but why would? Yeah, but why watch a video that goes on for how long is it? 25 minutes or something like that, of just going like this for 25 minutes. It's bizarre.
I had a lot of people comment on my my Quadrasynth review,
Mm.
and most of them are let me see here. Most of them are like saying, "Oh, I'd never even heard of this synthesizer," or "Oh, it's incredibly underrated,"
Yeah.
or stuff like that. So I mean, it's kind of cool that, and it's like one of the first, I think, videos to come up in Google. So I was kind of surprised by that.
Yeah.
Like I'm just here talking about a piece of gear that I really like.
Yeah.
And I don't see too many, in-depth, reviews about that instrument.
Yeah. Mad, isn't it?
I should redo the DS Tech Original Sin review, which I did about, I don't know, 12 years ago, something like that. 12, 13 years ago. It's on YouTube somewhere, but it was just done as a bit of fun, and because I liked it, and so I ought to redo that. But it is funny how many people watch these things.
Yeah. Well, like Probe says, he goes, they were waiting for the part where I get my cock out. Actually, I believe it's the part where the camera pulls back and I'm wearing the lime green mankini.
Oh,
Yeah.
Nice.
That's
Nice,
a treat.
mate.
That's a treat, I tell you.
Nice.
noise. Yeah.
Now you got me wet.
Showing off the tattoo on my arse saying "this way up." Oh, mate. But yeah, no, it's funny. I mean, it does reflect on what the content actually is. But the trouble with my channel is my videos seem to cover all sorts of different things. Like there's loads of the dogs doing stupid stuff, or where's another one? Weirdly, when I'm playing actual songs, playing tracks on keyboards and videoing myself playing them, that doesn't get a lot of views, weirdly.
That's because we've all heard you playing, Ken.
Yeah, that's part. But I mean, there's a 20.
Yeah.
Let me just sort this. Right, I've got to turn the sound on, otherwise it actually makes a mockery of the video. This is one of my dear little dogs that I used to have. Let me show you this. This has had quite a few views, really. Let's see, share screen. Here we go. There we go. Right, this is Pippa's silent bark that she used to do when she wants something. She wouldn't make any noise. Go on, do it again, girl. Go on. Such a weird thing she did, and that got quite a few views. How do I get rid of it now?
Is this the kind of Korg MS-20? Yeah, it's got an M.
Yeah, you can fuck off.
Oh, Abe, Andrew.
There we go.
By the way,
Hello, gorgeous.
make yourself available the week from October 1st to, well, anytime, like the week after, like October 7th, because I'll be in England and we're trying to do a get together.
Oh yes.
Oh fuck yeah. I'll make myself available. Don't you worry about that. I'll find you, hunt you down like the dog you are.
Well, I mean, if you don't, I'll go to Stroud. You're in Stroud, right?
Saint Rude. Yes.
Saint Rude? That's me.
That's true.
Can you
That's very,
see now I'm looking at the figures and I'm going, there's a video on my channel of my big CNC machine cutting out doing the tracks of a circuit board for my anaglyph filter, and it's about a minute and a bit or something like that. But it's had like 251 people have sat there and watched it doing that.
Well, people will watch shit,
I mean, yes, there's no car chase, there's no suspense in it.
Yeah, but there are people who watch cat videos.
Yeah, but so do I. I think they're hilarious.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I watched Starsky and Hutch last night.
Did you?
Yeah, you shouldn't be proud of that.
Yeah, it was the vampire episode, so.
Oh, God.
Searching.
Vampire. Oh,
And before
yeah.
that, I watched Nancy Drew Hardy Boys. That was probably better, but it was close.
Not Nancy Drew makes boys hard. No. Sorry. Hello,
That's
David.
that's the porn version of the show.
Well,
Yeah,
Nancy
that's
Drew makes
different.
very desperate boys hard, I suppose. No, it's interesting, I must admit.
I just wanted to let you know that. In case it was of interest. There was no car chase. There's the tie-in. That was the tie.
I see.
But
Well,
I
that's
did
weird.
like
No.
that car. Boy, that Star.
What, the Gran
City was-
Torino? Oh,
You know
yeah.
how to
Yeah, no
car.
car chase.
I think that was the first car I got a hard on for. Was
What, the Gran Torino?
for Gran Torino.
Yeah.
They know how to pull up to it like at the side of the road. They just come flying up. And they
Yeah, and it
jump
does
out.
that sort of like
It's like, that's
slide.
badass.
Wouldn't break in a straight line. It's sort of like, yeah.
Yeah,
like
they
kind of
roll
thing.
out. It is cool. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like, man, why doesn't anybody do that anymore? That was badass.
I
I'm gonna
used to
start
have a
doing
job knocking on people's doors, selling accident insurance for about 8 months while I was unemployed. Well, I wasn't. I'd been unemployed and needed. Anyway, long story short, knocked on this door, and they had a Ford. This is in Norwich, of all places.
Yeah, go on.
They had a Ford Gran Torino in red with the white stripe, and I literally fought off all the other guys. I said, I am knocking on that door. And the guy answered, and I gave him the spiel, and he didn't have anything. And I said, this is yours, right? He goes, oh yeah, do you want to have a sit in it? I'm like, yeah. I guess it's just like people when they come past your place, when they see the Mac 1, they go, can I have a sit in it? And he says, there you go, start it up. Started it up. It's just, like dream come true. He wouldn't let me drive it, unfortunately, but just sit in one and to hear that engine.
I think Andrew has a sleeping porpoise on the settee with him.
That's his dildo.
What?
That was a dreadfully long fart.
Fart? Who farted?
You did.
You did, you dirty. It's either that or there's a balloon under the cushion somewhere.
I was on mute, so it wasn't me.
Oh,
I never fart on it.
Thought I smelled something though.
Oh yeah,
smell
that's a
something, Jeff?
joke.
Can
It
you
wasn't-
see how his background has gone a slight hint of green?
yeah. I was
What
going
is
to
that
say
cloudy
it wasn't.
gas?
It wasn't so much the noise. It was the way that it started to do the Tales of the Unexpected in the camera. as the gas wafted up.
There are flies in here fighting to get out.
I used to get a lot of
We like shit, but fuck me, mate.
going back to coming across rare cars. I knocked on one guy's door.
Trying to give up
Coming
smoking.
across red cars, do
When you
do
wipe
you
your
ask for
feet before you
permission
go
first?
outside.
There was one guy who had Alfa Romeo. Is it Montreal? Was it the Alfa Montreal?
Alpha Montreal. I don't remember the
It was a
Montreal.
70s. I'm pretty sure it was a 1970s Alfa. I'm sure it was the Montreal.
And there's never been one in Montreal.
Probably
That's-
not.
No.
And then I knocked on another guy's door who'd got a Fiat, an original
Would have
Fiat
rusted before it got there.
124. Yeah, an
Oh,
original
the
Fiat
Spider.
124, the Spider.
Oh, the spider,
yeah.
In the Arbath Racing trim, so it had the red paint with the gold wheels on it. It was immaculate.
My goodness.
And I knocked on his door, and we had a little conversation. And I said, "I love the car. I said, I'm a huge Fiat fan." He said, "Do you want to buy it?" Literally just like that. He said, "Do you want to buy it?" And I was like, "Yeah. How
Can I
much?"
give you a wank for it?
Yeah. And he said, it was like £8,500, which wasn't a lot of money for one of those in the condition it was. And I said, why are you selling it so cheap? He says, well, I've just got a new job in China and I leave in 2 weeks and I've got to just got rid of everything. So you want it? It's $8,500. He said, and if you want to negotiate, I'm open to it. And I walked away from that thing thinking, can I? And I thought, no, I can't. And I wish I could have done. But
I'll tell you an Alfa
gorgeous.
Romeo that I was actually
Romeo.
quite in love with and nearly bought
He's
one.
doing it again.
Moreo. An Alfa
Not
Moreo.
Romeo.
Romeo.
Romeo, but say it in Italian. Romeo.
Mayo.
Romeo.
Alfa
Alfa
Romeo.
Romeo was the 157. It was quick and sporty.
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
kind of liked it.
The
Yeah, but
problem
the
with
Spider
Alphas
is really, that's a classic. Alfa Moreo.
So this
Are
is
you taking a piss of my
Yes,
my
Lack of piss
my
pronunciation.
Irish accent?
yes, that's well because I am
Mate.
3/4 Irish. Hairy balls.
So this is an Alfa Romeo Montreal.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I
Oh,
do remember those. I don't remember them being called the Montreal. I remember it being.
Oh man,
But
that's
they-
nice.
gorgeous.
It's a
You know, they
matchbox car.
maybe it was called the Montreal.
The Montreal.
Yeah.
But they took their cues from
The Alfa
from
Romeo
musings.
Canadian shite. Sorry.
No, that's why there was none in Montreal. Big, like I said, they rusted by the time they got over
By the
there.
time they get over the
Oh, yeah.
Atlantic,
Yeah.
the salt in the
No, but
water.
it kind of looks like, you know, they took their cues from the Mustang for sure.
Oh yeah.
You look at that car and
Especially look at the back. I mean, here you go. I'll show you the back end.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Easy, easy.
He says.
I've got Kleenex here. I've got Kleenex.
Can I save the image? Yeah.
got
Do I need all of it? Do I need all this kitchen roll?
What? Yeah, to get all the shit off the settee now.
Yeah. That's,
let's wipe the shit off your ass.
I just shake their pants and let the rubble drop to the bottom. Like in the greatest
There you go.
escape.
Oh God, it's all stuck in me turnips now. look like I got bellends.
I'm going to be growing runner beans in that lot. I'll tell you.
They will thrive, my friend. Thrive.
Well,
Oh yeah, that's a
that's
Mustang.
very lovely.
Oh, that's nice, isn't
And-
it?
And the windows, the side windows from a
Well, it's a bit like it's like a cross
None of
between
them.
the mat. It's a cross between that and the Lamborghini Miura.
there. That's what I. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Bit of Simca kind of vibe going on as well.
Yeah, Matra. The mattress. Yeah.
Yeah, the Matra Simca, yeah.
As it turns out, my
Or Matra.
my
as it-
wife's cousin owns like one of the only ones left in the UK,
Oh yeah.
and he also
Is that
owns.
from Inca?
Do you remember that Alpha did 2 cars?
Spanky Minky.
The Minky
two-
Spunky.
They did 2 cars like
Spunky.
what were they called? They had Z.
Flatulent.
There were 3 letters, and they were like something Z something. What the bloody hell?
Alpha.
Yeah, they were. Oh fuck! It was just before Alpha started getting kind of popular again on a sort of in a major way with the 156s and the 7s and the 9s. Oh, they were like there was one. They were both the same car, but one was a hardtop and one was a convertible. But they were both essentially the same car. Really weird looking things.
Yeah, it does look like a Lancia Beta, you're right.
I can't remember what the fucking.
It does.
Yeah. Oh, it's Lancia Beta.
Well, the Lancia
Pronounce that.
Delta. More like the Lancia Delta, right, which was a great car when it ran.
Yeah.
Nothing beats my.
Most of the
Dragon.
time they use wheels.
Yeah.
That would explain it.
Yeah.
7 reverse
why did-
gears.
So why did it have brake shoes?
Was it just the it was the RZ? That's it. It's the Alpha RZ and the SZ. Yeah, the RZ
It's
and
a
the
bunch
SZ.
of numbers, and then it's just 2 letters. Then
So, hang on. Because cousin Rob has got the Montreal, and he's got the RZ and the SZ, and he's got something else as well. He's a massive Alpha nut.
No.
Was that the one that was in the Egg Cup?
Yeah, he does all of the trade shows.
Yeah.
This was the hardtop version, the SZ.
I remember those.
And then
I
they did
remember those.
they
Yeah.
did a
Pepper
convertible-
pots.
Yeah, they did a convertible. Which was the
Ugly
RZ.
as sin, but they
Yeah.
actually went like
Rare as
shit
fuck.
off a shovel.
Rare as fuck.
Yeah, pepper pots went out of fashion, didn't they?
Door wedges went out of fashion, didn't they?
I'll tell you a wheel that I really liked that went out of fashion was the Turbo Vex. You know, the one with the ribs. It's like a dish, but it had the fins.
A wheel.
things.
Yeah, the wheels.
That's the
Ish.
convertible one.
That's ugly.
It is, but it's very of its time.
It looks like a 2-year-old would get in it and start pedaling, doesn't it?
But that was just before Alpha started to kind of re-enter the big commercial market with, you know, popular cars that would break down by the side of the road rather than just expensive ones.
Oh, Marky's off. See you later, Marky.
Yeah, I had a 156 for a little while as a loaner.
It's funny, you put that picture up of that yellow car, and I can't. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm feeling it again, which is, have I emptied the washing machine out? Honestly, there's something very, I don't know, washing machiney about the whole back end of that.
Yeah.
It's like they started off and got an idea, and they went.
It was the 90s.
The front looks good.
Yeah, and they just ran out of fucking enthusiasm. Just went, just
Yeah.
fucking box that off there,
It's
go
like,
and put
oh,
a
we've
wheel
got rave
there.
to go to, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the bottle, you know, they get at the end of the bottle of wine at the end. And
Yeah, this is true. I don't know who designed that one.
could
don't
not
know.
be Pininfarina.
No.
Oh, I don't know. Pininfarina's done some dogs in their time.
Lily being one of them, no doubt.
Probably, yeah. There you go. This. Are you gonna let me? Is this gonna be a? Oh, fucking hell!
Looks like an angry cheese. That's a pretty good description, I must admit. A very good description, Simon.
There you go.
The Parmigiano.
Oh, what's this? Can we please see the
Oh.
1963 Jag E-Type?
Oh yeah, well that's the car. The
You see,
E-Type.
Paul is trying to bring us back to the sexy reality.
Look at that. That's a gorgeous little thing.
That's cute.
Yeah. Especially with the top down.
Come on in.
But the
1963
wheels are this big
E-Type.
and the car is this big.
I don't like the E-Type
Preferably in red
No?
with the hammer-ons, please.
with the hard-ons.
I
Hammer
love
ons.
the D-type.
Would you want
I love.
convertible or?
Yeah, you like the D, we know that. And
No. Can we have Can I have a hard top, please?
You want a hard top?
Yes, please, if I could.
yeah, hard
You
top.
ask- Are you asking for a boiled egg again, Ken? Is that what?
Oh, it's a fucking.
No, I've had one today already.
Yeah.
Still got hair between my teeth.
Why? Oh, trying to find one in the right file format.
Your audience awaits.
I know, right? The pressure's on.
Yeah, the
Fuck's
pressure is on, my friend.
sake. 1963 hardtop E-Type. Is it in the right file format?
But my favorite car, seriously, just in the looks, it's the first series Corvette. The second year the Corvette was released in
With the-
red
are you-
with the white. That's
Look at that.
Come on.
Fucker. Hello,
I
girls.
don't like it.
No,
Don't
the
like
thing.
it.
No, the thing is, they did a like a Mark II of it, and they kind of raised it up so the wheels weren't into the bodywork quite so much, and it started to look a bit silly.
Yeah.
But the early ones were fuck me.
With disc brakes and 6-cylinder, it was the original 6-cylinder engine, wasn't it? It's bloody quick.
Oh, you could get a 12, the V12.
The 12 didn't come till later. A lot
Was
later.
it later?
Yeah,
Was it?
yeah. The original was the 3.46 6-cylinder, I think it was.
3.46 cylinder. Yes.
Yeah, it was an amazing car for the time. But I'm kind of with Robbie on this. It looks amazing, but wouldn't be my first choice of Jaguar.
I don't even
and I
think it
love
looks that good.
Jaguars.
Really?
I
thought it was
like
quite
it.
iconic.
Yeah.
I always found it quite iconic.
It's like
Have
a
you ever
DB5.
driven one?
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause I've driven the 12-cylinder job on gravel. That was interesting. I tell you what, it doesn't like corners.
Yeah.
Mm.
It wasn't designed for
braking.
corners.
And braking.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah. It's milk cap bottle size brakes. Yeah. It was and it was drum brakes. Drum brakes, it's called. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was the first one with the first production sports car with disc brakes.
Could have been.
Maybe on the fronts only. It might have been on the fronts, but I know it was drums on the back. Because I had to put a rear wing on one. So I had to take the wheel off, and it's certainly a drum brake on the back.
And the
Every
funny
time
thing
you
is,
stop working on, they've played the bass solo.
Oh, hello.
Oh.
I think we got a professional coming in.
Oh,
Talking, yeah.
Uh-oh.
You think you can afford a proper internet, don't you?
T is
I know
here.
all that money, and you can't get a decent fucking internet connection.
shall I give him a fan? Shall I give him a fanfare?
There he is. Oh,
Hello, darling.
all sexy in his bathroom.
Are you about to have a shower or just come out of the shower?
He's just had sex.
I'm working, thank
You
you.
can deny that.
What
You're
do you mean
working.
You're
You mean
supposed to be on
beating?
holidays for a
Wanking.
year.
Yeah, you're wanking. That's what it is.
Wanking. Yes.
You.
I'm working. Well,
Oh, you're doing that thingy.
no, I'm finishing a mid-track tonight.
that a
I
whole-
see.
Is that a whole body sock you're wanking into?
What? I don't know why you put up with it, Ty. I really don't.
I'm just asking.
Actually,
Was
have
it?
you see what Robert's put?
Yes. Well, you've come to the right channel then.
Hello.
Bonsoir.
Hello.
Bonsoir. I just want to be the only one that agrees with Robbie that the E-Type does fuck all for me too. I must have told you my. So when I went to pick up, I have told you this. I went to pick up a new TVR Tuscan back in the day, and yay, and when I was there waiting for it, so basically it was all ready, and they just we've just got to do something to it, probably fucking repair it before it was even come out. Anyway, and the guy said, "Oh, you know, kind of, while you're waiting, do you want to just go and look at? We've got some classics upstairs." So I went and looked, and the guy up there went, "Oh, you shouldn't be buying a fucking TVR. You should be buying this." And they'd just done an E-Type.
Yeah.
I can't remember which model it was, I'll be honest with you, because I had showed so little interest in it. But they'd completely done a total renovation of it, and it was literally immaculate. It was literally like the day it rolled off the factory.
Yeah.
And so this would have been 2000 and, I don't know, 2006.
Yeah.
And it was 22,000 quid for a fully renovated E-Type. And he turned around and went, "You should be buying this." He said, "Honestly, these are going to go up in money." And I just literally looked at him and went, "Fuck off," as if I want this pile of shit. Of course, now, obviously, hindsight is a wonderful thing.
Well, the thing is, it would have been ideal for you to buy because you don't tend to drive the cars very much.
No, but
And
it's more to the
E-Types,
point-
like we say, don't like stopping, corners,
yeah,
trees, air, rain.
my
So-
problem is with it is that I would never driven it just because I don't get what all the. I mean, I'm sure back in the day they looked amazing and blah 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 blah, but now
You know,
It was back in the day when driving was actually hard work.
yeah,
Because
but
that
it's
Dodge Great
also-
Big Lump had no power steering or anything, remember?
It's a cock extension as well. You look at the front of that. Come on.
Oh yeah, it's definitely making up.
I
For something.
just
Oh, yeah.
it's just one of
Oh,
those
you don't
cars
need
that's
that. Time,
never.
right?
It's I don't know. It's never. It's never done anything for me ever. I've never seen a picture of any E-Type and gone, "Oh, that looks good."
No, yeah, I agree.
I must
you think
admit, when I
ML
see an
thing?
E-Type, it always conjures up in my mind a convertible in the Swiss mountains and Burt Camford playing
Yeah,
at the beginning of some film.
Baccarat.
Then
Yeah.
you realise that it's 2025.
Yes.
And what relevance has that got to the world as we speak?
The only really good one that, I mean, I still think the original was quite beautiful of its time. It was very of
in
its
its
time,
day,
but
I'm sure.
I wouldn't have one. The only one that I've seen that I really liked the look of was the Eagle. There's a company called Eagle. Complete rebuilds. Their versions of it are quite nice, but even that, I'm not that over the. Well, it's a bit like, I'll tell you what else it's like. Oh, you'll like this one, Ty. The latest Ferrari Amalfi. Not sure about the front end of that, but it looks bloody horrible.
Didn't you go and see it Friday?
We're going to see it on. It's been launched. It's been launched on Friday, not tomorrow. Next Friday, at Goodwood, and we're going. And I have to say, so yesterday, or was it yesterday, day before, whenever it was announced, day before yesterday, when it was announced, I was just sitting there going, "Oh fuck! I know that it's going to be amazing. I know I'm going to love it. I know I'm going to want it." And basically, when you go to these kind of do's, they treat you like fucking gods because all they want is your money.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking, fuck, they're going to, what am I going to do? They're going to win me over. And then it got announced. I swear to you, I could have done a little song and dance and clicked my heels together because I looked at it and went, what they've done is basically take a Roma and completely fucked it up because the front end is fucking ugly. The back, the curve at the back on the Roma, which is absolutely stunningly beautiful. If you ever see a Roma from the back end is gorgeous, and they've totally fucked it up. I mean, they have so fucked it up.
They've put more panels at the back. I mean, the one thing it's got is a steering wheel with buttons back.
Buttons, that's it.
That's it. But you can get that fitted aftermarket.
No, you can't. Not on the Roma.
No, I thought. Apparently, they're making it available.
Yeah, they do.
What?
It is available for
any of the other cars, including the Roma. You can buy that wheel and put it in place.
Oh, really?
I'm gonna buy two.
It maps. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh fuck!
You see, look at those headlights. That's fucking ugly.
No, it's so bland.
It looks like an electric car.
It looks like it's just stolen the last Mars bar. See the way he's got that sort of grin on the front of it going, I got it.
Honestly, it does. I mean, honestly, if you can do the steering wheel, although I know how much their upgrades are, that steering wheel will cost about 9-10 grand.
Yeah, probably.
The steering wheel. Yeah, but the main thing is, I don't like it. So I'm really looking forward to next Friday now, because I was genuinely looking with trepidation that they were going to get fucking money.
They could offer to suck you off, and you go, no, I don't want it.
And now I don't, absolutely no interest.
But you can suck me off anyway. Go on.
Yeah.
So Ty, when are you getting the Cybertruck?
Fuck you.
Kick him off. Come on.
Do you know, actually, the funny part about it is, I don't know whether you know this, but I'm sure the UK lot will, but there's a couple of people that have tried to have imported Cybertrucks over here, and they've been taken off the road, basically. They've managed to stay on for a few months, and basically, the police and whoever it is that, what's it called?
DVLA.
DVLA. That's it. They've all kind of stepped in and they've been taken off the road because.
Well, I'm shocked they're on any road because I was doing rideshare the other night. I gave a ride to a girl and her friend, and she said her friend died in a Cybertruck, got stuck in there and exploded. So, they're death traps.
Well,
yeah, there was something about a woman trying to get out of her Cybertruck and it locked her in. It wouldn't let her out.
There's no manual release.
That's mental.
It's stupid. How that passes safety standards, I don't get it. So,
can I tell you
what?
Can I
was it
can I just tell you what the safe?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What was it banned for?
What? Yeah.
Because of it's safety regulations. It doesn't pass so many safety regulations, especially for pedestrians to do over here. It just passes none of the safety.
I think they checked all that before they imported them, wouldn't they?
No, because they knew that they were taking a risk by importing them over because they were never going to be allowed in this country, but they imported them in to try and get over the rules to basically push the system. These are people with too much money more money than sense, and they
got less now.
but they're not bothered. 100 grand for them is nothing. You know, it's that kind of their kind of people.
Okay.
So they've done it as a bit of a trial to see how far they could get with it, and they did manage it for a few months, and then they kept being stopped so many times, and then they basically just got stepped in, and they're just like, kind of, no, you can't do this shit.
I also love the fact that all the ones I'm seeing are not treated anyway, so all the stainless steel is rusting. They all look like shit.
Yeah.
How unexpected.
Yeah.
No, the only thing I did want to say that the safety, the door release, because if you remember on the older TVRs, everyone that's seen the Top Gear thing, that when people can't figure out how to get in or out of a TVR, anyone that knows the button to get in is under the wing mirror. Now this is before all fancy shit of opening doors and things. So there's no door handle. There's a little button underneath the wing mirror that you press. So it's all electric, the ins and outs of a TVR. But just for exactly that reason, if you got stuck, they built in a safety measure. And the safety measure literally was a piece of rope inside. Basically, there's a little bit by the panel. You could basically just quickly whip the panel off and get your hand underneath and pull a piece of rope that opened the door manually.
Well, the Cybertruck has a release lever, but it's behind a panel, so it doesn't do any good. If you're dying in the car, you have no time to rip a panel off and pull a lever, right? So...
Anyway.
With a TVR, if you need to get out in a hurry, then it's too late already, because it's already wrapped around.
You just put it into a tree.
The funny thing about it is, one of the first things that they show you when you get a TVR is how to basically get into a TVR, because everything's electric. If your battery goes flat, you literally can't get in. So the first thing they show is basically, and of course you're not going to tell anyone, because you've just bought this car, so it can't become common knowledge. Otherwise, everyone knows how to get into them. But there is a way, and I'm not going to tell you what it is, just because I am slightly more responsible than I would have been. But there is it's an incredibly easy way to get in any TVR. I'm not going to say anymore. But yeah, there's a really easy way of doing it. And
I like the rope trick. It sounds homemade. That's very funny.
Oh, that's TVR all over.
Well, yeah, TVR homemade.
They are. Yeah. They were made in literally kind of sheds in Blackpool. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They look amazing. But
I've never seen one over here. So.
Whoa! Everybody, shut up! What did you just say, Robbie?
I just said this shit. If you want to go and see a TVR, just drive down the motorway and look in the lay-by, because that's where you generally find them with the bonnets up, or planted into a tree.
Yeah.
I had 3 of them. And the last 2, I mean, actually, no, that's okay. The last one, nothing untoward went wrong with it. The one, but I had that for years, and I had nothing go wrong with it. The one before that, a clutch went. That was basically it, and that's because I'd just done a day round a track, and on the way home, the clutch went. But that's it. Other than that, they were more reliable than a lot of cars. So
I must admit, I think the one.
Fuck you, Puricelli, wanker.
The one decent feature about the Cybertruck is its size, because you're able to write Wankmobile in aerosol and get it to fit onto the side of the truck.
You know what's great though? It's called a truck. The truck bed is the tiniest bed you've ever seen on a truck, so it's really not a truck. And they stick out of parking spaces. They're so long, yet there's not much useful space. So there's some passenger room, but they're just ridiculous vehicles.
Yep.
I almost bought a Cerberus once, I came really, really close. I had a Jaguar, so I had an XJ40. And a friend of mine who was a hairdresser down at Pinewood Studios was selling his. And I took it out.
Like a TVR owner.
Yeah, he was. And he let me take it out for a spin. And I fucking shat myself. The thing was so unstable, but it's because it was so much power. I mean, the power to weight ratio on those things was mad, and I was still thinking about it. But yeah,
I've said I am fucking triggered. You fuckers. They're one of those cars that until you actually drive one, I can honestly say until you drive one, you've not lived, and B, they are unlike every other car. I've never driven a car even vaguely like them because they are so fucking brutal.
That's the
they
word,
are called
brutal.
yeah,
Brutal.
they are called widow makers for because every time you get in it, they really genuinely will try and kill you. Because I've had some really lovely cars and I've had some really great handling cars, and you got to think I came straight out of, I can't remember if it was a VX220 or was it VX220 or an Elise?
That was a great car.
So I
That
came
was
out
a
of
great
those. I came out of one of those straight into a T350, and I kind of thought, oh, it'll handle in a similar kind of way. And there's a big difference because a good car basically, as you're going around corners or the handling side of things, it kind of gives you not so nice warnings. It'll start going because there's no ABS, there's no traction control, there's no airbags, there's nothing. And so they will basically kind of go, hey, you're going to this bend a bit fast. I mean, if I was you, I'd take your foot off a bit, or I'd take your foot off a bit, or you're feeling all this through the whole car, through the suspension, the steering, and it's all kind of telling you what's happening on the road. And yeah, you need to slow down a bit, slow down a bit, slow down a bit. Yeah, come on, you've got to slow down. That's a good car, like a Lotus handling wise. TVR basically just goes, yeah, everything's fine, oh fuck. And that's it. And by the time it tells you anything, you're off the road. I've said this before. When you overtake in a TVR, you have to do it. I've said this so many times. You have to do it completely opposite. Whereas in a normal car, you indicate, you put your foot down, you steer around, you go take. In a TVR, you literally have to slowly at speed pull out, and then put your foot down, whiz past them, and slowly go back in. Because if you put your foot down as you're steering to overtake, the car literally just spins off.
Yeah,
that's what happens. That's so many TVR accidents happen either overtaking or on roundabouts because you put your foot down and the back end just goes.
Yeah,
but they're fucking gorgeous, so you can fuck off the lot of you. Anyway, I did come in to actually ask a question. I mean, I never normally come in asking for advice and
yeah, this is new. Go on.
I know, but Robbie will know this. Andrew might know this, and if not, I'm sure Wagyu will remember. Do you remember about 6 months ago, 12 months ago, there was a piece of software that did the bit where when you hit the snare, basically it did the little rise up to the snare. It did the little and you did it on the show, and I'd bought it. And I've bought the software, and I cannot for the life of me remember what it's called, who makes it. And right at this moment, I really need it. But I've started going through all my downloads for all the software, most of which I've not fucking downloaded or whatever, or bought. And this is one of them. And I'm desperate to know so I can fucking get it. But I don't know I can't remember what it's called.
What did it do again?
Yeah, explain what it does.
It's for snares. It's the equivalent of, it's really trendy at the moment to have the snare with a bit of a, it's almost like, back in the day you'd put a bit of backwards reverb on a snare. So you just went like that. But there's a piece of software that did it automatically. You fed basically the drum track into it, and it was some fancy way of
doing
it.
So it's a shit snare generator, basically.
Yeah, basically, but it's a kind of slightly backwards bit, and it's called something in the modern production tech. I say production tech. The kind of wankers who are just sat in there, whatever, making shit. And I can't remember what it's called. It's a great app. It sounded great. I bought it, and I can't find it.
So it's something for transients, basically. Messing with transients.
Yeah, it kind of waves. No, it's not waves. Definitely wasn't waves.
Smack Attack.
Yeah, Smack Attack's a transient shaper.
No, it's not a transient shaper. I've got loads of those. It's a bit that kind of does a little bit of a bit before the snare.
I'd Google it, but I don't know how to spell shit.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I don't either.
I don't recall this on the show at all.
No, it was
to be
on.
honest.
It was on.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Don't recall.
Snapback.
Let me Google that. Oh, it might. Do you know? I'll have a look. Hang on a second. Now I'm just going to say search in my mails for Snapback. What a wanker I am! Fucking hell.
No, I have to do it, and I've got nowhere near as much software as you.
Snapback. Fuck you. That is fucking amazing. Who said it? Who said it?
Paul
Who
Holmes.
said it?
Was it Paul Holmes? No, it wasn't. It
Paul.
was Tracker Jack.
Tracker Jack. You
Tracker Jack.
fucking angel.
No wonder I.
Oh.
It involved BT.
Cue countdown music, yeah.
There we go. I said about 6 months ago, 25th of the 10th, 2024, I bought it. And I've not installed it. And right at this moment, I fucking need it.
This would be the ideal spot again, where we present
Honestly.
Tracker Jack with the generation game T's made.
You,
as mentioned earlier in the show.
You have made my day.
There you go. You can now get on with your shit tracks.
No, it's just
So if BT's involved, you can make NFTs with it.
Bitterness. Cable guys. Oh, brilliant. I am honestly. Yay! I can fuck off
And now Ty can continue with that wank.
No, it is. It's just. I tell you what it is. It's just the fact that the drum track on this is almost. This track is almost finished. I've been out now for weeks, and it's almost there, and it just needs that. There's something about in there's one section where it just needs something. It just needs something on the snare. That's all. And then this.
Well, you could always just turn it back to front, record the reverb, and just.
Oh God! I love the way he says that. Like I'm now meant to go. Oh, I've never done that before.
I know, but what?
Hell.
He used to do that before the app was invented.
Fucking hell. Of course I could fucking do that.
Oh, I know. You could go to the cupboard, get a snare drum.
Oh, and just
record it, reverse it on the 24 track reel to reel.
Fucking hell. I don't think he's telling me what to do when I was doing it on fucking 4-track cassette 50 years ago.
Oh no.
40 years ago.
Well, yeah, you're not that old yet.
No,
I'm going to have to have a look at this now because I've got no idea what it is. I don't remember it at all. I do not remember it at all.
Well, honestly,
it's probably Robbie. Robbie was probably talking about it, and we were asleep as usual.
No recollection of it whatsoever.
No,
really.
No.
You sure it was PSN you heard it on?
Oh, like I can't remember what I had for fucking dinner yesterday. Never mind, but I was sure it was on the show. I was sure we did it on the show.
A show.
The fact that BT was involved in its development probably put me right off.
Do you know the real problem I have with BT is that every time. Do you remember when he was on Sonic State and he was getting so excited all about the AI stuff, and he was. I just remember with him turning around and going, "Oh, it's going to change everything. It's such a game changer," and you know.
Oh, I hate that.
That was the NFT shit. He was going on about NFTs.
Oh,
fucking NFTs, yeah.
NFTs. Do you remember them? They worked out well.
Oh,
I mean, do you know there was actually someone I know who he's actually a really good artist. I bought some paintings off from him, and he's a really, really good artist. But he was really heavily going into NFTs in art and all this kind of thing, and he was getting very excited about it. And every time he was talking to me about them, you know, I was just looking at him thinking, You are fucking mad. Honestly, you are. If you honestly think this is the way forward, you are mad. And yeah, I mean, I dread to think how much money he's lost on that kind of shit. Oh, anyway.
Who the
I'm a
fuck
happy
is
bunny now.
Who's the fuck is BT?
BT
Brian Transo.
he's a Californian-based
He's a
artist.
legend
that
in his
was-
own postcode.
Lunchtime. Yeah.
He was very good back in the late 90s, going into the 2000s. He did some
He
really,
was.
really good work.
He did some movie
Really
soundtracks that were
innovative,
decent stuff.
really
Yeah.
The
innovative
Monster
stuff.
soundtrack is quite good.
Yeah, he
I agree.
did.
Yeah. And
He
can I
did
just
back
say,
then.
if it wasn't for him, he got me so many gigs because he did a sample library for the Akai called Breakbeats or something like that. And honestly, those loops when I was first starting out, you know, kind of doing that kind of stuff, fuck me, they saved me so much time. And so I've always got to be grateful for him. He made me a lot
Azito
of money.
Break Tweaker thing was pretty cool. He was part of that.
Yeah, Break Tweaker's that I've used that on certain things. That's he's not a total idiot. He's a very talented guy. And the thing that I really remember back in the day, we're talking 30 years ago, he had his entire studio stolen. Do you remember that? Someone stole literally his entire studio, and I have to say, that's just fucking, as you know, that's just fucking shit. But they literally took the lot. They took everything.
Wow.
And so
he's not a light sleeper then.
No, it's just recently he's just got involved in some. If it's really cutting edge in inverted commas, he just gets really inverted. He's done loads of AI stuff, and it's just like, no, fuck off. I don't. That's not what.
And the truth is, he hasn't done a lot of AI stuff. Lots of other people have done a lot of AI stuff, and his name has gone on it. He's done nothing AI. Is the truth? I don't actually think that's true. I think he's had heavy involvement in the stuff that he puts his name to. He has a lot of involvement in. He's not one of those who just puts his name to stuff. He is someone who actually genuinely gets involved from a deeper level.
But he's not a coder. He needs lots of support.
No, he's not a coder. Obviously, he needs people to. But he's the ideas man. He's the one who, you know, he's not just one of these people who sticks his name on anything like fucking Jordan, whatever his name bollocks is. Who, let's play 70. Let's play. Oh fuck him. Let's play 79,000 notes instead of one.
However, his iOS apps are excellent. So, Wisdom Music.
Yeah.
No, I just can't. I've been. I tell you what it is the fact that what he does. It's in the same way that you get a guitarist and you get an amazing guitarist that can play 3 notes and it sounds amazing, or you can get an incredibly talented artist who wasting his skills by playing fucking.
By overplaying, by showing the
79.
technique.
Well, look, he wants to show off his He went to Juilliard. He wants to show off his skills. So
which is great. We've all done that, but we all then have something called what's it called? Taste. That's the fucking thing.
Well, the thing
taste
is,
and musicianship, and
it didn't matter what it was he was demonstrating. All he was demonstrating is how fast the keyboard reaction was.
He's a shredder. He's a keyboard shredder.
It's no different from Paganini, and it's no different from Liszt. They're there and they want to just show off, and that's fine. But you go and listen to some Liszt. The best pieces of Liszt are the pieces where there's nothing happening. It's all. I've always said this: it's not what you play; it's what you don't play.
Although Rachmaninoff had some serious chops, and his stuff was great.
But that's where the musicianship is. The musicianship is in what you don't play. So anyway,
God, missed having you on a pub.
Yeah.
What? Just because I'm a fucking gobby wanker.
Can we make an NFT of this image of Ty right here? I want this to be an NFT. This Ty shot right here.
Well, we've had
grab the screen grab. Go on.
Yeah,
go on.
The evil Bond villain. Yeah, he's the Bond villain. You know.
Because no, seriously.
Wow.
You speak truth. That's why.
Yeah.
You do.
Thank you. I say what's in my own world is right. It doesn't always mean it's in everyone else's world it's right, but in my world it's right.
Well, it's right in a lot of people's world.
Well, he's a luxuriating Bond villain. He's relaxing.
More
right
like,
now.
looks more like a cat.
You've been called a pussy.
Oh.
I'll show
First
Robert a
time.
pussy when I see him. Oh no, that doesn't sound right. No.
Boy pussy.
Who's it said?
No, it
look,
doesn't.
Who's it said looked
Oh.
like a hard-boiled egg on
Pussy.
a pavlova?
I'll tell you what. Do you want the worst thing? Do you want? Do you want the worst thing?
Tie with hair.
I'll tell you what. This is actually really sad. This is really sad.
Go on.
Has anyone said? And this is kind of serious and fucking hilarious at the same time.
That's the best way to be.
No. So, has anyone seen the documentary about Heston Blumenthal?
Not yet.
No.
Okay. In all seriousness, it's heavy going. It's fucking sad. But anyone that doesn't know, I know we do in the UK, but Heston Blumenthal is a chef, an amazing chef, stroke scientist, stroke.
Who does impressions of Ty?
Well, no, this is the problem. So he's basically he's now has bipolar, and there's a program about his condition and about what he's been through for the last however many years, and he's been sectioned. Seriously, he's been sectioned, and
Oh, wow.
He's really suffered.
Wow.
And he now doesn't look like we remember Heston looking. He basically is put on a load of weight, mainly because of the drugs. When he's speaking, he speaks really slowly and drawn out, and he's under a lot of sedation. And the drugs he's on now, he bears very little resemblance to the Heston Blumenthal that we know and love. And he's amazing, but the documentary is amazing, but it's fucking heavy going, and it's really, 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 really sad what he's been through. But at the very beginning, he's there and he's a bit unshaven, and he's kind of got his big glasses on, and he's now completely bald, and he's put on a lot of weight. He's quite hefty, and I just turn around, and Pip and I watching it, and I just turn around, fucking hell, look at him. He's put on so much weight. He looks awful. And he's just talking into the camera. And there's just this long pause. And Pip just went, I was actually just thinking how much he looks like you. And I literally, but she left it for about 15 seconds of complete silence after watching it. Before you could actually just see her in her head going, "Should I say it? Should I not say it? I can't
this
say it.
come
I
out?
really, should I really say this? Because he's just described him as looking really fat and ugly. Should I describe him? Should I say this?" But in typical Pip style, she went, "Yeah, fuck it, I will." And he does, because when I then looked at it, I went, "Fuck yeah, you're right. He does look just like me." So, yeah. Anyway, there you go. But watch it if you want. I mean, it's not cheerful.
I
viewing,
didn't realise.
especially.
I didn't realise he had
bipolar.
bipolar.
I didn't have a clue. I mean, I literally watched it thinking it was just a program about Heston Blumenthal, because I've eaten at the Fat Duck a few times, and I just is.
Oh yeah.
Good Lord, he has put on some, hasn't he?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Hang on, I'll try and get the chin
Like
right.
brothers.
Sorry, that's a picture of Ty. Let me find the one of Heston.
Oh, he's got our mic, Rob.
So
I know. Yeah, look at that. He's got
Yeah.
the old, yeah.
I wonder if that's
but
a
there's-
road arm on it.
Probably.
there's a scene where basically they say to him, have you ever discussed this with your son? Yeah, he's got a few kids, but one of them basically goes on camera, and he's there going, "No, I've never asked him." Basically saying to his son, when you were growing up, did my condition affect you? And he's never had the conversation with his son. So he has the conversation with his son for the first time, and his son basically says, "Yeah, it completely fucked me up, but we basically realized that we had to kind of work around you and all this kind of thing." It's so sad, because I mean, the reaction from Heston is totally genuine. He just breaks down. I mean, it's not light viewing, but it's really worth watching, because it's so sad to watch. Essentially, a culinary genius, what he's gone through. And
What channel is that on?
I can't remember. I think it's 4. I think it could be 4.
Okay.
But you've got to check it out. But if no one's ever eaten at the Fat Duck, it was voted for I don't know how many years the best restaurant in the world, and I can absolutely vouch for the fact that I've never eaten anything like it. It's fucking amazing, absolutely incredible. So anyway, back in the day, I don't know if it still is, but back in the day it was.
Yeah.
But anyway,
another good documentary is that Pee Wee Herman one. Have you seen that one? The Pee Wee Herman thing on Netflix?
No.
That's good.
No.
It's before he died. He does a whole interview thing.
Well, obviously, okay,
talks about his life.
Good.
Yeah.
It'd be a fucking boring interview if you'd done it afterwards.
Well,
please.
He was dying. He didn't tell the interviewer.
Question.
He was dying of cancer during the interview. He didn't tell the interviewers. So.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Fuck me.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
It's good though. It's really if any of his content, whether it's the Groundling stuff or the Pee Wee's Playhouse, Pee Wee's Big Adventure, or whatever, it's very interesting.
Yeah.
Never a fan, to be honest. Didn't really get him, but I understood why people liked him, but it wasn't my thing. So.
Yeah, it's not for everybody.
Yeah. Various people are not for everybody, aren't they?
His show was a good showcase of animations, though. It was like a lot of claymation, hand-drawn animation. Kind of, it was a fun collage of shit.
There's a lot of talk at the moment about companies setting up to do AI versions of people after they've died. To do documentaries, interview them based on their lives, and have them do AI versions of.
Well, they're making contracts now for people, so posthumous, stuff. So when they die, can you use my image or not? Right?
We're never getting rid of you, Andrew.
I think we're getting rid of all of us eventually.
Hopefully.
There's only one way out of here, and that's kind of comforting.
Look at the crap they did with Grand Moff Tarkin. It looked terrible. So.
And before you ask, no, you can't have my lawnmower tie.
Well, my AI version of me can clear out that fucking garage then, can't it?
Yeah.
It's going to take 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's AI Kent with an AI anaglyph.
Yeah. Fucking hell. Yeah, that'd be a lot easier to build. I don't you know that. Fucking hell.
Right. Well,
I can fuck off to get back. I can get back on and finish this track now. So I do have to point out that it is a particularly good one.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I'm a happy bunny because I've it's sounding really good. There's only 4 people that have heard it so far, and including Midge, and it's a good one. It is a.
It's a good tagline. You're right, actually.
Yeah.
It's Andy. You're a fun collage of shit. It's quite a great tagline. Yeah,
you like that?
I like. Yeah, it's a good tagline.
Well, everyone's got a different, style.
Mate, it's universal. We could use that for anything, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, you have served your purposes.
I've used you now. I'm fucking.
Yeah,
off.
I've used you now. I'm fucking off. I'm in the dressing
Yeah, I'm sorry.
room.
I'm really sorry that I served my purpose so quickly. I'll get better with practice. Honest.
Oh, yeah.
They
I can't believe I agreed with Robbie. This is the thing. Oh, talking to which, has the car turned up, Robbie?
It's arrived at the dealership on Tuesday. Went into prep.
Okay.
On Wednesday, and I chased them today and didn't hear anything. So the car is on their system now. So it's. I'm hoping to hear tomorrow.
So it arrived on Tuesday, and the apprentice put it into a wall on Wednesday.
Probably. Knowing my luck.
And it's in the body shop until Friday. Yeah. Yeah.
No, hopefully by this time, maybe this time tomorrow, if not this time Saturday, we'll have done the deal. But we will see.
Excellent.
Righty
I'm
ho.
trying not to get too excited.
I'm heading off now as well, I think.
Well, I'm going first, so fuck you.
Oh.
Well, good.
The race is on.
Go on then, fuck off.
Abandon ship. Abandoned
Okay.
ship.
It's an abandoned
Goodbye,
contest.
all.
Yeah,
I will
it's a-
carry on watching you from afar. Be good.
That's the safest way to do it.
Yeah.
See you later. Bye, all.
Especially with
Bye.
my
See you later,
eyes.
darling.
See you later. Awful man. What an awful man.
A little Elton to play him off.
Yeah, why not?
That's
Yeah.
so
Just to
nice.
piss
But
him off.
he's such a huge fan of Elton.
That's so nice.
Yeah.
Now your turn, Andrew.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to do. Fuck off. See you
Yeah,
later,
fuck off.
Jeff. See you
Okay.
soon. Let me know about October and all that stuff, and we'll.
Yeah, October's in a few months, so we're good.
Talking of get-togethers, have you
Oh, so
got
Canadian
any-
calendars are the same as ours?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck
yeah,
me.
yeah.
That's a coincidence.
I know. We're just a few hours. Yeah.
Wow, who knew?
Have you set any dates? Are there any dates in mind to get together at yours, Kent?
You got to ask the boiled egg.
October.
It's now down to him, isn't it?
All right. Okay.
So,
Oh, boiled egg. When shall we six meet together?
well, I put it to him about the what was that date that we sort of like was roughly working good for everybody? Was it around about the beginning of August, wasn't it, or something?
Something like
It
that.
had to be
Yeah.
after the 4th of August, I think.
So it was something like that, and I put it to him. And he goes, "Oh, I think that could work." So
Oh wait, so you're getting together without me? Is it to talk about me?
oh no, we'll still be here when you arrive.
Yeah. Well, you
Yeah.
will.
This is
got
my
to-
house. You know,
We've got to prepare for you.
20 people arrive, 20 people never leave.
Yeah.
Week commencing 4th of August.
So no return flight.
Oh,
for
what?
you.
Oh, was it?
Good
No,
for
was
them.
it the October date then?
Well, October. We're still talking about that
Because we were talking
I-
about it, and I think
yeah.
it. No, I think it was the October first thing.
Well, October, I
time-ish.
land on a Wednesday, October 1st.
Yeah,
So settle in the hotel.
something
or
in that week, perhaps. And
yeah, or the
see if that
weekend,
works
it-
for more
if it
people
helps
than not.
people.
Yeah,
Yeah, Saturday or Friday or whatever.
yeah.
Whatever is good for you
Well,
guys.
you know what it's like when you got like say, 10, 15, 20 people. Getting a day that is actually perfect for everybody.
Well, it's not going to be perfect for everybody, but it's.
it's.
But I
just
mean,
so-
I don't know about you guys, but Saturdays here are pretty good to get together. Just if you're
Probes,
working
there
or
is
not.
I can drop one of those fucking bollard things that come out of the road. I can drop the one down the side and everybody can park around the garages, no problem.
Righty, hey, well, just let us know when. And maybe you do 2 dates, Kent.
Possible, it's not impossible. I mean, it's not like I'm going anywhere.
No.
There's that.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going. I'll see you tomorrow. Kent,
Okay.
are you around tomorrow for some more tinklage?
Yes, dear.
All right, matey. I'll tinkle with you later. See you tomorrow, Robbie.
Okay, go
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye. Bye, Justin.
Bye.
He's your favorite.
Bye, Andy.
See ya.
You're my favourite, Andy.
Where's
apart
Mr.
from-
Evans?
Oh, Andy's favourite tonight. Oh, well.
Hang on a minute. Yeah, no, Andy's.
That's okay.
There's Madge.
Oh, that's mate. Where's Mr. Evans?
I don't know. I think he might be under the television.
Oh.
Oh, listen. So he ran in 2 nights ago. He ran in. I was wearing a linen trousers, white linen shirt, just sitting here chilling because they were. He ran in. He was fucking covered from head to foot in coal dust.
Okay.
Up and down the settee, all over me. So I've got paw prints all over this shit. We picked him up to try and wash him down because he was just leaving mess everywhere. And he went absolutely spazzo at us. Just, claws and teeth and everything ran outside. And we're trying to cover him with water to get it off.
Your cat became a chimney sweep?
Yeah, well, we were thinking that, but I think
No,
it's more like-
he probably went on one of those how to be Welsh experiences.
Oh, look, you don't mind this boy.
I don't mind, lad.
Oh, good. Well, that was a very good Pakistani accent there. Marvellous.
It was, wasn't it? Spot on.
You're not going down the bloody mains. What are you talking about going down the bloody mains? You see?
You horrible little man.
You are my little one. Right then, I'm going. Yeah, I'm going.
Okay,
See you later,
fuck off.
chaps. Bye. Bye,
Yeah.
Jeff. You're my
Take care.
favourite as well.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, no, you're not.
We'll
Man.
see.
Yeah, I can do that and nothing happens. Look at that. Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, dear me.
I'm not leaving. I'm just muting.
Oh, he's muting. I need a coffee. Eee. Oh. Dear me. I got me comestibles in a bit of a state down here. Hang on. Quick stock take. Right, we're all right. All there. All accounted for, sir. Right, I'll go and make a coffee. Back in a sec.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, just because Justin, can you play the Dune theme again?
Well, no, I just wanted to see like what would happen if Jordan Rudess played Elton John.
Oh,
Oh.
the keys will light on fire. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but
That was good. You in a similar patch.
Yeah, that's the what engine?
okay, but
Annex engine.
that's a total soundtrack, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Toto and
Well, not all Toto. Picaro wasn't there for that.
Right.
I talked to him
But
about it at Synthplex.
I was trying to figure out when did Hans Zimmer write that? Then I realized, it's Toto.
different movie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you think they used the CS80 on that soundtrack?
I would imagine.
Had that similar sound to
Well,
it, yeah.
because that brass sound,
Yeah.
And as much as I love Toto, I can't say that it was a very good soundtrack.
Oh, I enjoyed it.
And
the orchestral elements were good, and the...
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just, I don't know. But
And
the
they threw in
movie was
Brian
not
Eno
that
for
great.
good measure, right? Got the prophecy theme.
Yeah. But who am I to say anything about music?
Well, who's anybody, really?
Well, we had one bald guy here who could say something about that.
Yeah, he's got all the layering. That's great. I mean, call me old-fashioned. At least there's more structure to that than the remake Dune music. So,
Yeah.
which is more sound design and shit.
Yeah.
So,
Don't tell
Except
Kent that.
in Dune 2, the love theme is fucking incredible.
yeah,
Yeah. Ah,
yeah.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
I haven't listened to that soundtrack in a long
It's also, I think it's Chinese theme, as they call it Chinese theme.
yeah, Chinese. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, you're saying there's more sound design, and I mean that's what soundtracks are these days. I mean, there's not a lot of soundtracks that have like, you want to go buy the record.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not very memorable. Like there's
No.
nothing catchy about.
There's cool sounds in it. It's just not like, you know.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you talk about the older John Williams Star Wars stuff, the newer stuff. There are tunes you can whistle from Star Wars, right? The newer stuff, what's a tune that stands out? Nothing really,
None.
right?
None.
Ray's theme is kind of lame, and you know.
Well,
It's all right.
Yeah,
But
it's
name
okay.
another theme in the damn movies after that.
No, there's
right?
nothing else. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, although, but yeah, the early ones, the earlier first three movies, yeah.
I mean, even though he
sing the
clearly
fucking
was
score.
lifting from other composers, he still made really nice music out of it. So.
Yeah, still. But it was not lifting from something that was very well known either.
Well, it's probably because of temp tracks, I'm guessing. You know, a lot of the directors want the temp tracks.
Yeah.
And then they just go, okay, I'll make something like that. And then you get, it sounds like a derivative thing, right?
Yeah. Do you agree, Robbie?
I have no opinion.
No opinion. Don't want to offend anyone.
I don't mind.
You're the Switzerland of the pub.
I genuinely have no opinion.
Well, some people really get bent out of shape about that. You know, John Williams is a genius. How dare you besmirch him? And it's not really besmirching. It's just being honest, right? So I appreciate his work.
Yeah.
All right, then, babe. Oh, babe.
Do you want to hear a bit of this drum synth?
Sure. Drum set.
Synth.
God.
Synth.
Synth.
So,
Synth with an F. Got some synths.
A
Synth.
You can
It's
get
a synth, innit?
drum synth.
There was a guy on Facebook for it. I lost the clip, but it was a guy doing a demo. He goes, man, you got to know your synths.
Yeah. Osprey 8. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Oh.
Skip forward a bit. Skip forward a bit. There we go. Get the kick in there. Listen to this kick.
Oh, yeah.
So somewhere between an 808 and a 606.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
707.
Yeah, it's an 808 with breast implants, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what
Pretty
Ty
cool.
needs for his drums there. For his snare.
Yeah.
not bad, is it?
It's all right. How many hundreds of pounds does that cost?
Yeah.
Don't know the exact price yet, but it'll be going on Kickstarter in the next couple of months or so.
Wow.
Okay.
See, the thing is, you know, I love all these drum things. Personally, I cannot make a good drum beat. I just fucking can't.
No,
Everything-
just use loops.
Everything sounds. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
Use loops.
Yeah.
Well, you see, I use loops because I cannot do anything. Seriously, I mean, what I do sounds like fucking bossa nova
Well,
shit.
arpeggiators with drums are amazing. So you use a clever mix of arpeggiation, some sequencing tricks.
I'm not
You
that
can-
smart.
It's not hard.
Yeah,
It's-
you could do that.
It's an automation thing. It's easy.
But I know what you mean. Sometimes you have like like you could write a little something, and then you don't have an idea of what kind of rhythm will work with it best, kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you could do Tangerine Dream style, no drums at all sometimes, right?
Oh, that's what.
Just all
that's what I do.
ostinatos and, you know,
Yeah.
pads and
That's
stuff.
what I
and-
do.
Yeah.
99% of the time, that's what I do. But I just, you know, the other day I was telling Kent I've stopped playing synths for a couple of months. I wrote something yesterday, and I tried to do a drum beat, and it just makes it sound so fucking cheesy. And you remove the drum beat, and it goes, okay, well that sounds good, but I still want to have rhythm behind it. So,
You saw that video about the Prince thing, right? Where he took the bass line out to make the famous track, right?
When Doves Cry has no.
When
bass
Doves Cry,
line.
exactly, yeah.
Oh.
His producer was talking about that, and that made the track, right? Take the bass line out. He still kept the rhythm bits, obviously, but
oh yeah.
But
so
the
sometimes
bottom
less
line
is more. Just take it out.
Yeah, but
that
no,
was
I know what I
Prince.
mean. I do want to have drums on that because I don't know. I just want to have drums on it. But yeah,
You don't use Logic, do you?
no. I studied Logic quite a bit, but you know.
Well, Logic has Session Drummer, which is actually quite good.
Yeah, but
Yeah, because it's got that XY kind of grid thing where you can go like less complex, more complex. There's another another setting on the vertical axis, and you can. It's really quick to just dial in exactly like the kind of feel that you're looking for, and then there's different drummers that you can pick, you know, based on what kind of style you want. It's pretty.
yeah, but you see that the thing is, you know, when I use loops, they're just like, fuck it. I don't know. It's the texture of also the I don't know. Anyway, but I've always sucked at drums, and that's why 99% of the music I've made is just instrumental.
Get something like Easy Drummer, or
Oh,
if you can
yeah.
afford Superior Drummer.
Oh, I
Superior
have
drummer's great.
I have a SSD 5.5
I
with
have that.
a bunch of loops in there, but it's still. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, I keep complaining. No reason.
I switched over to Superior Drummer because Steven Slate drums has like a feel to it. It's almost like an edgy kind of rock feel. And for my stuff, I need something a little more softer. But that's where Superior Drummer, like, really solved it for me because there's like every kind of kit you'd ever want in there.
Yeah.
But,
So it's not so much. So it's not so much the sound or everything like that. It's that you don't know what type of rhythm your track is looking for.
Yeah,
from cold, as it were.
Right. Well, okay. So what I'm always looking for is more like a percussion kind of things.
All right.
Okay.
Not a kind of straight drum beat, right?
So are you always adding percussion after the fact, or are you building from a percussion section first?
No, I put it after the fact.
Because it's harder to do after the fact,
Well,
to make it match.
it's when I have an idea of where, okay, so I have this bit, it's like, you know, a minute and a half long, and I go, okay, so this is my bass, and the bass of the song, and okay, so I want to take it somewhere else, but I need to have some rhythm behind it. Jesus needs microtonic. Okay, wow. What is that? Anyway, so yeah, no, it's just I don't know. But I've never ever. I mean, I've been writing music since 1985, and I've always had to ask people. Okay,
You never found a drum machine that fit your stuff?
Oh, drum machines are just like too fucking like it's a box for me that just does this. I have Drum Beat Pro, and it's to me it's just like it's like a prison because I'm just stuck into this kind of beat.
But you can turn steps off and make it more variable. You can.
Yeah, it's all. I mean, you do it live and it's great.
Yeah,
but
there's
I'm
a lot of
not
trial
working
and error.
live. I'm working in
Yeah.
months to make a song.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway,
a lot of trial
I'm
and error
complaining
with
for
the
nothing. Yeah, I just don't fucking.
Well, people have sticking points. It's valid. So.
Yeah, I guess.
I like Stylus RMX for percussion stuff because again, it's got a ton of different things that you can do with it.
I mean, yeah.
But then it's variable too because you can go into like the time editor, and you can simplify the loop. You can make the loop more complex. There's things you can do, but it's anytime you're doing drum programming, it's going to be trial and error.
Yeah.
Unless you have that magic moment where you just start something and be like, "Oh, that's it."
Yeah, I mean, and Andy was saying something like about Tangerine Dream. Most of the songs I write are just like that, no drums. But then you listen to Poland, and the first song, the first track, Poland, the drums there are just fucking amazing, and they're just fucking basic.
But for a lot of their older stuff, they had a live drummer.
Yeah.
One album they had a live drummer. 2 albums actually.
Well, Frankie did some stuff. I forgot which albums exactly, but early on you can hear it, especially Green Desert. There's a lot of.
Chris Frank played drums like but it was not a drum machine, but it was not a drummer behind a drum kit. They had 2 albums with that, right? Tiger and
Green Desert's full of drums. But at least a couple of the tracks.
But it's not a real drummer. It's Chris
No, it is. When you listen to Green Desert, it's fucking totally a real drummer.
Okay.
It has feel.
Maybe.
Yeah. You can do that shit now fake, but back then you could not.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Anyway.
But no, I mean, it's cool to use like Stylus or Band in a Box or something like that to get going. But I don't know. I just like to make something from scratch. I don't want to use loops and someone else's rhythm programming and stuff.
I'm kind of the same way. Although, like
Some of
my stuff I use Stylus RMX, but I use it to complement, a drum groove or whatever. But.
Yeah.
When I make a drum beat, it sounds like Oxygen. It sounds like whatever Jars did on Oxygen, or however you say it.
Korg Mini Pops.
You got that wrong.
That's exactly what I sound like. I sound like a Korg Mini Pops when I make a drum beat.
I must admit, it was easy to put a track together back in the late 70s, because you just get the CR78 and go, well, push the blue button. Yeah, that'll do.
Oh, that's it. Oh, hello. What's that?
Yeah, that's cool.
Patinarium.
That Life app has that as well. Life has some cool.
I have Life,
like
and it's great.
Life is amazing.
Great.
Yeah. I've gone to like Starbucks and got like rattles and clanks and stuff and made rhythms out of them.
Yeah.
I also use Triaz. I think it's by Wave Alchemy. That's like a drum machine on steroids.
That Drum Monkey thing wasn't bad either. I mean, the company that makes it is kind of cheesy, but Drum Monkey's pretty cool as well. Yeah, that's cool. And you can export those to the Pocket Operator and have it on the go.
Because I must admit, any track that I have where I have rhythm on it, I always have, well, at least as far as I remember, I always seem to have 2 separate rhythms running simultaneously.
Yeah.
Now, whether that's, kettle percussion with, some different sort of like, larger toms with it and stuff like that. Or I'll have like a drum loop running, and then we'll have another drum loop coming over it as well.
I do that a lot.
Yeah, but it's almost like a formula. And one of the things I was trying to do is to stop following a formula every time, so I could mix it up a bit.
Yeah.
And the amount of times I've finished the track and gone, I've fucking done it again. I'm getting like print MP3 kind of thing. I've done it again. I've done exactly the same thing again.
Yeah.
Dick.
Hey, Jeff, I'll do a Google Meet or some kind of private session sometime. I'll show you some cool tricks you can do to make rhythms.
I've heard
fun.
about his private.
I would
meets.
love that.
Watch it.
Yeah, message me, man.
Yeah.
Message me.
Well, that's the OnlyFans. This is no nudity in this one, so
Oh, wow.
But just in case, bring your thong.
No cocks playing drum pads. That's another show. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, you got to mix it up a bit. You gotta.
Yeah, when are you going to do another one of them?
You should
guys,
see.
I'm off to bed.
You should see the cocks on the A-frame. That's the best one. So.
Oh, hello.
Real expressive.
Right. I will see you all tomorrow.
See ya.
Are we getting?
All right.
Oh my God! Really?
See you, Robin. Thank you for the link.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Thanks,
thank
mate.
Kosh.
Fiona's downstairs boiling hot dogs, and it's 1:15.
Not just boiling dogs.
No, just the hot dogs ones.
It's not one. Well, they will be hot there.
Which is probably why
about 2 minutes.
Siri's gone back downstairs. Oh no, she's over here.
But I will see you all tomorrow, if not, well, today, effectively.
Yeah,
and
see you. Okay.
happy ungrateful colonial day to all my American friends.
Well, we had to get the lobster backs out of here, so
Yeah.
Yeah, for
Enjoy
us
your
it
long
was
weekend.
3 days ago. By the way, I'm just saying.
Yeah, but you're still fucking tied to us, you see. You still have.
But
old
look
Charlie
what we
White.
got
Yeah,
instead.
you should
We got an
fucking
orange
know it.
bastard who's ruining everything. So.
Yeah,
Well,
well.
you see, this is what you get. This is
What?
what you
Have
get.
you heard anything about this supposed, the beautiful bill celebration?
Yeah.
I'm basically putting my head down and doing my own shit these days. I'm tuning out as much as possible. It turns my
I
fucking
don't
stomach.
blame you.
Were you there at the parade in Washington?
Oh, the squeaky
DC?
tanks.
Oh fuck, that was fucking hilarious.
I think
and his face was like, "What the fuck is that?"
I love how the No Kings thing had so many more people than the stupid parade. So
Yeah, El Presidente Taco. Here's to you.
Well, it's like I can't remember who it was. It might have been Kimmel. I don't know who it was. But it goes. So what are they going to do? They're going to sort of, they're talking about having firework display and stuff like that to celebrate this bill going through. And they go, 3 million people denied Medicaid.
yeah,
It's more like 12 million.
Is it 12?
and
Yeah.
because
Holy mother.
and because they're trying to save money because of Doge, right? We're going to have a 3 times as large fireworks display ever. We're going to spend way more money on fireworks because that's the smart thing to do, right?
Yeah, well.
Hey, you know what, Andy? Join Canada. We have free fucking healthcare.
Yeah, but how good is the
Everybody has
healthcare?
the
I know it's
same.
free, but how good is it?
No, it's fucking very good. Look at me. I'm still alive.
He's
you
got all
guys-
his own hair. He's got all his
Because you
own
guys in
hair.
the UK are always bitching about the healthcare, even though it's free. You're
Well,
bitching
no,
about it.
I mean, what we're bitching about is that it's difficult to have a family physician. But once you have one, I mean, I have one, and it's because we have very good universities that teach doctors to be good doctors. They come from anywhere or everywhere around the world, and then they fucking leave, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why it's hard to get a good family physician. And then, but when you have one, fuck, man. I mean, the medical system here is great when you're in it.
I
That's
can't
it.
fault.
That's
the
all I have to
NHS.
say. That's
No, I mean,
sorry.
we complain about the NHS because we always refer back to what it was like in the 50s
Oh yeah.
and 60s. But we've had, consecutive governments that were just sort of like defunding a little bit. And our population has grown quite considerably. And we hadn't really made allowance for that.
Yeah.
And it puts strains on services.
Look.
And instead of investing the money back in, it's no, let's just defund it a little bit more kind of thing.
Look, just
can
take hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. It solves everything. It cures all your diseases.
Yeah, because you're dead. Listen, I take. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Well, 17
11, 12,
pills
13,
before?
14, 15, 16 pills
16.
every day
Right.
I pay for none.
He still
of them.
gets pregnant.
Yeah. I don't pay for any of them.
Yeah.
And even if I did have to pay for them, I wouldn't be paying much. But the reason I don't pay for them is because one of my conditions qualifies me for free prescriptions because it's a lifelong condition.
Well,
so
more
I don't pay for any of
importantly,
those.
if you're
I get-
crossing a road and somebody doesn't see you and they hit you with a car, right?
Yeah.
And an ambulance will turn up, they load you up and they get you into the hospital and they get you admitted in and all the rest of it. And there isn't an insurance guy standing at the bottom of your bed saying, well, the ambulance costs $2,400.
Yeah.
So as soon as you're well, and however much stuff they have to do to you, because we'll work it out as you go along, and you come out and you go, hey, I survived the car accident, and look at the bill and you go, I wish I hadn't fucking survived the car accident.
Yeah.
So that's the difference.
Yeah, that's
Andy, that's
thing,
the
right?
difference, mate.
I mean, here when we talk about the health system, if I have cancer, which I had two cancers, and I have the same fucking treatment available.
What, you picked the wrong one the first time?
No, I picked the right ones both times.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
Fuck.
And fuck. You say, oh fuck.
Yeah. Oh no, not bollock. I didn't want bollock cancer. Fuck, I should have looked at the label.
Yeah, no, but I have the same fucking treatment as the prime minister. Right? The same health system is there for me, whatever my income is. Like in the U.S., if you're dirt poor, well, you're gonna fucking die from skin cancer. That's it.
And on that cheery note,
Yeah.
see you tomorrow.
See you, man.
Mind you,
Bye.
Yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow for it back. I must admit, the way the American medical system is portrayed, it's almost like if you don't have medical insurance or anything like that, and the car scenario, you walk across the street and the car hits you, and the ambulance arrives, and they go, do you have medical insurance? They go, no, I have nothing. Okay, well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll move you to the side of the road. Bye.
Well, they basically dump you to the county hospitals, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So, and then you take your chances there because they're always overloaded with all the charity cases and other
you
stuff.
see, that's
so.
that's the thing here. It's not like that at all. I mean, our health system is really is kind of copied from the NHS,
Yeah.
and yeah, it's good. I mean, once you're in it,
Yeah. You haven't messed with it as much as we have here. And
no,
picked at it and made it not quite what it used to be.
yeah, but I mean, at the same time, I mean, it's costing a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, 80% of the budget of the country's budget, and I'm not kidding, 80% of the country's budget is geared towards the medical side of it.
Yeah.
20% is for everything else, including military. That's why
Well,
we
like here-
have geese as fucking air.
Like here, it's heavily
force.
tied to your employment, right? You guys don't have that issue, right? So if you
No,
if
we
you're
don't. Oh, I
yeah.
do. I do. So the thing is, like Robbie was talking about, he's not paying anything for his medication, 16 pills. I take 6 pills each every day to keep me alive.
Yeah.
And I pay. So with my employer, I have medical insurance for glasses and a lot of things, and medication. So I pay $32 a month, which would probably be like more like $300. But if I don't have a job and medical insurance at work, well, it doesn't matter because there is public insurance for medication, which I would probably pay less than what I'm paying now.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
Well, we had this thing they created called Obamacare, which is still around, and it's
which was a
left of
good
it
thing.
for
It was a good fucking
Yeah.
thing until fucking
yeah,
El Presidente Taco came around.
basically yeah, and it was helping people out to a certain extent, but just like most things he's presented along the way, No definitive plan. Just, we have an idea of something. We have an idea. We're thinking about
I
this.
have a
But
concept of a
yeah,
plan.
concept of a plan. Never have any real plans.
Yeah.
And this is exactly how they debate. They always say like, oh, the Democrat plans are always shit because of this, and this. But so what's your plan? Oh, well, we have some ideas for plans. I'm like, you never even have a fucking plan.
Yeah. There
So
you go.
it just
There's one thing I remember watching on CNN about the Obamacare. They were going to like a really deep red areas of the country, and one guy, they were asking him, what do you think about Obamacare? No, I don't want it. Don't take my health care away. Do you have any medical conditions? Yeah, the guy's diabetic. Can you afford your insulin? No. Well, Obamacare gives it to you for free. And he was like, yeah, no. Because it's a fucking black president. That was the reason.
If it's not made by Republicans, they don't want it.
Yeah,
Basically.
yeah. He would rather die
Yeah.
than have something for free. I mean,
There's something sad about seeing the MAGAs cheering.
fuck yeah.
The next thing that the Republicans have come up with, and don't seem to realise it's going to hurt them
They just fuck themselves.
more than anybody else. But there are lots of videos now where you see these. Oh well, I voted for Trump, and my ranch is now 3 weeks away from being bankrupt because I have nobody to bring in the crop. Because they got rid of our workers.
This is how they support the so-called patriots, right?
Yeah. So
and nobody's gonna go work for $5 an hour in a field, bent over 8 hours a day to pick up fucking strawberries.
They complain about people stealing jobs. They're taking jobs nobody wants.
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
And the manufacturing coming here will never work because nobody wants to have.
Yeah, but this is the thing. They did this seem like they're going. Oh yeah, see, if we get rid of the immigrants, it means that the jobs are available to the American people, and which will help make America great again. And now they're going, all right, well, at no point did anybody go, okay, so where are we going to find this American citizen that's going to work for $3 an hour?
Yeah.
No one. Yeah.
Point them out. I'd love to see them.
And now that Trump is talking about deporting actual citizens when he wants to. So
Yeah.
if they don't take those jobs, they'll just deport you.
Yeah, but apparently he was being asked about the big beautiful bill, which they're not calling the big beautiful bill anymore because I think somebody in the Republican Party turned around and go, do you know that really sounds shit?
Yeah.
We should stop saying that, right?
Yeah, because
and they were
someone
asking
read it
him
at the
these
point of-
questions about the bill, and he doesn't remember or know what's in it.
Of course, because he didn't write it.
No.
He's a
And
moron.
when he's asked specific questions about something, he goes, "Oh yeah, they're great people, and they're really great people, and all the rest of it, and they really like me." And he's like, "Oh, for fuck's sake, you got this 4-year-old narcissist fucking running a country."
Yeah. And now you have Elon fighting with him. They're like little kids in the sandbox. Fighting
Yeah,
for shit.
that fucking little friendship didn't last long, did it?
See it coming.
Well, they're both douchebags, and they just.
Well,
they
that's
have-
the thing. Anybody with an IQ higher than a fucking fried egg was able to see what the guy was up to, what he was about, what he was said. But he's a fucking snake oil salesman.
Yeah.
He's been a snake oil salesman all his fucking
Well,
life.
now you could just say Cybertruck salesman, and that's the same thing. So.
Well, exactly. Well, that's why those two got together because they fucking beat the same drum, didn't they? But at some point, Elon's not getting something that obviously he's promised, and has gone back on. Wow, big surprise!
Well,
and
because
now
he
they're
was
each
happy
other's
to cut
throats.
every program, but his own subsidies.
Yeah,
And like I was telling some people the other day, if you're one of the richest guys in the world and you're still a little bitch taking money from the government as subsidies, then you're a loser, right? What happened to standing on your own 2 feet
you greedy little bitch.
and throwing your money around? You have more money than you can ever use, and you still want to take government subsidies? Just use your own fucking money.
Yeah.
What a little bitch,
Yeah,
right? And now that Trump wants to take it away as a threat, he's like, hey, you can't do that. I'm like, use your own money. You have plenty of money.
You look at Trump. We look at Trump's family generally. I'm not kidding you. They are more inbred than fucking mayonnaise,
Yeah.
aren't they?
Yeah.
And it's like, it's fucking.
Well, it's going to be a tough 4 years. I'm already dreading the first few months.
I don't think Trump is going to be in much longer. I honestly believe that, and it will come from within.
Whatever happens to him, we still have fucking JD Vance to worry about. So.
Well, the thing is,
you know who the problem? Peter Thiel is responsible for all of this shit. Anyone who doesn't know who Peter Thiel is, he's involved in a lot of this nonsense. The guy who runs the Palantir stuff to spy on everybody.
Yeah.
And he's funded all these guys. He's a complete dirtbag.
And who are ICE? Who the fuck are ICE?
Well, you don't know. They're wearing disguises.
Were these? Yeah, well, exactly. But were they originally these fat fucks walking around with Make America Great hats on, or all the cops that got fired because they were too aggressive or fucking whatever?
Well, ICE has always been there. I mean, that was the
I want to make a stupid joke right now, but I'm not.
Oh, go ahead.
They're from Antarctica.
Hey.
Hey, that's Canadian. Don't say that.
I didn't.
If you see a pair of them walking down the street, there's a martini nearby.
But you know what's funny? Since militias are typically MAGA types or similar.
Yeah.
If somehow the shoe was on the other foot and those guys came and militias had to challenge them, the militias have a big firefight, right? But since they're all on the same page, that's not going to be an issue. But it'd be kind of funny if the Democrats were heavily armed and militias and actually were fighting the ICE guys. So.
Well, I think I get this feeling. I don't know whether it'll be like this or not, but I get this feeling that there's going to be a civil war within the Republican Party. And there'll be infighting within the party.
Well, there already has been. It's just that everyone wants to make sure.
No, I mean on a big scale. On a big scale, you might even have people leaving the Republican Party to go and start a.
Well, that's what Elon was stirring up. He's trying to say, let's get a third. Although there are more than 5 parties already, let's get a third party.
Yeah. So, and in the meantime, the American people will continue to suffer while they fight over. While they're fighting over the roast, the American people are trying to grab the crumbs that fall into the floor while they infight.
Yeah. The thing is, in the primary or in the there's going to be an election in a year and a half for the Senate and the House. So these people, because Trump has everything right now. He's got the presidency, he's got the House, he's got the Senate, and he's got the courts. Now, the courts won't go away because they're elected until they fucking die. But the next election, he's going to lose a lot. And that's going to, I hope, is going to change things because now he's not going to be able to do anything with just a fucking executive order. And
he's already overstepped though. This whole bombing thing was that he didn't involve Congress. That's a big no-no.
Yeah. He doesn't care.
I know he doesn't care. Yeah.
But I get this feeling that even if say at the midterms, right, they lose hand over fist at the midterms.
Yeah.
I still don't think the Democrats have got the testicles.
No, Democrats are a joke right now.
Right. Because at the moment, it's like they don't fucking exist, right?
No, they don't.
And they're not going to have the testicles to be able to remove them. Even, so when it comes up to the proper election, and they win it hands down by a landslide, right? I think they're going to have difficulty getting those people out of the White House.
Yeah, so... Steve Bannon?
Sloppy Steve.
Yeah. So Steve Bannon said on Bill Maher's show a few weeks ago, he said the next president is going to be Donald Trump. He didn't say Trump Jr. or Trump, but so I mean they're working on something in the background.
Oh yeah.
Well, do you remember the appearance he made at that group where he said you'll never have to vote again? Trump said that
no,
literally.
Trump said
Yeah.
that to the Christians. Yeah,
Yeah.
he said, "My Christian friends, that's the last election you'll ever meet. You'll
Yeah.
ever have to vote on."
Yeah.
That is what that was.
Well, that's
fucking
because that's what his base wants to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Well, you
then,
see, it'll get to this point that, I really hope this doesn't happen, but you get to the point where you get your midterms, they lose a lot, so that Trump has no real power in Congress, or the Republicans don't have a real power in Congress, and it won't matter. Trump will just carry on doing things,
he will.
and
And
just
he will fight every
and
fucking election.
no, he'll just do what he was going to do anyway.
Yeah.
Right? And he'll just say about how un-American the Democrats are, blah, 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 blah. And his base go, yay.
Yeah.
But his
He
base
just
is
ignored the
not-
Constitution and the rules
And then-
of war,
yeah.
and he's very American, though, right?
Right. So when he gets to the 4 years, and they have the election, and he loses by a landslide, and Democrats got to try and get them out, and they're refusing to come out, and they'll start going through the courts or whatever. In the meantime, he's just doing whatever he wants. And then his MAGA base will be lined up around the White House, armed to the teeth,
Yeah.
But then,
and Civil War, anybody?
Yeah.
It's
Well,
not
this
like
is
you haven't
where
done
we-
it before.
It's never been used, apparently, but it's been talked about. We need to finally unleash the neutron bomb, so we can leave the White House standing. So
yeah. Now, the one thing I'm going to say.
No, what you want to do is just release COVID again, because these wankers won't wear a mask.
well, that's true.
Yeah, but so one thing, Kent, you said before is when is it going to be removed? Well, never, because and there's a difference between the systems in the UK and in Canada. The parliamentary system is like Carney will be removed in 18 months because he's a minority government. There's nothing he can do. The parliamentary government is the most seriously democratic, because you can remove a government in a vote. In the U.S., he's there for 4 years. There's no way to remove a president except impeachment. Well, Trump has been impeached, and he's still back in.
He was a convicted felon and rapist, and he still got away with it.
He's still back in.
Didn't serve any time.
And if you look at all the dictatorship around the world, they were all at the beginning the same kind of system, with the president of the country, and then he became a dictator. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Right. So and Washington, right? They said, "Is it a good system?" He goes, "Yes, if you can keep it."
Yeah.
And that's his words.
Well, you see, even now, right now, the parallels between what is happening in the United States and what happened in Germany in the early 30s is scarily similar.
Yeah.
Well, look at the laundry list of the fascist playbook. He's ticking them off one by one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what first thing
Attacking the media, distrusting authorities, demonizing everyone that's not them.
Find an enemy like the Jews. Yeah.
Oh, turn it, because once he's run out of things to attack, he'll turn on the people themselves.
Yeah.
Because there won't be anybody left, right?
Well,
he's worried about immigration and tourism. I mean, you've got airports all over the US now, fucking empty. Height of the tourist season, and there's cameras going around these airports, and there's fucking nobody in them.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
but also deregulating safety stuff, so people worry about more plane crashes and other stuff.
And one thing about the tourist industry in the U.S.
Yeah.
A lot of the industry in the U.S., just like north of the U.S., is from Canada, right? I mean, we love to go to the New Hampshire and everywhere in New England, and now all those reservations were canceled, so these people will suffer.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, there was a guy on TV one night. He was saying about Because this bloke from, I think it was France or something, saying about, the state of the US and everything like this. And this American said to me, he goes, well, it's not, you live in France. It's nothing to do with you. You don't have a say in this. And the French guy goes, well, that would have been true if you hadn't started attacking nearly every other country on the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you made it our fight as well, mate.
Yeah.
So, and that was a very interesting take on it all. It's just going, really? Now, although a lot of the things like the tariffs, like that Chinese government official said the other day, which is about what do you say to these the tariffs and how it's going to affect, and he says, oh, they're only responsible for about 14% of our GDP turnover. We don't care. Let them get on with it.
Yeah.
But he's also waffling on the tariffs, hence the name Taco Trump, right? He always chickens out. So
there you go.
Well, the thing is, when you poke the sleeping dog like that, even if he backs out and goes, oh no, I didn't mean it, he's still going to get fucking bitten. But the thing is, it's going to be the US that gets bitten. It's the people, not that fucking orange cunt.
Yeah.
The American people get hurt by this.
Yeah.
Right? And they were interviewing these clearly MAGA idiots, and they're going about, we want 95%, was 155% or something stupid tariff on stuff coming from China stealing our jobs and everything.
Yeah.
And they go, you pay the tariff.
Yeah.
No, China does. No, they don't.
They don't understand it, yeah.
Do you not understand this?
They don't. They don't understand.
You
look what they voted for. They don't understand shit. So
yeah, and I mean, we're talking about kick the sleeping dog, whatever expression you used. I mean, in Canada right now, you cannot buy 1 drop of American alcohol. It's like nothing, no wine, no.
Is this one of these Canadian laws that were put in place not very long ago?
It has not. It's not a law. It's
the protest.
So every provinces have stopped importing liquor and wine and whatever from the U.S. They just stopped.
Well, they were talking about there's been several laws passed now that technically makes it very, very difficult for Americans to get into Canada now. And something going anyway. You've passed a few laws, and it's going to make life difficult for America. And these laws are specifically tailored to make life difficult for America.
For America in the U.S. On the other hand, we are promoting Canada for tourism like crazy. Same in Europe, right? I mean, there's it's great here, and come visit us. And so, what is the thing is, it's a concerted effort by the people and by provinces as well, because I mean, every province has a lot of powers here, right? I mean, in Quebec we have our own liquor laws, different than in Ontario and other provinces. But we've all said, you know what, we're not importing anything. Same thing as buying anything that is from the U.S. I mean, I'll buy something that if I have to, I will. But you look at when we all do, you go to the grocery store and you go, so this comes from the U.S. No, I'm not going to buy that. This one is Canadian. I'll buy it. It might be a lesser quality or not what I'm used to, but I'm going to buy it. And even more than that, in the grocery stores, you have you have a shelf where products are labeled with a maple leaf, meaning it's made in Canada.
Yeah.
And then there's this product here that has nothing. Well, it's not Canadian. And then you see. So I mean, we are really we're a small in terms of population. We're a small country, but we're the biggest partners to the
Well,
U.S.
I hate to say it, but we have
got
to
a lot of resources, mate.
we have to have the heat turned up in this country by actions like that. It's just like when your body fights an infection, you got to raise the body temperature, let the immune system take care of itself. We need to get this guy out.
That's exactly what.
And we have to suffer, you know.
Yeah.
That is exactly what we're doing.
But it's just a shame that.
Oh, it's terrible. Yeah.
There's so many innocent people, shall we say, of all of this, who have to suffer along with the wankers that cause the problem.
Absolutely. No, and I really do feel sorry for all the Americans that are suffering because we have to act this way.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's either that or we're dying as a country. I mean, we're 40 million people against 340 million on the other side. I mean, who's going to win that war? I mean, the one thing that we have with the British in common is, oh, you want to hurt me? That's fine. Go ahead. I'm going to choose my own pain. I'm going to fucking hurt you as much as I can.
Yeah.
And, like, we're talking about World War II right there.
Yeah, but, in that concept, America wouldn't do well because they've been making enemies around the world.
Oh, yeah.
For decades, anyway.
Sure.
Yeah.
And now they're making more enemies with these. I mean, in the last 6 months, I think they've managed to alienate about half of the planet.
Well, it's kind of like with the Gulf War, right? Everyone's on our side after we got September 11th, right? And then we started doing all this like attack without real information. It was more just acting on impulse. And now suddenly we're the bad guys because of how we acted.
Yeah, but see, the whole point of that one was, there was a stand-up comedian here. It was quite famous. He did this thing. They go, yeah, there was the 9/11, and they're going, right, Iraq.
It was Iraq.
You go, why are we attacking Iraq? What the fuck?
Yeah.
They had Scuds. They're very dangerous.
Yeah.
So,
but it's like Bin Laden hiding out in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Right? So he wasn't an Afghan, was he?
No, it's all bullshit. I mean, the Bush family's friends with the Bin Laden family. There was a whole bunch of bullshit going on there.
Yeah. So they're having a war with a country that just happened to have a guy they were after in.
Yeah. No, absolutely right. And yeah. And now the Taliban are much stronger than they were back then.
Yeah. Oh, there's another thing. So Trump does an illegal bombing in Iran, right?
Yeah.
And suddenly we're on a high security alert in the UK because of it.
And by the way, he didn't finish the job, as we've heard. Right?
Mate, he barely started the fucking
exactly.
thing.
Yeah.
So, and then lied about it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Basically, he kicked Iran in the balls, and they went, oh. And then went,
yeah.
Well, look. All right, but also to keep the playing field even. Iran have been fucking asking for it for a long time.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's not like they were, sort of like, oh, the poor little Iranians. No, no, we haven't.
They don't
forgotten.
see it that way, and now we're going to have even more terrorist groups.
We haven't forgotten the Iranian embassy and all that. No. Yeah, I'm sure whatever you got, you did fucking deserve at one point or another. But you got this fucking constant love for Israel, and I can understand how it all to come about and why and everything else, but then Israel for the last few years really have been behaving like this sort of like bully.
Yeah. Netanyahu is a Yahoo.
Yeah, and so, and I mean, fucking hell, give Palestine a chance to fucking get its breath back, for fuck's sake.
Look, when we helped them take their land back, as you say, right? It wasn't theirs. They took it back and put those people on the periphery, and continue to shit all over them. And it's like we're part of that problem. We actually helped Israel. And,
but it was Churchill, wasn't it? Churchill was part of that.
Well, I mean, we're all involved to a certain extent, helping them.
Yeah,
get their
but
land back.
I know Churchill was very instrumental in the whole.
And it's like, how many people get their
it.
land back? Do you think the Native Americans ever get their fucking land back here? No.
Jesus Christ. Trump will start deporting them as illegals.
Yeah, exactly.
The thing is, there isn't a single human being in America that isn't a fucking immigrant. Not one. Because even the Indians didn't
Yeah, but
come
they were here
from
10,000
America.
years ago, so at least they were here quite
but
early.
But yeah, they were there early, but they didn't come from America. They came from fucking not Russia.
Well, from China, basically, yeah.
Well, yeah, up through across the land bridge. Yeah, when it was joined, right?
Yep.
So there isn't a single human being in America that's an actual native.
Of course.
In a true sense, right? And, I mean, it's going to be the same for here. You know, we didn't get like two people suddenly pop out of the fucking ground in the UK.
Oh, of course. Well, that was the great thing is like when the initial, like the Pilgrims came here and everyone settled and had these colonies, and then the Italians coming over, the Irish coming over, they're all getting shit on. It's like, they're all fucking immigrants. Give me a break, right?
Mate.
The Pilgrims are immigrants too. I mean, this is so stupid.
But, you know, with this whole thing about, you know, humans starting off in one part of somewhere, middle of Asia somewhere, wasn't it? And they were sort of like, well, hey, you know, and we just started spreading out where possible.
Oh, they're from Africa, man. That's old.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
Africa was a little bit more tilted up into the sort of like...
Sure.
Thingy. And then that broke away. Australia broke away from the Far East and worked its way down. It went for a fucking trip, that one. And bits of New Zealand and stuff like that. And all the rest of it, with all the tectonic plates moving about all over the place. So, this whole thing about, you know, we're all actually immigrants on the whole planet. That we're all from one place.
Of course, yeah.
And it just like... and documented proof of it. And
well, it's all about time. It's all about time span. Like, okay, you're an immigrant for a little while, and now you're naturalized, and now it's your land. And then the next batch comes along, and now they're the bad guys. I'm like, yeah, it's just about time.
Yeah, but I must admit, it's like, you know, one time a day the UK owned, inverted commas, what was it, 7/10 of the planet.
Well, I mean, you had all the seafaring nations, right? Spain, Portugal.
Yeah, but we were even kicking their ass at one point, and we owned India.
Sure.
And we owned fucking lumps of China and Africa, and we had Australia.
I mean, the Portuguese, you know, they even named the island Formosa until it reverted back to Taiwan.
Yeah, but at least at some point we went, do you know what? This ain't right. And to be honest with you, it's not really sustainable. Should we just give it back? Yeah, fuck it, you know. And we'll get rid of slavery. That's not looking good on us as well. And we'll go, all right. So, and then we started having wars to kill off the slave trade.
Yeah.
Where we used to be slave owners ourselves.
Oh, sure. Well, it had a change of heart, right?
There was something going. I think that there was a sort of like, no, do you know, like bring it back. Bring it back. This is getting a bit out of hand now. We own too much of the planet, and we can't. We're just going to have to have wars to try and keep it. It's not worth it anymore, kind of thing. And instead, try to build up relationships and stuff like that. But well, I don't know. It's
well, on some level, we also do a little bit of an imperialism. I mean, it's still going on.
Oh Christ, yeah. But it's like you know. At least as far as the history books seem to suggest, is that when the new world was discovered, a lot of Europe wholeheartedly encouraged, and I say encouraged in sort of like sword in the back, all the religious lunatics and undesirables. Off you go.
Hold on, religious lunatics is redundant, so.
Yeah, okay,
sorry, Jesus.
Yeah, but
all I heard was religious lunatics are
yeah, but even like devout, you know, Catholics and Christians here were going, that bloke's fucking lost it.
Yeah,
we'd be better off not having him, and off they go. And you think, oh yeah, you know, it'll sort itself out. And then you see interviews with some of these people in the Midwest, and you go, fucking hell.
Oh yeah.
It didn't wear off, did it?
No.
I saw one where they're talking to this woman about, they should teach the Bible in history lessons. What?
Nothing to do
Well,
with history.
it's
Teach it as history, right?
well, my favorite is always the people who want to talk about religion, especially Christianity, and the Bible proving the Bible. You can't have the book prove itself. It's not evidence for itself, right?
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of oral history written down, changed over time. And as you know about the whole Emperor Constantine editing a bunch of Jesus's life out of the book.
King James?
Well, that's
There's a fucking edit for you.
Yeah, they're all edited heavily, but Emperor Constantine, literally, they had the
Bible
whole
used
council that met and actually changed how Jesus was portrayed, his image with the Roman nose, and the flowing hair and the lighter
He was
skin.
blonde with
And
blue eyes.
like
Come
most
on.
of his adulthood is not mentioned in the Bible. He's like a child.
Yeah. But you look at the American Jesus now, he's depicted as this very handsome white man
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
from North Africa.
Because
Yeah,
they're not going to
it
follow a
happened.
brown guy here.
Oh, no,
I mean, come
well,
on.
yeah,
This is
Yeah, exactly.
He's got blue eyes and
It's
he's
just
blonde.
so.
Come on.
But what, this woman's going on about teaching the Bible in history class because it's history. It happened.
Well,
Kind
it's
of
even
thing.
worse than that now because they want to teach this thing called intelligent design as biology, which is completely ridiculous.
Yeah.
And that's our science class material. That ain't science, guys. I'm sorry. It's more religious nonsense.
So it's funny because we talk about how the human race advances. Not fucking seeing it.
No.
If anything, I'm seeing people that would be just as at home during Roman
Stoning.
times.
The stoning period.
Yeah. And I mean, we all had we've all had those moments. Like here we had dunking witches and stoning and all that bollocks at one time. Right back in the day, right. And we've kind of moved on. We don't tend to do that anymore.
Well, we have conspiracy theories. It's a modern version of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's it's the same outcomes, but it's done in a different way, and it has a different name and stuff like that.
But there's one thing I noticed since I got IPTV and I can watch a lot of European channels, news, and Europeans have actual intellectual news compared to what we have here.
We used in the 80s. We had that here.
Oh, in the
Yes.
80s, yeah.
We had regular news broadcasts, and
Right.
every once in a while, this one channel would do a thing called the circular file, and it was like their editorial portion of the news. The rest of it was actual news. Now everything's editorial.
Yeah, no. 40 years later, in Europe, they still have it, and there's real debate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when Sky News was actually quite reliable.
Yeah.
I mean, I've watched lumps of Sky News now, and it's like, holy fucking hell!
It's Fox News, yeah.
The only thing that's the news reader is missing is the little moustache and the fucking salute.
Yeah, exactly.
Holy motherfuck!
Yeah, no,
And
it's
the-
Fox News.
And then what you see in the mainstream news in other companies, and then you hear Fox News talk about it, it's completely different.
Yeah.
Well, that poor
Yeah, but-
policeman, he was in danger of his life from that guy who was unarmed laying on the floor with 6 guys on top of him.
But these days, Fox News is almost middle of the road. We have OAN and Newsmax, which are extremely out there, way beyond Fox News.
I don't think they make their way out here at all.
You can find it online, but it's
Yeah.
so
Oh, yeah,
ridiculous compared to Fox. Fox is still shit.
It's probably
honestly.
so ridiculous that no other networks out here want to take it. They
In
go,
fact, Fox has been backing off a little bit on some Trump stuff, and he hates him off and on because he
Well,
wants to be praised all the time, and occasionally they'll call out the bullshit.
yeah, well, I think there's a reason for that, and it doesn't make Fox any better.
No, it doesn't. I
think-
Rupert Murdoch was a fucking asshole, but
Oh, yeah. But what Fox News are doing is they're going, I think the wind's changing. We better back off this shit a bit.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like when they called the election early, when Trump lost in 2020,
Yeah.
and the Fox got all shit on for calling it early, even though the trend was that's what it was going to be, right?
Yeah.
And boy, they got Fox. They had like mea culpa all over the place.
Yeah.
do you watch? I don't know.
Go
Euro News.
Don't think so. No.
Okay, I mean that's one thing I watch because there's Euro News, U.S. Euro News, Italy, which I watch,
Yeah.
and then Euro News France, and Euro News UK,
Yeah.
and all of them, what I said, there's an intellectual conversation. They all do, even the U.S. one.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's watched enough. And there's
We had a
actual,
channel-
like, real conversation, like you said, like in the 80s.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I was watching TV for
Sure.
2 hours about just people talking and expressing things and exchanging ideas, different kind of like the pub, different kind of views
Yeah.
in a respectful way. Now we're all white and men, and we all have the same views. I'm kidding, but I mean, but
Yeah.
no, I mean, I love. I'll listen to anyone who has an opposite views as mine any day if they can articulate an idea.
Right.
They just point a finger and be fucking like, what's her name? The one with the Jewish lasers. What's her name?
Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah.
Jewish
She
laser
is-
girl.
she
Yeah.
Jewish
is-
space
oh.
laser. She's a brain trust if there ever was
and
one.
then someone from the UK, right, a journalist from the UK said, so what about those Jewish? And she went, "Where are you from?" "I'm from the UK." "You go back to your country. We don't."
Yeah,
need
she
you."
actually told some guys to fuck off on camera one time.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
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 Oh, it was a woman.
She's nasty in so
Yeah.
many ways.
Oh, yeah,
But
yeah.
but she unfortunately she is one of the loud voice from America, because I know in the U.S. there's people who are in the background we don't hear about
Oh,
who
yeah.
are actually thinking.
Well, it's like the old saying about the people who often want to run for office are the people you don't want in there because
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
they just want the attention. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. The measured, intelligent people you would generally want to have in charge don't want to run.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, what it should have from each communities, whether it's even if it's states, is you don't have people running. You just have people vote for somebody they think would be good for it.
Yeah.
And you don't have these people like promoting themselves. So you think, because you have like three, a candidate from each party, and immediately they're not the people to vote for.
We had a thing on public television here, which is privately owned and funded by donations and pledge drives, stuff like that. And they're the ones that have a lot of the good science programming, kids programming, that's
Nova.
good quality, all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And they had, for a long time, they had McNeil Lehrer News Hour. And it was the most boring news you've ever seen, but it was real fucking news. No spin, no opinion, no whatever. And then as the guys kind of either retired or died or whatever, they've replaced some of the people. I don't even know if the show's on anymore, but it was like the last bastion of actual news for a long time.
Yeah, no, I remember that. I used to watch the McNeil News Hour, and it was a very diverse kind of panel because you had old white men,
Yeah.
and then you had older white men and one white woman. But you're absolutely right. They had real conversations.
It was incredibly
It's not-
dry and boring, but it was like real news.
Yeah.
And I was like 15 years old and watching that and learning things.
Yeah.
And not being indoctrinated, but like learning, okay, all right, so you're saying that, and this guy is saying the opposite, and so why? And it just, I miss the 80s. Oh, fuck, I miss. That's why I look like this now.
Well, they're talking about the BBC in the chat, and about it tends to be pretty balanced,
Yeah.
except in wartime. I can confirm that for you because a friend of mine was, how much of this can I say? Hang on. Kind of involved in the sinking of the Belgrano. the Argentinian warship. And he told me it was not inside the 200-mile exclusion zone when it was torpedoed.
Was it leaving? It shot
No,
it was leaving?
it was hanging around.
Okay.
Just hanging around. It was on the over on the far side, and it was just hanging around. And Thatcher had put in this 200-mile exclusion zone around the Falklands. And our boys are there. And he said, we shot at the Belgrano and we sunk the Belgrano. Loss of a lot of lives because and as the BBC reported it, inside the 200-mile exclusion zone after being told not to come into the 200-mile exclusion zone, and it wasn't when we torpedoed it.
Wow.
Yeah, I believe that.
Not surprising, but
Yeah.
But you know what? Thatcher and Reagan, sorry. You put them together, you get Putin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I love
You
how
do.
Putin is using Trump as a puppet these days. Trump is so stupid. He
He
thinks he's his
always
buddy,
has.
and he just think, "Oh, I've got him in my pocket," and it's like, no, Putin's using you big time, buddy. You're an idiot.
Yeah. And Putin knows it is. He knows
Yeah.
it is.
No, but today there was a conversation. So it's on CNN, which it's more on my side but they have a lot of bullshit anyway. But
Yeah.
there was a conversation with Putin and Trump, and Putin said, "No, I'm not ever going to give up my plans for Ukraine." So yeah,
But Trump said he could solve it in one day.
Oh well, yeah, but it's one day later and $1 short.
No, he solved it, meaning that he couldn't do anything in a day and he gave up. So he,
Mate, Trump has said a lot of things.
oh, of course, he talks out of his ass all the time.
The only thing that he said that is worked, that made it true, was his fucking Bitcoin, whatever what it is, and he's selling like gold watches and
Oh, you mean those $100,000 gold watches that are worth about 10 grand?
Yeah, did you see the woman who posted like they bought a gold watch that the Trump, and it said rump. It was missing the T.
Misprinted? Yeah, that's great.
That I mean,
Well, they're
come
all
on.
Chinese made, right? They're just like those tennis shoes that were like $300 or whatever.
or the
Like-
Trump shoes, the Trump the Trump phones.
Yeah.
There's a bit of film. And even the news reporter, because it was on one of the news channels, and he didn't say anything. But you got Trump there, and he's taking a tee shot. He gets out of the club. He puts the ball on the tee. He does all this business,
Oh, he cheats all the time.
right? And what he done was he gives it all this and whack like that, and everybody looks and claps as he picks up the ball off the tee again, and
Yeah.
with the tee, and puts it in his pocket and walks
I've
away.
never- I've
And the
seen
other
that.
the guys are looking like this, who are right beside him, keep looking, and they don't looking back. I go,
Yeah.
yeah, there you go. That
Well,
is
that-
the U.S. government.
He's famous for cheating in
represented
golf.
in a tee shot.
Yeah,
so
he's-
that's Putin. That's North Korea. What's his name?
Kim Jong Un.
Thank you. And Baby Doc Duvalier
Yeah.
from Haiti. Same
Yeah.
thing. I mean,
Well-
there was a vote. I know for a fact because I know someone who is the father of one of my friends who was in the parliament in those days, and when there was a vote for a law, and he knew it wouldn't pass. Duvalier would just look down, like, okay, we're gonna go do a vote. Nobody's against. All right. It was just we just look down because people would vote with their hands up. Same kind of fucking idea. No.
Well, I
mean,
know. I've
in
said
the
this
US,
before.
Yeah.
I know I've said this before, but to give you an idea of, I always use this analogy, or this fact, to explain what North Korea must be like. And that is that they have a museum with a miniature replica of the world's largest table in it on display. and the more you think about that, the more you go.
That's a Stephen Wright joke. You know,
Yeah.
I have a replica of the U.S. in my home, and it's life size. You know, it's like
So a replica of what the world's biggest table looks like, instead of having the biggest table there.
Yeah.
And a miniature version of it. So what are we looking at? It's bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When are you
The
going
world's
to
chaotic
make
now.
the anode lift?
Hmm?
When are you going to make the anode lift? Come on.
When Trump gets rid of the tariffs.
Okay. Well, never.
Or America gets rid of Trump.
How about a Trump anniversary edition when he becomes dictator? Can you make a special edition?
Yeah, just wipe shit all over it. That's what we got to do.
Just orange panels, modular.
Yeah.
Like a Waldorf.
And then spell Trump wrong on the back. Wrong.
We'll call it Drumpf. His original family name was Drumpf.
Drumpf.
So.
Drumpf,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
buy one.
And all it does, it has one preset and it's...
Basically. It's a McDonald's preset, yeah.
Yeah. But underneath the button, it says Glorious Strings. And you go... you go, oh, let's try guitar. Sounds like exactly the same.
Well, it just makes a much higher register, so it sounds different.
Yeah, and the expression pedal just means it can get this waft of shit come out of the speakers. It's like, phew. The more you press the pedal, the more it smells like shit. Yeah, the software version would be even better, wouldn't it? Yeah.
All right, guys.
Does it come with a free wig you can put on that fits badly?
Yeah.
Who needs a wig? Trump. No.
It's got
Well, it's a wig that's a comb over. You actually put it on, but it actually has a comb over appear to it.
Yeah, and it has a scratch and sniff case.
Like my balls.
Oh,
Wow.
we're doing 2:10 now.
Yeah.
I thought it was dark.
Well, the topic was certainly dark, so there you go. That's
It's getting.
Yeah,
dark
I
here.
know. It's funny because I don't know what it is. I mean, I have this. I keep coming back to him, and
it's hard not to. I mean, I avoid him most of the time, but in these sessions, it's fun to talk about him. So.
Well, yeah, it's nice to just be able to, and I know it has no use in terms of.
Oh, it's venting.
I mean, there wouldn't be a Trump supporter turn around and go, they might have a point, because that doesn't fucking happen.
Yeah.
Does
Well,
it?
there's one person who used to be in here who would have supported him, but he hasn't come back. So.
Oh, okay.
Remember that guy?
No.
He looks like a Yeti.
Oh, yeah, no, give Farage a chance. And all
Yes.
that. Yeah. Yes.
And
yeah.
the gay swastika flag. All that
Gay
bullshit.
Wastica. Wow.
Remember that on Facebook? That was fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I was just venting my frustrations with the policies. I'm like, you put a Nazi swastika thing on out of the gay pride flag, and what the fuck? You can't defend that.
What hope is there for humanity, really?
Exactly. That's the lesson learned today.
I can't wait for the robots to take over, to be honest.
In any case, Andy, I still respect you as a person.
Oh.
I do. I sincerely do, man. I do.
Oh, no, don't get me wrong. There's some horrible, moronic arseholes in America. America seems to have more than its fair share of them.
We have a ton. I see them all the time.
Yeah. And I feel dreadfully sorry for the rest of the good
Exactly.
American people.
Yeah.
I honestly, I feel very sorry, very.
Which is actually the majority of Americans.
Well, yes. Although there is a very large quantity of morons
I mean,
in America.
30%
per capita.
30% of 340 million is a lot of people.
Sure.
But it's still just 30%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the line where he goes, "They're just plain simple folk, morons."
Yeah. But there again,
No, but
you're not alone. We had Brexit. It's
Yeah.
very, very similar reasons on the table. And that too was also a moronic, stupid fucking idea.
Yeah, and in this country as well, I mean, in my province, in Quebec, there's the Parti Québécois, the Quebec Party.
Oh yeah, with the
Well,
bilingual signs and all that.
Well, no, bilingual is one thing. I mean, seriously, I'm all for it. I'm all for it for some provinces in Quebec, like 3 provinces here, Ontario and New Brunswick. But it's not the bilingual thing. It's the Parti Québécois, the Québécois Party was all about separation. They wanted to separate Quebec from the rest of the country. Basically, they are MAGA. They are exactly what MAGA is.
Every country has them. Every country will have them.
Yeah, no, but the thing is now, Alberta, who is the richest country in a province in the country because they have all the fucking oil, are the same. They have a party that wants to separate Alberta from the rest of the country.
Oh wow!
Now, if they do,
that's like Texas want to be a separate country. So
exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. And if they do, they do vote for it, well, they'll be fine. It won't be because they're fucking rich. If my province does it, and it goes back to the 1970s, there's been referendums, and 3 of them actually, and it always no. But if my country does it, does separate from the rest of the country, we'll be the 51st state in the U.S. because we have nothing except from water, aluminum, and iron. That's it. That's the only thing we have here.
You could probably join the European Union.
Well, the Canada as a country, we are doing a lot of work towards it. Seriously. I mean, if you look at Carney, what he's doing, I mean, we're turning our eyes away from the U.S. and more towards the East, towards Europe, and go, okay, well, we'll be with you guys because we're in NATO together. So how about doing a economical alliance as well?
When did you guys leave the Commonwealth? You guys are all part of the Commonwealth for a while, right?
We are part of the Commonwealth.
You're still part of the Commonwealth.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What does that really mean, though? What?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, it means it's actually hard to say because when Carney became prime minister, there is a speech done at the Parliament, and King Charles came and did the speech, and that impressed Trump quite a bit because the king is there, and okay, so it's tying ties to the other side of the pond. Although I don't give a fucking shit about royal.
So does most of the people in the UK. By the way.
There we go.
Yeah. So whatever, mate.
Yeah. So, but I mean, still, I mean, the Queen is still on my $20 bill and whatever.
Yeah.
So I mean, we are tying ties more and more with Europe, and less with the U.S. and it's going to take a long time. But
it's always done over a long period of time because I mean it's like the airlines that have been pulling out of the US. They've been pulling out very slowly over the last 12 to 14 months, I think. And I think it's Air Emirates, BLM, and airlines like that. I just mean and less planes, and less planes, and then eventually there'll be no planes.
So Air Canada, which is a major airline in here in Canada, has stopped 7 routes to the U.S., the major routes, just because there's no need. They don't sell tickets. So they just went, fuck it. We're not going to fly there anymore. That 7 routes out of a country of 40 million people, that's a lot. That's a lot of us. I mean, I sincerely feel bad for what's happening to the U.S. I do. And
so do I, and I'm here.
Yeah. But I'm saying that for people like you, Andy, like, people who didn't vote for Trump. I know you didn't, and
no,
I don't even want to ask. But
you put a gun to my head, I still wouldn't.
Well, there you go.
No.
You see, you kill me before I vote for him.
Because you recognize a dog shit before you walk in it, Andy.
Yeah.
Look, people say like, oh, he's not such a bad guy. He's been a piece of garbage for over 30 years.
Yeah.
I always thought he was shit. I mean, he was entertaining as a goofball, as a silly womanizer, and as just kind of like man about town talking shit. But he was always an idiot.
He's always a moron. Always. Yeah.
We were talking about Hitler before. How you got now. If you look at the history, if you read the history, like the Nazi Party, and Hitler, his speeches were like, oh, he's a fucking goofy kind of guy. Oh, yeah, all right. You're going to buy it.
Yeah, he's harmless. He's funny.
Yeah, there you go. It's just funny. That's how Trump was before, because he was portrayed. Now, the media now these days, they all, what I'm talking about, 2015.
Yeah.
They were talking all about Trump.
Yeah.
Because, look how
Oh, this big a giggle.
Yeah. Oh, look, he said you're fired again. Ha ha ha. It's so funny.
Yeah. But there you go. But they did not talk about the other people. So Hitler was voted in and did whatever he did after. I'm not comparing Trump to Hitler. I don't think he's that bad. Yeah. I really don't. I really don't think Hitler is as bad as Hitler. But he's not.
The end result is similar, though. That's the problem.
Well, 40% as bad is still fucking bad.
Yeah.
Well, I honest to God, I mean, I know it's a thorny subject, but fuck me, the way things are going, I'm wondering what is going to be, shall we say, Trump's Jewish population. Who's going to be in those internment camps?
Well, I mean, if he does it, it's going to be brown and Asian people. It's not going to be whites. And
the
Jews
ones that
fall
are
into the white category,
right?
They're
So
not white technically,
but they'll be what we would call the genuine citizens.
Yeah. No, but
they're not immigrants or stuff. They are genuine, maybe 4th generation.
We did it very easily to the Japanese.
Like the Jewish people that were in Germany, as far as they were concerned, they were German. They spoke German. Yeah. They ate German food. They drove German cars and all that.
They just went to synagogue instead of church.
Yeah. But even the ones that didn't, but because they are Jewish heritage, were rounded up by, masked men with no badge numbers. Exactly.
Well, there was a guy who was recently deported, and his son is serving in the U.S. military.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, yeah, but his father's not documented or not legal in this country, whatever. So he's gone. But it's like, you have a so-called patriot, right, serving in your armed forces, and his family's not grandfathered in. How does that work exactly?
Well, the same way as it works for the veterans who are having the money and rug pulled out from under them as well.
Exactly. Yeah. They really don't. They say back the blue, back the military. They don't. They don't. It's all talk bullshit.
Yeah. You go, no, you have fought for our country, so you're not important anymore. We're more interested in the people who are going to.
Yeah, we've used you up already. You can be thrown out. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Fuck, man, we're so fucking. That's a happy pod, isn't it? Pod.
Do you know what? But I think sometimes these things have got to be let out, because sometimes I'm going through YouTube and you'll see some videos show up and go, Trump has done this now or said this and that. And you go, who do I scream at?
Yeah.
After a while, you just get tired of screaming. So
Yeah. So, but in the end, it's still in there. You
Yeah.
know, it's sort of like, when you see an injustice and you want to do something about it, you can't do something about it.
yeah.
And you go, it's like when you see these people who, I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. To be honest with you, it's a weighing scales between whether it's a good, bad thing, because it has merit and then it doesn't. But they post up videos of like these people who are being who are abusing animals and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And we need to find these people and all the rest of it. And you go, and I'm just there seething, going, well, can you just send them here? I'll sort it out for you. Just tell them to pop in for a cup of tea, something like that. They'll never fucking leave.
Well, look at the Republicans who are backing him just because they want to stay in the loop. They want to ride the gravy train, whatever. They don't agree with him in any possible way. But they'll kiss his ass to stay in the limelight, to get the money coming in.
Oh, yeah.
To get the clout and all that kind of stuff, even though secretly it's turning their stomachs. These guys are nowhere near that guy. But they're just playing along, just like, again, back to the Nazis. People played along with them.
Yeah.
Just to go along with it,
And the rest of them were frightened not to go along with it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because they know exactly what was in store for them if they disobeyed.
Sure.
See, there was loads of high-ranking members of the military, very high-ranking, who followed the orders because they dared not.
Yeah.
It didn't matter how much they disagreed with it, and still went ahead. And in many ways, that makes them worse.
Mm-hmm.
I
actually gave a ride the other day to a guy at local veterans hospital.
Yeah.
Suffered an IED attack in Gulf War, I think it was, or something like that. Man, he was all kinds of fucked up, barely able to get around. It was just really sad because, he's getting some treatment there because he's showing up and he's getting around okay and stuff like that. But you just think of all the veterans that don't get shit or get shit on and just suffer like that for just bullshit,
Yeah.
It's really sad.
But at the same time, you can't blame the American people for that kind of thing either, because it is literally drummed into them from birth.
Well, sure. I mean, like the people who spit on the Vietnam vets coming back, call them baby killers and stuff. It's like, well, they're encouraged to do horrible things like that over there. I hate to say it.
Yeah.
It was a terrorism kind of thing we did over in Vietnam.
Yeah.
There's one thing. Have you seen the Ken Burns documentary on Vietnam? Yeah. There's one guy who said one thing about the war, and he said the U.S. military just trains people to be killer, and he said it's just finishing school.
Yeah.
Like, as in, everybody can be brainwashed into killing the supposed enemy. Because seriously, Vietnam, I've been there. I mean, a lot. And they're just good people. They really are good people. They never, I mean, what could have they ever, what kind of threat they could have been to the U.S.? None. Zero.
Yeah.
I mean, there were poor people who were abused by the Chinese and then the Japanese and the French. No, sorry. Chinese, the French, Japanese, and the French again. And then when they started to stand up and say, well, you know what? We do count as a country. The French went, oh, wait a minute, fucking the U.S., we need your help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's when the U.S. came about, because the U.S. said no, and they just went to the Russians as a last resort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Russians said, yeah, we'll fight for you. We'll supply you with weapons.
That's where you get Rambo 2 from. The Russians coming in and doing their...
Rambo, yeah.
Well, it's like the War of Independence in the States, where they keep the Americans. You often used to hear these Americans going on about how they beat the British and everything like that. They had a lot of help.
French helped us a lot.
French, Spanish.
Yeah.
All our enemies actually. To come to think
and
of
even
it.
the people we treated like shit that were slaves, we used them as soldiers too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, whatever. But I mean, but there was a rebelling, the Boston Tea Party thing, and
yeah, which was against seriously, which funny, it was against tariffs.
Yeah.
And I look at the world now.
Yeah.
The Tea Party was against tariffs. So
it's amazing how the planet constantly repeats its mistakes over and over again.
Absolutely.
Well, and especially now that everyone's questioning history. They're not learning from it, they're actually questioning it.
Well, like I said earlier, people believe the truth depending on who's saying it.
Yeah. They'll believe the Bible, which
yeah.
has no proof whatsoever, and they'll question actual history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they'll even question things they've literally seen happen in front of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it suits them, if it suits their ideology, they will question it. And something happens right in front of their eyes, and it doesn't fit with their
your brainwashed
idea of the world, and then it never happened. That was bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I went into philosophy. Well, psychology first, and then philosophy.
Yeah.
And then I'm like such a fucking nihilist right now. It's
an interesting time. It seems to be very unsure, and it seems to get more and more scary as each week goes by.
Yeah. And
because you keep seeing the boundaries pushed again a bit more and a bit more and a bit more, and then people get used to this. So when something actually really bad happens, it's not as bad as it is now. So and it's literally treated as like it hardly happened.
Yeah,
it's the frog in the boiling water.
Yeah, we get some guy or guys storm a house. They shoot a what was it? Was a Democratic senator or judge or something, and the husband and the dog. And it's like, nah. Yeah. Well, they'll never find the people who killed them.
Man. Come on.
They'll never find them. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's got nothing to do with the political climate whatsoever. It was just some rogue gunman lost his shit or something. Yes, it wasn't politically motivated.
What about that guy who tried to shoot Trump?
Yeah, but the thing with Trump, right? He's a very special human being. He's the only human on the planet that can grow cartilage back.
Yeah, exactly.
There isn't a fucking
There's no hole in his ear, exactly.
No, there was nothing there.
Yeah. And that bandage came off pretty quickly, and he was completely healed. So even the cut was not that bad of a cut.
Yeah. But nothing's going to win over, his base than an attempt on his life.
Yeah, it was pretty wacky.
Even when I saw it, I thought it just looked staged.
Yeah.
It did, but at the same time...
That's right, babes. It is a depressing time, but it's depressing everybody equally. And, even outside the US, it's just such a shit thing to be seeing.
But
or you take something even more extreme, like Flat Earth. I mean, talk about embarrassing.
What do you mean?
The Flat Earthers?
Yeah.
What? No, it's
against all evidence we've ever had from satellites up in orbit taking photos of the Earth to astronauts flying up there and people in high orbits and planes, and you see the curvature when you go up in a plane, even though it's minor, you still see it. And then the fact that Eratosthenes, like 2,000 years ago, did the well experiment and proved not only is the Earth round, but it actually did a pretty damn good measurement of it.
Yeah.
And modern humans are like, oh, it didn't happen. You fucking idiots.
Yeah. Because I've heard people say, they used to believe the others, right? And they go, well, actually, it's a lot further back than you would think. That
Oh,
they
yeah?
used to think it was flat.
Sure.
You know, when it was scrabbling around in the mud.
Andy, are you saying that men never landed on the moon?
Of course they didn't. It's all aliens. Aliens did everything. We never did anything. We didn't build the pyramids.
No,
We didn't
and
do.
the
you know.
moon is an alien base, isn't it?
Well, I tell you what, I must admit, I can remember people, including myself as a small boy, falling for the von Däniken books,
Oh God.
Chariots of the Gods, and all the
Eric
rest
von
of it.
Däniken. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And
I
then
saw
it
it
all
as a
come
boy
out.
as
It was
well.
all horse shit, and it would show down.
course.
Oh, these aren't landing strips. It's actually the foot of an eagle, and it's only about 3 foot across, and it's not landing strips and all this sort of bullshit.
Exactly.
And all this.
The Khufu pyramid is a fucking macer. Give me a break.
Yeah, exactly. But it was presented as a book, and nobody else was saying anything. And you go, oh, is it possible? You know
what else he talks about in those books that he claims is a real thing? There's, there's a famous legend, Lemminkainen and Aniki out of Norway, right? There's actually composers did classical themes about them. There's actual classical music named after them, and they made a movie called "The Day the Earth Froze." That was the American translation, English translation, and it was a really silly like fantasy movie, right? And the witch wants this magic forge guy to build this thing called a sampo, and it's a machine that can create grain, milk, and gold. And the fucking guy in Chariots of the Gods said there is most likely alien technology that can do that. A fucking machine that can do that.
Yeah.
I read that and I said, this guy, it's unbelievable, right?
Yeah, I know. But I mean, once the books were dispelled, and I mean, we had this big fucking documentary here, just tearing this fucking von Däniken to pieces, basically.
Yeah, he's a moron.
And it kind of killed off that whole thing, and people were going, oh shit, like that. But when it was actually presented first off, it really...
Oh, yeah.
It was grabbing people's attention and their imagination as well.
Well,
and they go, would it be interesting if it is kind of
out of that same camp, if not even the same author? I can't remember if it was or not, but there's a woman I used to work with. She had a book on her table once. It was about JFK and the aliens. That was the title. And about the whole alien conspiracy and JFK's assassination. And I mean, these guys go far-reaching to be as insane as possible.
Yeah, I go.
To go back to Eric von Däniken, the whole alien, what is it? There's a series on history.
Ancient Aliens.
With
the guy with the big hair, Sulakos or whatever.
Yeah. It's all based on Eric von Däniken's book.
Yes.
Yeah.
All of it is. And but I'm like Kent. I watched that movie as a kid and go, oh my God, like really? Then you read about it and you go, no. But I forgot the point I was trying to make. So.
Well, the biggest slap in the face those guys do is they say humans weren't intelligent enough to make those fucking structures on their own. That's a huge insult.
Well,
aliens had to help.
Well, yeah, because I mean, the what is it called? Oh fuck, man! I drank too much. I'm half drunk, not fully, just half.
Just enough.
Just enough to.
You're just half in the bag. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, but it's because I know the word in French. The ball. Oh fuck! I know what it is in English.
Describe it.
For what? What is it?
So when you move something, it's got a ball rolling in it.
Yeah.
That it helps it move along, and you all know what it is. Oh fuck!
What, for inertia or something? Does it keep it moving?
No, not even. No, not that deep. So you have a ball.
Yeah.
Which it helps something moves along.
Angular momentum?
No. Not scientific words for it. Like the actual. So you have a ball, like a chrome ball, okay?
Right.
And it helps something moves along, like something moves in a circle. What the fuck is the word? Ah, fuck. I hate myself right now. Ball bearing.
Oh, okay.
Ah,
Oh,
fuck.
for fuck's sake! Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
there you go. Fucking ball bearing.
I've never heard it described that way.
Yeah, I was
ever.
lost. Sorry.
But isn't it a ball that rolls and then?
Yeah.
There you go.
What are they called in French?
Mouvement carter.
Oh, wow. Because I love that they call paperclips trombones. That's hilarious.
That's because letters are cheaper in France.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. So we will put an extra 4 or 5 letters on the end of this. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
Because we can afford it, you know?
momentum. No, thank you, Wagyu. No. So yeah. Anyway, what did I say? What
Ball
it was?
bearings?
Ball
Ball
bearing.
bearings. Thank you very much.
Yep.
So those were actually, I mean, and there's like documentaries, real life stuff that were invented by the Romans like 200 BC. And they just lost the knowledge. And
Well, this is supposedly how they move the giant blocks of the pyramid is logs, right? Which are like ball bearings.
no, but
in
I
a
mean,
way,
but
so.
no, but I'm not talking about the pyramids, and which would be, but but those ball bearings were reinvented in the 1800s.
Yeah.
So for like centuries, it didn't exist. Anyway.
Well,
Well, it's like the Library of Alexandria that burned down. There was all kinds of stuff in there. They don't know what was missing.
Yeah.
Right?
Fuck, man, I wish I knew.
Yeah, but I mean, when they were talking about the pyramids, and they said, "Oh, it's so many thousand years old. It's been they've tested the rock. It's so many thousand years old," and it's always bugged me that when you test something like a rock, and they go, "Oh, this rock is this stone is 6,000 years old," for argument's sake, right? They go 6,000 years old. You go, "Well, no, it's a rock.
Yeah.
It's part of the planet. It's the age of the planet, isn't it?"
Yeah. Doesn't
Well,
mean
it depends when it was
the thing
formed
was
and
built.
rose up
Yeah.
and
Well, true enough. But how do you test that for that?
Oh, no,
there's
no,
isotope, radioactive isotopes, stuff like that.
Carbon 14.
Okay, all right.
There's
Well, but then they go, all right. Well, you got these. You guys, this is where this whole it must have been built by aliens or something, or blah 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 blah, whatever. Or they say, oh, we had some amazing technologies back then that we have forgotten about. Like we probably had huge cranes and all the rest of it. Blah blah blah. No. Go back to that time. Look at the cultures. If you have enough slaves,
free labor
and pulling animals, because what they can't tell you is how long it took to build it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right now, that might have
They
taken
documented some of that, but I mean
that pyramid might have taken 200 years to build.
Yeah.
They can't test for that, right? And if you have 1,000 people, especially if it's like it's been built for the pharaoh, the people of the country of said pharaoh would, if asked, will help as well. So you could have like 10,000 people pulling a block, and it's a piece of piss to pull it along and up into the position it needs to be. It may take 6 months, but they'll be able to do it.
Yeah. And also the Nile at the time had much more water and it was green.
Yeah, before the Aswan Dam, they had a much more flooding.
Yeah, exactly. It was, yeah. So, and they go, oh yes, no, this structure was built, and look at the intricacy of this, that, and the other. And they go, well, yeah, but you don't know how long it took to do. Like they still talk about this perfect hole. They go, well, you get a bloke with a stick doing this, or a couple of blokes with with ropes and pulling it backwards and forwards and rubbing on the stone, and then after about 5 weeks of doing that, it's swapped over to another 2 blokes take over. And they do that for like 6 years. There you go, you got the fucking perfect fucking hole in it.
Yeah.
Right?
No, that, right.
Because if it's the project and the big cheese has said, look, I want this built, and they design it all, and they go, right, well, whatever it takes to build it. But it doesn't necessarily mean that aliens come down and goes, look, do you want to borrow our laser? We've got the entire universe, and we've got nothing better to fucking do than cut holes for you.
This is another reason why the Von Daniken stuff is so ridiculous, because they're saying the Sphinx was a drastically different age than the Khufu pyramid.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, look, there's signs of erosion when the area would have flooded long before humans lived there, the way they were.
Yeah.
And that the Sphinx was built first. So the only way it could have been built first is because the fucking aliens came down and built the Sphinx. Well, Sphinx is cool, but it's not that well built. If aliens could have done much better job than that.
Yeah.
And so...
Yeah, but there's these other things, right? There's various stones and what have you, and engravings and stuff like that. And he goes, but the incredible thing is, this could only have been done by laser.
Yeah.
I go, who said that? Oh, well, it's obvious it could only be... No, who said it could only be done by laser?
Yeah, the worst site, you're talking about the precision. There's a site in South America, I forgot where it is exactly, but there are incredibly precise cuts.
Yeah.
Yes,
More precise than you've ever seen.
Where they got those that big cover stone type thing is sort of like still half.
And I forgot where the site is, but the Inca had the pretty amazing stuff where you couldn't put a piece of paper between the stones because they had no mortar. So their cutting technique was very clever. But this one site had these really amazing, like right angles to stuff, really sharp edges.
Sharp.
The aliens had to do laser cuts or whatever for that.
Yeah.
And it's like they just had another way to do it. We don't know what they did.
Yeah.
And they had time, and they had free labor. So, put all that together, you can make anything happen.
Plus, we're fucking around so much, there's hardly not one single stone is in the place it was found when they discovered the site. Now, everything has moved. Well, apart from that huge dirty great fucking.
Well, the aliens came back to make it more confusing, so we couldn't figure it out. They came back and scrambled the rocks, and then
because they're going. Oh, now what are we going to do? We could take a quick trip over to that binary star system, with that planet with that fucking weird thing on it, and we can go look at that, or we can help these monkeys out to drill this fucking hole in a rock. Oh, that sounds like a much better idea. Yeah, well, let's face it, fuel's cheap, isn't it? Come on, we might as well. We'll call it a holiday, yeah? Yeah,
just,
let's go cut holes in rock with them.
Just think of the whole Occam's razor thing. What's the most likely thing that actually happened? The fucking aliens came millions and millions of miles, light years to come and do all this bullshit for us and leave and be all mysterious, or that humans actually figured this shit out with slave labor and lots of time and clever people. It's so ridiculous to extrapolate the most extreme fantasy version of this stuff and believe it.
Yeah.
That's what the conspiratorial mind. These people are ridiculous.
Well, look at the painting on the roof of the Sistine Chapel. Right, you look at that artwork, and the way it was done, and I guarantee you, in a couple of thousand years' time, there'll be some bearded twat there going, "Yeah, that could only be done by lasers." Aliens painted it.
Yes.
So, do you know what? Stop. If there were aliens, they are really not going to come to, as our dear friend here would have said, the unfashionable end of the galaxy.
Yeah.
Right. And be doing this sort of shit. No.
And they wouldn't be putting probes in hillbillies' asses either, so.
Yeah.
They won't?
Well, you pick like more attractive people that are more fun to hang out with,
Well,
Yeah, only aliens could have the poly after-touch mechanism for the CSAE. Yes.
Well, the Osmos is clearly built by aliens.
Yeah, it was built by aliens, and it could only be made by lasers, obviously.
No, but it was so fucking advanced, man. You cannot deny it, Kent. You've worked on that
but it's like,
advanced shit, and it can only be...
Was it Herschel that discovered
William
infrared.
Herschel discovered Uranus, I think.
Yeah, but was it Herschel who discovered
no,
infrared?
he didn't.
No, it wasn't.
Not my Uranus.
Uranus, Mayanus, everyone's.
No,
trying to remember.
no.
I was trying to remember the name of the guy who discovered ultraviolet. No, infrared. Sorry, not ultraviolet. Infrared.
Don't remember.
And he found it with a thermometer.
Up his ass.
No, he put a prism on the table, had the sun shining in it, and he wondered whether colours.
Oh, invisible,
The colours,
yeah.
the colours
Yeah.
had temperatures, and he
That's cool,
found
yeah.
the hot. And he thought that if he put it where the spectrum wasn't, to be, to take in the temperature of the room. In fact, where he stood it, he found it was getting stupid hot.
It was Herschel.
It was Herschel.
It was.
And that's how he found
1800.
it. Yeah, and that's it. And he found it, something you can't see.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I go, oh, and again, people go, oh yes, well, it can only be discovered with an infrared camera. So they must have, and they didn't have infrared cameras in the 18th century.
Well, it's invisible, so you know it's the Lord's work. So.
But there you go. So to be able to find, but what was interesting is instead of going, oh, it's magic, or like, he goes, it means there must be light getting here, but we just can't see it.
Yeah.
That was the conclusion he came to.
Yeah, no, there's some very clever people back then. A lot of it's happy accidents. A lot of
Yeah.
it's,
Well,
extrapolation.
probably also because it wasn't being crowded by fucking YouTube and Sky
Yeah,
News
exactly.
as well. So he was able to think more clearly.
Well,
You know?
unfortunately, it was rich guys who had nothing but leisure time, and they were clever, and they had all this time in the world to experiment. So that's good.
Yeah.
Well, okay. If I can just go back to my world, in the philosophy world.
Okay.
So there's this guy who talked about the idea world.
Yeah.
He was one of the students of, well, not of students. He was a friend of Socrates, who's the master. He is Vangelis to philosophy.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway, the idea world. I'm going to challenge anyone on the chat to find his name. But that is 2,200 years ago. And no, Crates, no, I go, no.
No, that's what they call them in Bill and Ted, Socrates.
Yeah.
Oh,
So great.
Oh,
Yeah.
Socrates, yeah, Socrates, yeah. No, he was whoever wrote about Socrates was this person. So you name him, please. And
Who wrote
so
about Socrates?
one person, only one. So in ancient Greek philosophy, the three that are still part of this world, the most influential part as this Socrates, this guy I'm talking about, and Aristotle, who is the basis of science, modern science.
Well,
Name
Hippocrates is
dropper.
medicine.
Yeah, Socrates is medicine.
Hippocrates is medicine.
No, Socrates
Oh,
is
yeah,
is
because of the
philosophy.
Hippocratic Oath.
Yeah,
Yeah, of course,
Hippocrates.
yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and that's before Socrates.
Aristotle, there's Eratosthenes, Aristophanes.
No. He was like, okay, Socrates had a
Colin.
close friend who wrote about Socrates because nothing from Socrates was ever written.
I didn't know
Really?
that.
Anyway, yeah, no, he never wrote a word. Right?
Huh.
This person wrote.
Is it Pliny the
everything.
Elder?
So no, but I mean.
Oh, Pliny, yeah. No, not Pliny.
Oh my God! No.
I don't know. I'm not a
I
big
think,
philosophy guy.
no, he invented the triangle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Before that, shapes had four sides and you couldn't get them any smaller.
So anyway,
I've made a three-sided square.
yeah. That's a few centuries later.
Is it a name that would be well known, but maybe not for that?
Oh, definitely fucking would.
Okay. Because I'm trying to think of the other Greek names. I can't think of any right now.
Okay, so Socrates, Aristotle, who's in between? There's one name in between. I'm going to lose the point I was trying to make.
I'm trying to guess without cheating on Google.
Can you give us the first letter?
No, I can't.
Oh, okay.
Because I can't fucking remember it.
Oh.
No. No, Andy is typing.
If it began with S or P or something like that, oh, fuck, that don't help.
Jack has got it right.
Plato.
Arsehole. Go. Yes, I am an asshole. Well, fuck yeah. Socrates, Aristotle.
Andy, why did we not think of Plato?
I mean, I know Plato, but I didn't think about him. Sorry. So.
No, same here. It's sort of like he's one of the big guys, isn't he?
Well, yeah. Well, that's what I was saying.
Wow.
Socrates, Aristotle, in between, Plato.
Yeah. Yeah.
Without Plato, you don't know a fucking thing about Socrates, and without Plato, you don't have Aristotle, because they both had two different schools. But anyway, what I was getting at is Plato had the idea of and again, Jack, you're a fucking hero.
Yeah, again.
Unlike these two fucking wankers here.
Oh yeah, the two fucking wankers that when he said Plato, we go, oh yeah, I used to make rabbits with it. Oh no, that's Play-Doh.
No, there used to be a sex club in LA called Plato's Retreat. It was a big place.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Never been there. I regret it.
Was that a gay bar by any chance?
No, it was like anything you want bar.
Wasn't Plato gay?
Yeah. Well, maybe it was. I don't know.
Oh, actually, it was quite a thing anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he just muted himself, so he doesn't want to say.
He's not going to say, yeah.
Sorry, I have another conversation going on.
Oh, okay.
Sure, yeah, right. Yeah, we all believe that.
Yeah.
And so now Plato had this idea of the idea world, right?
Right.
Where he said you cannot be a like elephant and I can't remember, but ant together. But what he intuit was the DNA.
Oh, right, okay.
Oh,
right on.
And that's 2,300 years ago.
Yeah.
And that didn't come to him from aliens. That came to him from intelligence.
From deduction and common sense. There was no microscopes available to hand. And all that is deduction and speculation.
And so talking about microscopes, Aristotle talking about atoms. The word atoms, and then he said like there would be very small things we can't see that make up the universe.
Yeah.
Well, Aristotle also did music of the spheres, which is really silly. So, the crystal spheres.
Yeah, but you can't hit the high note every time, can you?
No, but I mean, talk about Occam's razor. I mean, that's really reaching the way they describing that shit.
No, what I'm trying to get to is those are things that were thought of more than 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
That were rediscovered. Like the ball bearing there, which I remember
exactly.
word now.
Yeah, so
like
we can invent the ball bearing, but we can't move a big stone.
Well, Aristotle's amazing. I mean, he copied nature for a lot of designs for stuff, and he's really a clever guy.
Because he observed nature and thought, okay, there's more to what I see than what I know.
Yes.
And today, we're not to the what I see and what I know is to what I see is what I know.
Yeah.
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 Man. I'm gonna fucking commit suicide tonight. I won't. I won't.
Well, you better not.
Well, I better not because there's gonna be another pub in the near future.
Yeah, exactly.
I hope.
Yeah, it's costing me a lot of money. I need to fill the spaces.
Well, and I have October 1st to look forward to.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
There you go.
I
That's
tell you
my
what.
next- yeah.
It's 3 minutes from 3 a.m.
Yeah. You need to go to bed, man.
I do. I am feeling it now, I must admit.
Yeah,
but
I
do you know
know,
what?
right?
I could carry on talking about it.
I know.
Shooting the breeze for fucking hours. I'm terrible.
No,
Yeah, but you're
would
having
too.
fun with it. It's all good.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I mean,
absolutely.
Come on, I went from Hitler to Aristotle and Plato.
Yeah.
Talk about
I-
Trump. You talk
Yeah,
about,
but Hitler was really Aristotle in disguise.
yeah.
Yeah, man.
You
No,
know,
speaking of Plato's Retreat, there was actually a porn movie called Plato's the Movie.
Yeah,
There was an actual porn movie called Plato's the Movie.
Wow.
And it actually documented people adventuring through Plato's place, and it was an amusing, really bad porn. It was very funny. Actually.
God damn it.
Like there's a scene where the guys are walking around, and there's a woman kind of sitting there like she's a sex doll, like a real doll.
Yeah, yeah.
But this was made in the late 70s, early 80s when they obviously
You
had no
mean my
technology like
girlfriend?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's just posing there like she's a statue, and these guys are like having a go at her, and like, yeah, this one's pretty good, and goes on to another one. And it's just very odd.
No, but I mean, on the philosophical point or socio-philosophical point of view, that's exactly timber.
Oh.
You know, timber, swipe left or right.
Yeah,
Tinder,
yeah. Tinder, yeah.
What you're describing now, and I've seen that movie because I was a teenager when it came out, and
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Needs must, devil drives,
yeah, there you go.
as it were.
And-
Yep.
And yeah, no, I mean that's exactly what it is. We've come to that right now. It's just in a more sophisticated way or more acceptable way. Anyway, you need to go to bed. I need to have dinner. It's 10 or 12.
Well, do you remember the Indiana Jones game, Fate of Atlantis? And the whole point of the game is to look for Plato's lost dialogue.
I didn't play that game, but
One of
Nor
his
did I. No.
he wrote those dialogue books about his
Oh,
philosophizing, and there was supposedly a lost dialogue. It was either never finished or just totally lost.
yeah.
And so part of the game, you as Indiana Jones looking for this fucking lost dialogue to find out where Atlantis is.
Well, let's face it. Indiana
yeah.
Jones is the only person who would ever find it anyway.
Because Plato talked about Atlantis apparently a lot, like in his writings.
he did.
Yeah.
There's a whole book about him. Yeah, about
It's all his
Atlantis.
fault. Well, Atlantis bullshit.
It's all his fault.
They still say, "Oh no, it existed," but
He's the original conspiracy theorist. That
it
goddamn
sank
Plato.
into the sea.
Exactly, Andy. He's the original conspiracy theorist. Because
Plato, the
he-
blooper reel.
That's
he
it.
wrote that book about something he heard about that happened, thousands of years before him.
Yeah.
So the sad part is there are kind of things you look at around the world and you go, oh, it fits what he said from a fucking satellite, and you go, it can't be. It can't be just coincidence.
It's kind of like Nostradamus, though. You can make shit fit if you wanted
Oh,
to.
there you go. It is just fucking coincidence.
But it's
because-
like, there was a guy who said when they're talking about like the Mediterranean, when the land broke away and the Atlantic rushed into the valley. What's at the bottom of there? What's on the Mediterranean seabed?
yeah,
It got wiped out. Who
Yeah.
knows?
Well, and the Abyss is actually a documentary. So
Well, yeah.
of course.
Yeah, but it's
it
like that
is.
thing about Noah, isn't it? Because apparently Noah was the only person who owned a boat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And he gathered all these
Actually-
animals,
well,
right?
you've seen the Ark Experience, right? Those idiots in the Midwest have built one.
Yeah.
No, but okay, yeah.
Ken
but,
Ham.
Okay,
Oh my God.
going back to Noah, and if you look at written history, You forget about the fucking Bible.
Yeah.
But you look at written history. You look at oh fuck, what is his name? Oh fucking help me. Yeah, I know. Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
Okay, read Gilgamesh.
Oh yeah.
There is a story, and then you read actual written Sumerian history, because Sumerian is the oldest language in the world.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Wagyu will get this one. Gilgamesh and Enkidu at Uruk. You know the Star Trek episode?
Yeah.
Picard and whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. At Tanagra.
Yeah.
Tanagra. Yes.
Darmak and Jalad at Tanagra.
Darmak and Jalad at Tanagra. Yes. So Darmak was on the island. No, but I mean, if you look at, and then again, I'm not saying, it's not conspiracy. I am based in science.
Yeah.
So, and the ancient Sumerian, because first language again, they had annual water.
Rising?
Yeah. What's the word? Not fludge. What the fuck is fludge?
Flood.
Or what's it in French? No.
Flood.
Floods.
Flood. Yeah. Super wet. Big wet.
Super wet.
Super wet.
Remember when Trump was talking about all the water, the flooding and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had
Big
super wet
water, a whole lot
wets.
of water.
Big waters. Yeah.
And they made round boats to put their animals on,
Yeah.
and those boats still exist actually in Vietnam. I mean, the fishing boats in Vietnam.
Yeah, they're sort of like, they almost look like a bowl.
They're round, exactly.
Yeah.
I've been on one of those anyway. So anyway,
and they, to confuse you, they said, "Can you sit at the front?"
I'm sorry.
To confuse you, they said, "Can you sit at the front?"
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I
yeah,
can,
I
but
mean,
why were we going backwards?
but like in the Bible, right? They said, and Noah built this ark, and it was 40 cubits by fucking whatever, and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
Like nothing about the other ark he built to put all the prey animals on.
And the other food storage.
To food.
And the
yeah,
water
yeah.
storage.
Oh,
And
no,
Yeah.
Worse than that, man.
And how did he know, how to get, a funnel web spider from Australia? That must have taken him fucking ages to go and grab that one.
Oh, of course. Worse than that. So in the Garden of Eden, there was Adam and Eve. And Eve, the fucking whore, ate a fucking apple and said, fucking Adam, fuck me, I'm horny.
well, she tried to get the snake to go somewhere else, and it didn't want to. So
Yeah.
Well,
It was Eve invented the dildo. Right? But
then,
pretty much, yeah.
and it's worded in the Bible apparently, and it said that God was angry and evicted them from the Garden of Eden to go and live with the outsiders. And
No,
yet
exactly.
Adam and Eve were the first humans apparently. So even the Bible is able to contradict itself on the same fucking
endlessly,
page.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
but then again, then after that they had Cain and Abel. So there was Adam, Eve, Cain, and Abel.
Yeah.
Who did they fuck?
Oh, the incest. It was all incest.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. So you
Yeah.
go. Well,
It was a big fuck party.
So we had these 4 retarded people wandering around,
no, but
and we
then-
can understand why the human race is like it is now.
Now, I want to go to a sermon like that.
I actually okay. No, and I'm not. I'm going to be absolutely 100% serious here. So I went to someone who's very, very deep Christian, and I asked him the question. So, what happened? Why do we have black people? And he goes, well, you see, the people who fucked Eve. I said, her sons. He goes, Yeah, he didn't say fuck, but I mean,
Yeah,
people who invented
Begat. They call it begatten.
Yeah. Yes. And so they were sent to Africa. I said, that makes sense. That's why they're black.
Oh, so if you go to Africa, you go black.
If you go to Africa and you fuck it, well, if you fuck your mom and your child goes to Africa.
Oh.
And that's exactly what I was told. And I was like, commit suicide. Fucking, sir, we don't need you on this fucking planet. And I exactly said these words to this guy.
So the GPS was actually invented quite a long time ago then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they go to Africa. Oh, all right then.
Aliens.
Aliens.
And of course, that guy wasn't a bit racist, right?
No. Black people should be hated for that reason.
Yeah.
Of course.
Obviously, black people are just heavily tanned.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Look, I'm melanistically challenged, so.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know. I'm gravity challenged. Don't tell me.
And here we are in 2025, and we're just as fucking stupid.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Anyway, Kent. What time? It's like 4 o'clock now. Oh, 3 o'clock.
It's 8 minutes past 3.
Yeah. You go to bed.
I think I better.
Yeah.
I think Ken had a great setup there. 4 retards walk into a garden and.
Yeah.
Have dreams of fucking your mom.
This has the potential to be a great movie.
Yeah. And Andy, your offer of
yeah, we'll do a session. Yeah.
No, seriously. Just message me. I'm available.
Yeah.
On weekends, 24 hours a day. On weekdays, 6 o'clock, my time.
Sure. By the way, speaking of religious crap, there's this new thing out, King of Kings, supposedly written by Charles Dickens. Have you heard about that? And they made an animated 3D show now. It's on Netflix or somewhere. And, of course, it's all like happy, Pixar-y type animation, all about the story of Jesus and all that. And what do they have in the ad is a fat guy doing silly stuff, like he's being the butt of the joke. Because, of course, what would Jesus do? Make fun of fat people.
Me.
Right.
Fat Jesus is me.
No, Jesus is fat in this. It's another guy.
I need my fucking royalties. Speaking of King of Kings.
Yeah. But here they are, it's supposed to be a highbrow. It's supposed to be talking about the story of Jesus. And here's making fun of fat people comedy all over again. So it's like, what would Jesus do? Make fun of fat people, right?
Of course he would. I do all the time.
It's like you can't just, quote unquote, educate people about your bullshit without resorting to lowbrow stuff.
It sounds like the last thing Charles Dickens would be writing about, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
It said it was written by Charles Dickens. I think King of Kings. I have to look it up again. I thought it was a famous name. I thought it was Charles Dickens.
No. Kings of Kings. I know about it, but
yeah.
Maybe he wrote Cats as well.
The Starlight Express.
Yeah, and Starlight Express. Yeah. Fucking hell, with the train people.
Yeah.
Shit. Great excrements.
Yeah. Great excrementations.
Yeah, excrementations.
Anyway,
forsooth, dear Lord, I must clean out my anus.
Or great expectorations. He has a cold, so he's spitting up phlegm constantly. He's like,
yeah. Oh dear. A stick for my orifice.
Put it into this horrible thing.
I know. It's just getting worse.
Yeah. Well, or better, I don't know.
Now I must apologize to people in the chat at this point if we have missed out a group that we haven't offended tonight. Please put down the name of your group and we'll find something to offend you with.
Yeah, you have to give everyone a chance to be offended.
Yeah, because everybody is equal.
Yeah, if you have not been offended, lick my soiled anus.
Yeah, please contact the office and let us know what your designation is, and we will certainly put it down on the list of people to offend.
Yeah, Jack said it as well.
Yeah, equal opportunity offenders.
There we go.
Exactly, Jack. Exactly.
Must be fair. Must be fair.
On that
Yes.
word, live long, live, prosper, and live long.
Live long, but don't pick it. It will scar. It will scar if you pick it. Okay.
And fuck you all.
Well, I hope so, because I'd certainly be missing it.
October 1st, bring lube.
Yeah, be there
Be there.
or be a groovy fucker. Right. All right, darlings. I will see you again. Well, we'll do another pub.
Yeah, I'm glad I did this again. These are fun.
Yeah.
Whenever.
Well, I did one. I think did I do one Monday? Was it
A couple of days ago, yeah.
something like that? Anyway, we'll have to do another one probably Sunday.
You know, Kent, when it comes, as your thumbs goes, when a pub comes in, we'll do it.
We'll do it that way then. That might be the best. Waggo, it's 412 for Wags.
Wow.
So condolences to Wags on behalf of everyone.
And we love you.
Who is going, fuck me, it's getting light again outside. What the fuck is going on? Because it's not far off. Yeah, it's not quite there yet.
Well, that happened many times. We're chatting there, and Robert goes, I'm seeing sunlight in my window.
Yeah, wait a minute. I can turn my lights off and I can still see in here. What's going on? Yeah. So we're not far off it. All right, gentlemen and ladies and all present. Take care. Look after yourselves.
I've been hiding
stay healthy.
as being disheveled, but I will pop up to say, hey, bye.
Yay!
I was shoving my face full of food earlier, so.
There we go.
Andy's finally manifested.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a miracle.
He has substance.
I'm not going to walk on water next, so.
It was clearly an Amstrad teleporter.
Yeah.
According to the prediction.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right, gentlemen. You take care. Look after yourselves.
Shut it.
Okay?
Bye, everybody.
Bye,
Take
bye.
care. Bye-bye.